What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. What is up, everybody? Thanks for joining me for the 1,300 subs party. The after show for the epic annihilation that was the response video, shall we say, to the one and only Simon Dan over on SFT with Raw Matt. They gave a rather epic dissection, shall we say, of the usual talking point spewing stupidity that comes out of the average YouTube Evo atheist who came up in the ranks of the channels, usually from going after flat Earth. And it's kind of funny to me. I always say to folks, you know, it's interesting that they want to come after us when they made their way up, going after low-hanging fruit like flat earthers, and then they think that, hey, I don't actually have to be able to back up my bovine scatology when I come after people who are arguing about creation, who actually are like doing research into these things and trying to find out what is what is actually underlying necessities for our very existence. And so yeah, it was epic. If you haven't seen it, I strongly recommend you bounce over to Standing for Truth's channel and check out that video, because it was hilarious and they absolutely destroyed them. All right, so tonight we're going to be doing a open mic. We'll have some fun here in a few moments, but before we do that, I am going to be calling out PineCreek Doug, because he is, most people know that he's a little let's just say he likes to use sarcasm, deadpan humor, be making super massive amounts of, just derision, but doing it like with a straight face and trying to act like he's, I'm going to be all, just calm, and I'm going to act like I'm being very intellectual, while simultaneously being a complete and utter jackass in gambling that either he won't get called out, or his audience and his fans are stupid enough to actually buy into the dumbassery that he spews on a regular basis. So to kind of put this in context, actually, we're going to play a video real quick, and then we'll put it in context. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a little short video that he published just last... it was on, March 20th, 2021. So like a little over a week ago, he published this video, and it's about, the title is "Jesus Missing: Favorite Arguments for God's Existence by the Apologetic Empire." For those who don't know, the Apologetic Empire is something that David Wood started putting together last year. Capturing Christianity, What Do You Mean, IP, Woman and Apologist, Frank Turek, a whole bunch of guys all got together, and they're really trying to create kind of a coalescent apologetic empire, as the name entails. And basically a bunch of YouTubers are getting together to try and create a more cohesive messaging, work together, reinforce each other, and create a stronger collective rather than just a bunch of individuals. So this, we'll just play it real quick, and we'll get to the point here in a moment.
Each person, what is your favorite argument for God's existence? I'm just going to be quick. I'm not going to give an explanation of it. Mine is the argument from contingency. So we'll just pass it on.
Transcendental argument for God's existence.
Variations of the moral argument.
I think the moral argument would be my favorite.
The moral argument.
The moral argument's most relevant. You get most questions on the moral argument. I like the cosmological argument, though, because it gives you the most attributes of God.
I would make an argument on the irrationality of the contrary.
Probably the argument from consciousness, or the contingency argument, maybe the Kalam. I don't know. I like a lot of them.
Well, I'll say the moral argument, and obviously, it connects with people. If you really been through some suffering, right? So I'm sure that you've been through that. So
My followers will know what I'm going to say. It's the emergent universe of the digital physics argument. You want to know more? See my video, The Emergent Universe.
I'd say the fine-tuned argument. I think that order is obvious to most people, and it can't come from chaos.
I hate to say I don't have a favorite. It kind of depends on the person I'm talking to, but I would lean towards the moral argument if you push me in a corner.
That would be two, but man, it's funny how that worked out. But I guess if I had to pick one, either Aquinas' fifth way or the Kalam, which is two. So there you go.
Now, notice what they didn't say. The bodily resurrection of Jesus Christ is pretty good evidence for God, is it not? None of them said that.
So here's what I find very interesting about this. So twofold. Number one, and I'm about to switch the screen here real quick. We're going to switch over to a different one. So remember I told you that video was published last month, right? This little clip you just saw. That's actually, that is from a rather long stream. There was an hour and a half last year, February 6th of 2020. So over a year ago. Okay. So he does this whole, he listens to the whole live stream that the Apologetics Empire guys are doing. So, right. They're talking about so many different, different topics throughout the live stream that they did. And this guy's been commenting on the whole, all the way through, right? And what he is obviously attempting to obfuscate to the average person is that the question was in the context. Well, number one, you've got a bunch of apologists and guys who are saying philosophy and are looking at it from a multiple stages, right? So you got the arguments for God and you've got the arguments for Christianity, right? So in the apologetics world, oftentimes those things can be separated, and you're going to have different arguments for the Christian God that will be built upon the underlying arguments for God in the first place. So, and obviously, when you have the question was coming from Cameron Bertuzzi on Capturing Christianity, and as we all know, he has people like William Lane Craig on all the time, and that's Graham Oppie, all these different folks, and they go through detailed arguments from a philosophical perspective in relation to what are the best arguments for God. Like, for example, case in point, a couple weeks ago, he just published like his went through 100 arguments for God, right? So we're talking about philosophical arguments, deductive logic arguments that are being put forth in terms of the support and making the case for God's existence in and of itself. So if you noticed, all of those men, well, number one, the question was favorite argument for God, right? It's from Maverick Christian. Cameron Bertuzzi asked the question. Every single one of those apologists goes through and they make what? From a uniform perspective, they weren't arguing for the Christian God specifically. They were addressing it as the question was put forth, argument for God, and they all outlined arguments that are recognized as arguments for God. So, wow, shocking that that's what they did. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? Can you believe that they might have all done that versus going into it from the Christian God perspective? Because why? Because they are all training. Some of them are PhDs, some of them are like doing it for years and years, and they all understand the differentiation in the context. But PineCreek Doug, in usual style, is trying to make it out to his audience, his layman audience, that somehow this just means they don't have confidence in their arguments for the Christian God. If they did, then they would have argued for the resurrection of Christ. And if they didn't have confidence in that, then, because they don't have confidence in it, it's pretty clear they're just not that confident in that portion of their faith. Well, what I find very fascinating about that is I'm pretty sure basically every single one of those men has done multiple videos about the resurrection. I know Mike Winger has, for example. He does tons of. He's done debates on the topic. So to argue that because in the context of an argument for God, you don't invoke the argument for Christ in terms of the underlying support for the existence of God, it's very untoward, and it's a very obvious attempt to be somewhat snarky and play some games. And let's just put this and play it one more time, just put it in context from the bigger picture.
The Church of Acts is purported to have done. Do that for a few months and see what happens to church attendance. I guarantee you it's going to go sky high once you start raising the dead and healing the sick in the name of Jesus. And I'm not just talking about back pain. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else interesting? Oh, I'm going to skip to that now. They were each asked, what is the best argument for the existence of God? And since there's a lag, you're going to hear the voice in this visual is not going to match to the person answering, but you're going to hear their answers. Alias fake name, Mike Winger blocked me on Twitter today too. Yeah. Welcome to the club. It's because I admitted to Mike Winger that my goal is to raise doubt in his followers. And he didn't like that, I think. Actually, his mods, I think, blocked me. But he can unblock me, Mike. Okay, so the question is, best evidence for God.
So the question that I have is from Maverick Christian. He's a good friend of mine. He was on my channel recently.
I want you guys to notice how they don't answer. Not so much how they do. Listen to what they don't say.
He says, question for each person, what is your favorite argument for God's existence? I'm just going to be quick. I'm not going to give an explanation of it. Mine is the argument from contingency. So just pass it on.
Transcendental argument for God's existence.
Variations of the moral argument.
I think the moral argument would be my favorite.
The moral argument.
Contingency, moral argument is most relevant. You get most questions on the moral argument. I like the cosmological argument, though, because it gives you the most attributes of God.
I would make an argument on the irrationality of the contrary.
Oh, that sounds like a presuppositionalist. It's the only worldview that makes sense, so it has to be true.
Probably the argument from consciousness or the contingency argument, maybe the Kalam. I don't know, I like a lot of them.
Well, I'll say that the moral argument, and obviously, it connects with people if you've really been through some suffering, right? So I'm sure that you've been through that. So
my followers know what I'm going to say. It's the emergent universe, the digital physics argument.
That's
Want to know
IP.
more? See my video, the emergent universe.
I'd say the fine-tuned argument. I think that order is obvious to most people, and it can't come from chaos.
I hate to say I don't have a favorite. It kind of depends on the person I'm talking to, but I would lean towards the more.
Mike Winger, the question is, what is Mike Winger's favorite argument for the existence of God? And he says, it depends who I'm talking to. Why? What is your, what? I think I know. I'll tell you later why I think he wouldn't commit to one, because I think he does have one.
Moral argument if you put me in a corner.
Oh, he said moral argument if you push him in a corner. Okay.
That would be two, but man, it's funny how that worked out. But I guess if I had to pick one, either Aquinas' fifth way or the Kalam, which is two. So there you go.
Okay, so we had, I think, the moral argument won out as these 12 guys. I think there was at least 7 or 8 people who said the moral argument, a few contingencies, a couple Kalams. Now, notice what they didn't say. The bodily resurrection of Jesus Christ is pretty good evidence for God, is it not? None of them said that. You notice what none of them said? The inner testimony of the Holy Spirit, guiding them to the truth of God's existence. You notice none of them said that? Like, I understand that these might be arguments for Christianity, but don't you get a twofer here? If you saw someone being raised from the dead in the name of Jesus, if you just get this sense of God's existence.
Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting. He just made the same observation that I made, that they weren't arguing necessarily for the Christian God in relation to that particular question. So why is he, in his little short video that's published over a year later, does he edit out his own commentary until the very end, and then make it appear as if there is some kind of, like, why wouldn't they do this? When he recognized in the original video, he recognized potentially why they wouldn't have been necessarily making that particular case. Interesting. So it's a philosophical argument or philosophical question. They're answering with philosophical argument and deductive logic arguments. And he is acting like they are somehow like trying to end run around their lack of confidence in the resurrection of Jesus Christ. So, PineCreek Doug, once again, you try to be a little snarky. You are playing games. And even though you admitted in your first video that what you were asserting and questioning wasn't necessarily a valid objection to their responses, but then you try to frame it in a manner that it is.
That's just so powerful in your being, which is they call the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit. Isn't that pretty powerful? Mike Winger just did a video on this, that this is the primary evidence for someone personally to believe that one, God exists, and number two, that Christianity is true. You get a 2-for-1 deal here. And none of these guys said that. I find that very interesting. Am I wrong here to not make that connection? And this is why I said earlier, I think most Christians would admit that their confidence in God existing is higher than their belief that Christianity is true. Because if it were the same, they should answer the way I just answered. The inner testimony of the Holy Spirit or the bodily resurrection of Jesus. Or anybody in the name of Jesus. It's really curious to me that this belief that God exists boils down to philosophical arguments. It boils down to this. They take a cigar. That's green. They take a cigar. They say, I can prove Jesus. I can prove God exists. Watch. Well, let me tell you about the cosmological argument. And if you don't like that one, I got the contingency argument. You want to know that God exists? Well, let me tell you about the moral argument. I'm not going to get out of my chair, mind you. I'm not going to do any experiments, mind you. I'm not going to show you anything, mind you. We're just going to sit back. Oh, excuse me, my cigar went out. We're just going to sit back and talk. We're just going to reason together, shall we? You sit in your chair, I'll sit in mine, and we will show, demonstrate, prove that God exists. That's all you have to do, sit in a chair and think. And poof, God exists.
Yep, nothing remotely sarcastic about that. Nothing to see, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to see whatsoever. So anyway, PineCreek Doug, I invited him to come and back up his position and defend why he recognized the differentiation point in relation to the question at hand, and then attempts to make it seem, out of line or somehow to be strange for them to not have done so, which I find pretty interesting. And then here is the last thing I'm going to say, and then we'll open up to the stream and open up the stream for people to join, and we'll get off of this topic over to other stuff. So I had a little back and forth with him in comments the other day, and let's pull this up real quick. And so on the video we just published, here's some back and forth we had. So this is me. So the point of the original context of the video is still going over your head, ? Seriously, you think a bunch of apologists don't look at philosophical distinctions of theism in general versus Christianity specifically? I know you're not this dumb. So his response, I understand your point. You are saying that there are arguments for God and separate arguments for specific theism. Now, can you try to answer my question? If you can try, you'll see that miracles like the resurrection is pretty good evidence for theism, God. Do you disagree? Well, of course, I don't disagree that you can go down that point. But in the context of establishing the foundational logic flow, you start with the arguments for God, then you progress into the specifics of which God you think is the correct one. So it's really amazing how obviously attempting to spin things for his audience. And anyway, all right, so enough of all that. Let's get some folks in here, have some fun. Appreciate everybody who's helped make the stream channel grow and have fun and do those things. So appreciate everybody. If you want to join, I'm posting the link again. And I want to say thanks to everybody who's been supporting the channel, getting merch, and for all the super chats and stickers. And let me thank some folks real quick before we open up, because I know I got some while I've been running my mouth. Ramen, thank you as always for the super stickers. Let's see. Oh, God is nowhere. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Evo Atheist Safe Space. God is now here. That's awesome. Let me pull that one up here.
No.
Hey, Jungle, you just roboted. Okay, now you're coming through.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Okay.
I can hear you now.
I might have to change the phone, but this is supposed to be the better phone, but it's not better here. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to say that PineCreek is very sneaky, you might say, by, unless you want to use some other words like deceptive and dishonest and things like that. But he's, of course, attacking our position about miracles, which, if they were common, they wouldn't be very impressive, would they? So miracles haven't ever happened that often. They're few and far between all throughout history. And he has no defense for his position. He has no basis for his position, which is a naturalistic position or whatever it is he believes. He doesn't even try to defend his position or state his position like most people, and much less defend his position. So it's like he's poking at everybody else not even realizing that he has no position himself. He has no place to be poking at people, you know.
That's very true. Very true. Neff, welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you doing? Neff, you there?
Oh, hey, yeah, I'm sorry. I had to step away for a second into the restroom. I think people don't use the argument for the resurrection of Jesus Christ as much as they ought to. And I think part of the reason that some don't is because they don't know it very well. And they all probably watched Gary Habermas describe it.
Well, I agree with you, but my point is that if the question was, what is your favorite argument for the Christian God? Then I guarantee you that the majority of those men, and the reason I say this is I've watched them make the argument and I've watched them answer very similar questions. And it's, the resurrection of Christ. Like that is their go-to in relation to if you're arguing for the Christian God specifically. If you're asking the question from a evidence for the existence of God, they're going to go with the Kalam, the cosmological, the moral, all the things they outlined, right? I guarantee you, if you went and asked William Lane Craig or any other professional philosopher, you asked them the exact same question, and it was, "What's your favorite argument for God?" They're going to respond just like they did. If you ask them, "What's your favorite argument for their Christian God?" It's going to be the resurrection of Christ.
It wouldn't be mine. That wouldn't be mine. That's not my favorite argument for the Christian God. But I think they're a good one.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Tanya was the next person in. I think this is the first time she's been on one of my streams. What's up? Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Hey, we've sorry, we've talked before on Will Kincaid's channel. How you doing? I'd like to change my name a lot. Midnight.
Okay. Yeah. Midnight. Okay, gotcha. Okay, it was showing. Let me see. It was showing me Athena, goddess of wisdom.
Yeah, like I said, I have many names.
Okay, gotcha. Well, then we have talked before. Then, okay, gotcha.
We are Legion.
Welcome,
Just kidding.
welcome to the stream. Anything you want to share real quick?
Nothing much. I just figured I'd come in and hang out on this wonderful Saturday, wonderful Saturday night. It's Easter Sunday. Even though I'm not religious, doesn't mean I can't enjoy the holiday.
Very true. Very true. Well, welcome to the show. Anne-Marie, what's going on, brother? How are you?
I've got my head above water, so I'm doing okay.
Well, glad to hear that. So you got you're going to be having to study hard tomorrow, or going to get?
Oh no, I've been studying a bit throughout the week. I'm actually working on a paper and hanging out in the chat tonight. So I may or may not have a whole lot to say. It depends on what the context is, and I may, depending on how deep I get into the weeds on the paper, I may end up dropping off too. So it just depends. But I'm here for now, so we'll see.
Awesome. Appreciate it. What's up, Andrew? How are you?
Hello. I'm good. It's been a pretty hectic week for me, but yeah. What midnight?
Andrew, yeah, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed.
Okay, hang on. Is there atheist drama going on?
No,
why are you disappointed in Andrew?
It's a joke. It's just a joke.
Has Andrew given into his addiction of interaction with Christians?
Yes. It's all in good fun, though. It's fine.
Well, we all know that the Speed of Pudding gang is in need of a 12-step program. Although, okay, so since you guys engage over there all the time, I'm very curious. What's up with the Leophilius and Immutable suck the life out of philosophy and whatever the other thing was that stream the other night? Like, what was that about?
It was, from what I understand, it was about Speed having a certain view on scientism, and Leo and Immutable, not agreeing with him. I didn't watch the entire. I didn't watch the thing at all. It's one of those arguments where I'm like, I don't really care right now. Like, I'll get to it eventually, but now that's basically what it was.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering what the heck was going on with that. I saw the title and I'm like, okay. I tuned in for a minute and it was only Immutable, and they were like arguing over like chemical states in relation to emotions and stuff. And I was like, okay, this is going to be extraordinarily boring. I'm out of here. I was hoping for I was honestly hoping for a Leo Phileas Speed of Pudding dumpster fire meltdown. To be honest, that's what I was hoping for, but it didn't. It didn't materialize. Sal, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Thank you. I just wanted to come by and congratulate you on 1,300 subscribers. My favorite argument for the existence of God is quotation from Romans 1:20. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made, so they are without excuse.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's one of my favorite Bible passages. So,
yeah, I reference that on many occasions. It's for anybody who doesn't recognize it, I mean, it requires willful suspension of rational thought to circumvent or a refusal to open your mind to the actual evidence. I mean, which I think the stream that was happening over on SFT's channel about Simon Dan kind of put that case in point, right? So he's making a bunch of outdated, borderline dumbass statements, and like one, 2 sentence, in some cases 1 sentence, little one-liners about well, he's just wrong about blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you don't even know what you're talking, like you're not even understanding the point that SFT was making. Like, you literally don't even understand the point he was making, but you're claiming he's wrong when you don't even know what he's talking about. Like, that's the part that blows I find so fascinating. It's getting worse and worse, to be honest. And for all of us that are engaged in debates, it's like, how many times do I have to repeat this before you will stop giving the same response that clearly means you don't comprehend the point? It's quite fascinating. And Neff, you had some fun with that the other night. So last night. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a sidebar. So I was going to do this stream last night, but then I started getting a migraine, and I was laying in bed listening to the debate, and boy, literally made me pass out from boredom. But I think he triggered Neff, because Neff was going on some was giving him some what for on a few occasions.
I don't think he really knows much. He doesn't clearly know much. What he knows is what he thinks he believes about himself and other minds being collectively God. He studied that, and he knows that ridiculous idea, but he doesn't really know much else. And so he's really, I hate to say it, he's easy pickings. I mean, he's just a bug under somebody's foot if they're an informed apologist. Really, the guy, he's not an opponent. He was there to get educated. He wouldn't be an opponent for any reasonable Christian apologist.
Well, what's his argument? He thinks mathematics disproves God or something?
No, he's got this transcendental argument. He thinks that all collective minds are God. It's very Hindu-esque sort of philosophy that he has. So he thinks he's actually part of God. And, instead of a created being, God is, all minds are actually God. It's really weird. It's bizarre. It smacks of Hinduism. And it's just so goofy,
Well, and what's kind of funny too is what I find very interesting about it is he doesn't recognize that part of his argument is all it's doing is describing an attribute of God that we recognize. Like, you do realize you're describing God, right? In terms of one component of what we view God to be. And what I find even more interesting is it's like you're relying on math, but circumventing the premise of there having to be a initiator of the laws of mathematics.
Oh wow! Everything got crowded in here.
What?
The room got crowded. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Oh yeah, we got we got 7 people right now. But the thing I find interesting, I think a lot of folks just kind of forget about, in terms of the quantum cosmology and everything, they're searching for a universal wave function. Like that's what they're trying to find. That's what Hawking was trying to find. All of them, they're always trying to find is that. And it's like, even if you find this, you still don't answer the question of the origination point. Like it's an ongoing conundrum that they never want to talk about. It's like, oh, if we solve this, then we've explained everything. It's like, no, you still have you still have this problem. It's still there. You just made it, like, you just put it in another spot. That's it. And
I think they believe in free energy or something, energy from nowhere.
People have observed, even if there is a universal wave function, there's something that needs to observe it to collapse it. And that actually does lead directly to a conclusion of God too. So it doesn't solve anything. It actually supports theism. This is something that was observed by Frank Tipler and other physicists. They invoke a universal wave function. They said, well, that implies there's an ultimate observer who is omniscient. So, oh well.
Yeah.
So much for that theory.
I brought that up to so many.
quick.
Real quick, Midnight, and I'll let you go. So I brought that. You've heard me bring that up. I know you have, but I brought it up in many debates and conversations. And it's like nobody thinks that. Like Leo, for example, will go into full scale meltdown when you bring up that point. No, they've just proven that. And it's like, no, they have not. Number one. Number two, they've actually been getting further and further towards that point. But even if you solve it and we don't need the observer in our universe, you still inside of our universe, you would still need the observer outside, with the point you were making, right? And one of the in the context of one of the standard, like, well, how did God do it? What was God's method for like creating stuff? And I'm like, okay, for the love of all that is good and holy, use your brain for uno momento. All you have to know, I've used Genesis, as an example of this, right? It's like, okay, so we hear it's the language is, and God said X, and it was so, right? Okay, you can just you can swap the word to, and God thought, and God observed, and it was so. And when you're talking about the collapse into a state, like if we know, like if you're being able to observe something, and that measurement is causing the collapse and the formation of the matter, then the intelligence, the mind, is all that's required for the creation. That's it. And if God is the mind, right, is the spirit being, then he has everything that's necessary for this to be executed. And it's not magic. It actually, it's like science helps to explain this in terms of how would this be possible? Like, come on, folks, this is not that complicated. The math is complicated, but from a conceptual perspective, it's not that complicated to understand. All right, Sal, do you have anything you want to respond to that? And then I'll turn it over to Midnight.
No, go ahead. You said it well.
Go ahead, Midnight.
Okay, I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask Sal if that's the case. Why argue about it? It's over and done with. Can't we move on with our lives? Like, holy hell, you know what I mean?
Well, we have everyday problems and pains to try to figure out and to try to find meaning for our lives. There is probably a school of thought that there's intelligent design in God, but he's rather indifferent to our human problems and pains. And the Christian God identifies with our problems and pains, and he died so that we could be alleviated of that. So I do I mean, I get the sentiment that let's move on with our lives and stop arguing. But if that God that created the universe is personally interested in the affairs of humans, that does make a difference in how we live our lives.
I mean, I'm speaking from my perspective, but I always believe that if a God exists, he put me on this earth to learn from others and question his existence. So I'm gonna continue the question until I die. And if he's like, and if I go to heaven, and he's like, you know what, dude, you tried your best. You know what I mean? You went out there and tried to find the truth for what it was, and I respect that. Just my view, obviously.
That's a good
It's a very unfortunate view because it's going to condemn you to hell when you die.
I don't care, honestly. I'm already going to hell for being gay, so you know.
Okay, so Midnight, do you think that, at least myself personally, do you think I operate from the perspective that because you're gay, that means you're going to hell?
Not you personally, but other people have always said that. So,
Okay, so
you know.
okay, so do you think that from the going to hell perspective, is there any context outside of what people say versus scripture, right? Are people going to hell for stuff other than that?
People, from what I remember, people are going to hell for not believing, which is something that's always bothered me. It's like, okay, well, if it's like, I really hate using analogies like this, but it's like if a child doesn't get it, right? You don't punish the child for not getting it. The child is too dumb to understand. You know what I mean? Like I said, I hate using analogies like this, but
Right, but are you not willfully rejecting this right now?
I mean, I'm only, like I said, I'm only going by my experience, and based on my experiences, I have not seen sufficient evidence to show that a God exists.
Right.
Okay, so which piece of evidence that you've heard us present ad nauseum?
Not you, not you.
No, I'm speaking rhetorically right now. Like, you have been on these streams, you've been in the debates, you've listened to them over and over again. I see you all the time. So we've had conversations in the past, right? So which piece of evidence is just not enough for you?
I don't even know where to go, because I don't remember every argument that's been made. So it's kind of putting me on the spot here.
Well, can I phrase the question a slightly different way? What evidence would convince you that there is a God?
That is a good question, and one that I've always thought about, because if God were to appear before me, I could be wondering, okay, well, am I delusional, or is this really happening? And if it is happening, you guys ever watch Star Trek at all?
Yeah. Which I'm a hardcore Trekkie, so which series?
The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine.
Okay.
All right. Well, there was an interesting episode in the next. I paused because there was some noise with the mics. Somebody was making a little noise, but as I was trying to say, there was an interesting episode in the Next Generation called "The Devil's Due." Right? It was a beautifully done episode. You know the one I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the Enterprise finds itself arriving at this planet where I believe some scientists were there, but the planet was in chaos because it was because it was 1,000 years after like the devil was coming back, their version of the devil was coming back. So the entire planet was in a panic, right? There was looting, there was just everything. So Picard, being who he is, went on the planet and is like, dude, what the hell's going on? Oh, well, our devil is coming back. Picard didn't believe it, but then when she finally shows up, he's like, oh shit. But then throughout the episode, you actually find that she was using, she was using advanced, advanced.
When she's using she had a ship's cloak or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a ship in orbit, or under behind the moon or something that's cloaked. Who was helping her, cause different things, right? To change form, to cause earthquakes or whatever. So Picard, again, being who he was, just questioned it, but then the Enterprise found out that that's what she was doing. So, and I thought, So okay, so if if a God were to appear like that, what are the odds that? No, actually, you know what? Rather than that, I'll use Q. You know what I mean? Like John Delancey.
Yep.
All right. I guess from you could argue that Q is like is a god, but at the same time he could just be a really super advanced alien life form. So how would you tell the difference? You know what I mean? On the other side,
there's good arguments that the intelligent designer is not a space alien, from a biological entity from another world.
but hold on, Neff. I don't know how much you know about Star Trek, but the Q continuum, right? There's a space outside. It's a dimension outside of time and space, right?
So you're using Star Trek as an argument.
Wait,
I'm using Star Trek as an analogy. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Relax.
Right.
Well, real quick, this is just the dream and fantasy of evolutionists. Are you an atheist, Tanya?
Yes.
So, right. So you said that Neff said that only what could have created us is a mind, but you understand that if you refer to aliens, so a logical fallacy, just circular reasoning. Where did those aliens come from? If those aliens have a mind, they must be even more intelligent than we are for creating us. So who created them? I mean, that doesn't make sense because if something has a purpose.
Well, hold on. Well, then who created God? Because if you're gonna accuse me, of circular reasoning, if you're gonna accuse me of circular reasoning,
dude, I'll answer this. Would you agree? Wait, real quick. Would you agree that no matter, even if it's God or anything, at one point there must be an uncaused cause?
You and the uncaused causes, Jesus Christ.
Dude, just answer the question. Holy crap, this is just easy. Yes or no? Do you agree that somewhere in the life there must be an uncaused cause? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
Holy crap, okay.
Just so you don't know the definition. The definition of God.
Here's something to think about. When people speak, including yourself, you're employing what's called semiotics. Semiotics is a property of linguistics, language. And semiotics is the application of meaning to a symbol or the interpretation of meaning from a symbol. That's a non-chemical, non-material process. It's a mental process, not a chemical one. So what this verifies, whenever a person speaks, they verify that there's a non-physical sentient component to them that is the very core of their being, not just a body. That proves that we are more than a physical body, because that which is physical can't create that which is non-physical. And semiotics is non-physical, applying an intangible meaning to a tangible thing. So it's irrational to think that that which is material can create that which is immaterial. Right?
Yeah, and
so here's the point.
So why do we have bodies in the first place?
So hold on. So since we all have a non-physical sentient component that is the core of our being, then and if all things have a cause, then your we would call that, a Christian would call that spirit, right? That's a great way to describe it. Just call it spirit. So since we have a spirit, our spirit, if it's not eternal, it had a cause. See, but none of us have recollection of the universe going back 100,000 or 1,000,000 or 100 million years. We know we're not eternal because our memory is not infinite, right? So we had a cause. So there is a cause to our non-physical being, and that implies that another superior non-physical being is the one that created our sentient non-physical component. And that rightly, logically points directly to the concept of God.
Yeah,
I don't.
Real quick. So I want to go back to the uncaused cause. So do you believe the universe has a cause or it's eternal?
Obviously the universe. Hold on. Obviously,
yes or no?
Let me answer. Obviously, the universe is not eternal. Obviously, it had a cause. But we don't know what that cause is.
Okay, the universe is uneternal. Okay, what is greater than matter?
What?
What is greater than matter?
I don't. That question makes no sense.
Yeah, it does.
No, what do you mean?
Well,
what is greater than matter?
It does make sense when you understand that every physical thing requires a greater physical thing to exist.
All right, so Neff, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't matter can reach entropy, like it will decrease, right?
All
Like,
matter is experiencing entropy
okay, thank you.
everywhere in the universe, and even the Earth and everything
So,
on it. Yeah.
so there you have two explanation. Whether the new universe literally came out of nothing, which nothing is the absence of anything, therefore cannot be possible. Because if you have nothing,
Yeah,
there's
you're not understanding like the whole
dude,
nothing from something thing. There's
dude,
something from nothing.
you literally said that the universe has a beginning. So if
You
it has a
don't
beginning,
understand.
it
Yeah,
must implement.
it has a beginning based on the
Holy! I know you're excited. It's hard for you to admit the truth of God, but you have to keep it down a little
Oh
bit here.
please.
Yeah, I know the truth
Tyler,
hurts you, bro.
Hey guys,
let me explain something.
let
Tyler.
Midnight respond. Let's let Midnight finish his response. Go ahead, Midnight. Make your case about the
Yeah, I'm trying to
something
respond.
for nothing.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond as well as I can. Stuttering doesn't really help, but from what I understand, with my limited understanding, is that is sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Midnight, go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. From what I understand, in my limited understanding, from what the science says, is that the universe emerged from like a tiny dot 13.8 billion years ago. Now 300 million years after that, there's a cloud of gases that that cloud of gas that that eventually expanded into the universe that we're here today, and and it's still expanding. Now there are many theories as to where that energy came from, like the recently posited where our universe actually emerged from a black hole, from a fifth dimensional universe, which that also that also has implications for the black holes in our universe. Like,
Yeah,
you
that
know what I
just
mean?
sounds like a fancy story that has no evidence. Just
That just
God
pushes
and
back the
fancy
problem.
story. So the question posed back is, if there's a black hole, where does all this matter compress in a black hole? And the question really comes back to, I mean, physicists agree that the universe had a cause and a beginning, an ultimate point of beginning. So
Well,
therefore,
they
you
don't
have
know what
two.
that cause is. That's
Dude,
the
I'm explaining,
point
dude,
I'm making.
I'm explaining to you that there's two possibility. Whether the universe came from absolutely nothing, which nothing is defined as the absence of anything, therefore cannot cause anything. If it caused something, it has, basically contained matter. And basically, whether God created the universe. So there's those two options. So which one is more rational?
I'm gonna go with the nothing
Can
from
I
nothing,
clarify
because
something?
go ahead.
Okay,
You know
you're
what?
an idiot.
I know. Hey, heretic. I love being an idiot. Andrew, you talk.
I know you love being an idiot. That's what the
Hey,
scripture
okay.
says.
So we'll let Andrew come in, since he's the only other atheist in the room right now. But before he does, so Midnight, one thing for you to okay. So were you listening when Sal and I were talking about the universal wave function?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so the singularity that you're referring to is still necessitates a universal wave function being in place prior to, or being existing in order for that singularity to happen, right? So even if there's something before the singularity, it too has to have a universal wave function. This is where, from a scientific perspective, it's where you run back into the uncaused caused problem, that at some point you have to have and this point Sal was talking about in terms of the external observer that is not subject to the necessities for space and time for matter to exist. Like, that is the fundamental root problem.
Well,
And
what I was trying to
one final point here. So the point I'm making is the Lawrence Krauses of the world are attempting to gloss this over, of like, oh, well, I'm just going to act like with my nothing from nothing that I don't have to account for this. When you do, because anyway, there's a
Well,
and this where like for the inflationary models and everything, like you still have to account for this. It's recognized that they have to account for this in the a lot of the public framing of the all this stuff. They spew in their little short video talking points and like whatnot. They kind of they use the word again. They gloss over the fact they still have to account for this, and they don't want to because they know, just like we're talking about right now, that when you go down the proverbial rabbit hole, you always run into the problem of the external observer.
okay, I have
a better way of resolving this to
I had
show
a
that the
quick
universe
question.
did
I had
come
a
from
quick.
absolutely nothing. Let me share that with you. We can know that by the philosophy of science that the universe actually did come into being ex nihilo, by nothing, because every material action constitutes an expenditure of energy. So because we have lots of useful energy in the universe today, there cannot have been an infinite number of prior material actions that existed. So if you say the Big Bang is what brought our current universe into existence from some other type of physical material manifestation or cause that existed prior to it, okay, fine and good. But you can't keep doing that infinitely. You have to come to a point where the universe came into existence from nothing.
I
And the
mean,
reason for that is because
Right.
there can't have been an infinite number of material physical causes unless there is a giant infinite energy provider that's constantly creating energy to provide it to replace the energy that's being dispersed. And science tells us that matter and energy cannot be destroyed. They can only be converted one into another. So since nature, natural causes, material ones, can't create matter and energy, there is, and unless you have God constantly adding energy to the universe, which refutes your idea anyway in the beginning, then there can't have been some prior material cause, and then before that a prior material cause, so on and so forth, infinitely. The universe had to come into being from nothing at some point in the past, because entropy occurs every time a material action occurs, and that can't have been going on infinitely. And that's all there is to that. The universe
Because it
had
has
to
to
come into
be
being
greater.
from
The,
nothing.
the cause has to be greater. The energy has to be greater for equilibrium.
Okay, let's let Midnight ask us. I get a question, and then we'll let see if Andrew has anything else to add.
Okay, I guess the question I have, and then I'll let Andrew talk because he's calmer than I am. I'll ask, like, if this God exists, like, why? Hold on, let me think about it. Like, honestly, I'd rather take my chances meeting him when I die than just. I'm thinking for myself. Okay, as I told you before, if this God exists, he put me on this earth to be who I am. And if he wants to punish me after I die, then cool, whatever. But I'm gonna continue to seek the truth I want to seek. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna settle for I'm not gonna settle for easy answers. That's how I see
But,
them. Go ahead,
well,
Andrew.
you can meet him now. You don't have to wait till you meet
I'd rather wait, and I'd rather wait because
I
I'm not
mean,
sure
because
whether that will make me delusional or not. Anyways,
no, because
Andrew, you're next.
he said it's better to talk to the judge. I mean, the advocate first, and to work things out first, than to wait and to meet the judge. But that's
No, that's my
yeah,
choice. All right, Andrew, go ahead.
Right. So I guess if responding to a few things that have been said throughout the talk, I think first of all, responding to the quantum business part of it, from what I understand, the external observer, for instance, like a conscious observer, it isn't clear if like a conscious observer is needed. For instance, like I think many physicists would agree that all that's needed is interactions between quantum objects. So that's one thing, and then the other thing I wanted to say was that to clarify something that was said earlier, that the universe came from nothing. According to those models, which are not consensus at this point. But according to those models, when we say the universe came from nothing, what they mean is that the universe had no prior cause. So like it basically hits a boundary. I think it's called the no boundary proposal. So that's what I want to say for now.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of problems with that whole deal. But
Andrew, you were very calm.
Hey guys,
Because
so
it has to take more energy.
quick time out. So PineCreek has shown up. So when I say welcome, what's up, Doug? How are you?
Good, thanks for inviting me. My kids are watching a movie in the other room, so if it's too loud, I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. But yeah,
hello, PineCreek.
Hey, everybody, be quiet.
I caught the beginning, and it sounds like we're all agreed, so it's really, really good.
So are you claiming that you weren't trying to obfuscate the differentiation?
No, just the opposite. Just the opposite. I was trying to make it short.
Okay, so you were trying to make it very short, but then you specified like, why are they not talking about the resurrection? But you stated in the original on February 6th, I think it was 2020, that they were probably not saying so because they were looking at it from the argument for God in general versus argument for the Christian God, correct?
Yeah, they were viewing it from the philosophical God, the gods that don't exist. The only God that exists is the God of Christianity. So that's where they should focus, right?
Well, you're deciding what they should do. I'm talking about your video you published on the 20th or whatever.
Yeah, that's what
of March.
Yeah.
So in that context, you were it seemed to me that you were trying to imply that they didn't have confidence in the resurrection, which is why they weren't using it.
Yeah, I think if your confidence that Jesus Christ rose from the dead is just as high as your confidence that a philosophical God exists, I think that should, as a Christian, that should be your go-to.
Right,
and I bet you anything.
But again, so from a confidence in it in relation to arguing for the Christian God has zero bearing if you're being asked a question from a philosophical perspective for a deductive argument to be put forth in terms of what is your favorite argument, which given the fact that they all responded with well-recognized philosophical arguments for God.
I understand that.
No.
I understand everything you're saying.
Hang on. Okay, then if you understand me, then how is that in any way, shape, form, or fashion lend credence to your position that they should have presented the resurrection of Christ in relation to the general God arguments from a philosophical perspective versus...
I understand your question, John.
Hang on, let me finish my point. If the question was, what's your favorite argument for the Christian God? What do you think they would have responded?
From their perspective, there is no other God but the Christian God.
That's not the question I asked you. I just asked you a question. You're answering my question with a question.
I understand. So there's a cumulative case.
If the question was,
John, I understand your question. I understand your point.
Then answer my question directly and not ask with another question.
Okay, listen closely. I understand that there's arguments for a nebulous philosophical God, and that's what was in their brain when the questioner asked Cameron Bertuzzi that question. I get it. And so that's why they gave the answer, the typical philosophical arguments for God type of arguments. I get it. Now here's my point. From their perspective, as an internal critique from their worldview, there are no other gods. There's only the Christian God, correct?
What relevance does this have to the whole point that I've been making about your video?
My point is
you're obfuscating once more.
My point is this, that if Christianity is true, which the apologetic empire believes so, then you get a 2-for-1 deal. The bodily resurrection of Jesus, the incarnate God, is evidence for a God existing because he's walked among them. Correct?
Correct.
It's not like we can show it to you.
But this has nothing to do with the point that I am making and the obvious intent of your video.
What do you think my intent of my video was?
I think your intent was to, you admitted what your intent was. It was to showcase,
what's my intent?
To showcase that somehow they don't actually have confidence in the resurrection of Christ.
No, that was not my point.
Jesus missing. Favorite arguments for God's existence. So let's play the videos again, because I'm pretty sure you can pretty close to stating that. Let's go and listen to your words again.
I remember my words. What is your favorite argument for God's existence? I'm just going to be quick. I'm not going to give an explanation of it. Mine is the argument from contingency. So we'll just pass it on.
Transcendental argument for God's existence.
Variations of the moral argument. I think the moral argument would be my favorite.
The moral argument.
The moral argument is the most relevant. You get most questions on the moral argument. I like the cosmological argument, though, because it gives you the most attributes of God.
I would make an argument on the irrationality of the contrary.
Probably the argument from consciousness or the contingency argument, maybe the Kalam. I don't know. I like a lot of them.
Well, I'll say the moral argument, and obviously, it connects with people if you've really been through some suffering, right? So I'm sure that you've been through that. So
My followers will know what I'm going to say. It's the emergent universe of the digital physics argument. You want to know more? See my video, The Emergent Universe.
I'd say the fine-tuned argument. I think that order is obvious to most people, and it can't come from chaos.
I hate to say I don't have a favorite. It kind of depends on the person I'm talking to, but I would lean towards the moral argument if you put me in a corner.
That would be two, but man, it's funny how that worked out. But I guess if I had to pick one, either Aquinas' fifth way or the Kalam, which is two. So there you go.
Now, notice what they didn't say. The bodily resurrection of Jesus Christ is pretty good evidence for God, is it not? They did. None of them said that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that
Is
was
there anybody here who disagrees with that?
Okay, so would you say that with your little couple sentences at the end there, would you say that you represented things differently than you did in the original video?
No, well, it's out of context because it's a short video.
So you took it out of context?
Of course.
Okay. So you admit
because it's a short video. When you read any passage of scripture, you're taking it out of context of the big Bible. But is there anybody in here who disagrees with what I said? That the resurrection of Jesus is pretty powerful evidence that a God exists.
Pretty powerful.
You think it's powerful?
I don't think it's the best argument that God exists. I think the cosmological argument is a better one. And the reason I say that is because it's too easy for an atheist to dismiss the account, the biblical account, because they'll come up with all kinds of excuses like, well, it was a conspiracy. They conspired. Of course, you can shoot all that down, but they'll believe all kinds of things like, oh no, these guys made the whole thing up. Who even wrote the gospel? Do you even know? They'll come up with all kinds of ways to try to get around that.
I agree. I'm hearing you say that the arguments for a God existing is better than the arguments for the resurrection. Am I hearing you correctly?
I don't say it's a better argument. It's a better, or let me put it like this. It's not as effective, I don't think, in causing an atheist to doubt that they should continue being an atheist, as my personal opinion, as the cosmological argument, because firstly, as I said, they're going to try to reason it away as just some written account by some Jewish, fisherman
I get
and
you.
a tax collector.
I understand.
Okay.
I think the better thing to say is the evidence for some general God is more accessible than evidence of the resurrection. I think.
What do you mean by that, Sal?
I think
more
the argument that Jesus must be God, and if God existed, he would be Jesus. He has to be Jesus, based on the attributes of Jesus, the attributes of God described in the Bible, and this culminating in Jesus Christ.
Well, Nephilim, Sal said something amazing. Sal, can you repeat what you just said? You said something about.
Okay, the argument that Jesus must be God, and there could be no
Sal
other
said
God.
something.
I'm partially meeting you halfway, PineCreek.
I think you meet me all the way.
If you want to characterize,
I think you agree with me.
Because Jesus appeared to 500 chosen people.
Yes.
The rest is by word of mouth. And that's what I meant by accessible. He was much more accessible to those 500 witnesses than he is to us today in that sense.
So isn't the resurrection of Jesus better evidence than any cosmological argument?
Is it enough for you to believe?
There's a lot of word lawyering here, and I sense that. And
it's a simple question.
This is not no. I don't like your definitions here of what's better or good. That's not accurate.
I'm asking your opinion.
I specifically used the word accessible. You're trying to put value judgments.
You said accessible, not me.
So I'm done.
Is it enough? Is it enough for you?
Well, can I I'm about to leave. I was just gonna thank John to for letting me on here.
Oh, Tanya, I heard what you said earlier about actually John asked you what would convince you that a God exists, and you were thinking, but think of someone that you love that has died, and if John were to pray in the name of Jesus that they come back to life, like been dead for months, wouldn't you believe in God at that point?
I'm gonna be honest here and say no, because there could be a million other explanations for that.
No, but he prayed in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, but again, there could be a million other explanations for that.
Yeah, I think what Tanya is saying is that the cumulative case for God begins very broadly with the cosmological argument, and the idea of the minimal facts argument, the resurrection argument, when that's according to people like Craig, it's an abductive argument, which is to say that you're seeking the best explanation for the data. So you're already considering the God hypothesis when you're discussing something like a minimal facts argument. So God has to already be coherent and a plausible explanation before you even entertain the argument. And that's why I think that when
Danny, what happened to you? I actually agree with you. Holy crap.
If someone were an atheist back in the 1st century, there were probably very few atheists back then, but who knows? And they didn't believe any God existed, but they saw this guy named Jesus walk around. He didn't personally see any miracles, but then he sees Jesus die and then sees Jesus come back to life and remembers Jesus predicted this. Wouldn't this be pretty good evidence that a God exists?
Well, I might say some things, but the point is that...
One quick interjection, I'll let you back up. So, Doug, did you listen to a word that Sal just said?
Yes, I listened to all of it.
Okay, so what was the point that Sal made?
His point was that the cosmological arguments are more accessible to a greater amount of people than the evidence of the resurrection found in the Bible, just to 500.
Right, and so in the context of you're talking about from that time frame, right? In that timeline, or portion of the timeline, then you're right. The having seen a miracle would have a greater importance and greater credibility. Then are we do you have a time machine?
No.
Okay,
I do.
Does it have a flux capacitor?
Yes.
But are you saying that the accounts in the New Testament could be wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Well, it says that
no,
and it's a done deal, right?
No, I'm saying in the context of the philosophical the arguments about this now. Okay, are we 2,000 years removed?
No.
Are we 2,000 years
removed?
removed?
Yes.
Okay, so what is one of the very common new atheist ad nauseum arguments about Jesus Christ right now?
I don't know what you're getting at. No.
Okay, well, we hear ad nauseum from people like Godless Engineer, for example. I don't even know. We don't even know if Jesus actually even existed. Right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And that kind of crap is being spewed everywhere, very aggressively, with the utmost supreme confidence that the experts say this, right?
I would disagree.
Which is not actually true. And my point is that in the context of you're looking at this from a macro case level, so let me put it in a different context. If I'm a lawyer and I am going to court, am I going to only rely on a single piece of eyewitness testimony, or am I going to, in my opening statement, I'm going to outline the general overview of all of the high-level points, and then
there's
I'm
a cumulative case for Jesus's resurrection.
And there's and hang on, and is there also a cumulative case that's presented for the existence of God? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
But this is what. Can I repeat back what you're saying to show you that I'm listening to you?
Go ahead.
Okay. What you're saying is that there's people like Godless Engineer and other atheists who basically do not believe, and they question and they throw out counter evidence or whatever to show that the evidence that Jesus Christ rose from the dead is not that strong. And so what you're saying, and maybe other people in this room are saying, but the evidence that a God exists is also a cumulative case, and it's more, as Sal's words, more accessible maybe, because we're 2,000 years now as it was that was 2,000 years ago. Am I hearing you right?
You're hearing me right, but I think you're missing the macro point, which is
No, I get the macro point.
Okay. No. If the kalam and the moral argument and the cosmological, let's assume those are all 100% debunked. Is the resurrection of Jesus going to have any relevance if all of the other arguments have been completely annihilated?
I say yes, because if someone
really,
yes, and here's why. Because just like you said that people like Godless Engineer can poke holes in the resurrection cumulative case, we all know here that there's people who poke. Now, you guys disagree with this, but we all know here that there's people who poke holes on any philosophical argument for God. This is why there's debates on it. So your stance that, well, we got to start with the cumulative case for God first has a flaw in it, because just like we can poke holes in the resurrection accounts, you can poke holes in the philosophical arguments.
Okay,
am
so
I
you're
wrong?
Okay, so you're now spinning. Hang on, guys. So you're now spinning the whole point of this entire interaction.
Can you state your point in one sentence?
You are attempting to spin the point.
How am I spinning the point?
Okay,
every step of the way, I've steel-manned you, and I've repeated back what you said.
No. You're spinning it from the context of why I was calling you out.
Okay, why were you calling me out?
Because you clearly were putting forth the position that they must not have confidence in the resurrection of Jesus Christ being the best argument for the existence of God.
Do you have confidence in the resurrection of Jesus, that that's a good argument for God?
Absolutely.
I do have confidence in it.
Okay, so then why would you mention Jesus as a reason?
But what was the question in the video that you were analyzing? What was the question, Doug?
Favorite argument for God.
Right. Was it favorite argument for the Christian God or favorite argument for God?
There's only one God from their perspective.
No.
Christian God.
No. From a philosophical perspective.
Are there other gods existing other than the Christian God?
Doug, you're trying to spin the truth again. From a philosophical perspective, do people argue first for the existence of a God, period? Yes or no?
Some, I would say most do, but not all.
Oh, the vast majority, correct? You started.
Sure,
that
I would admit that, but I'm saying I'm proposing to Christians that they should flip that and they should start with Jesus first.
They could do that. You're right,
Yes.
but in the context in which this whole thing has been derived, you were trying to spin it that they did not have the confidence in it, because if they did, then it would be their first argument.
Yes,
right.
That's not a spin. That's just a point blank claim.
Okay, but you're also simultaneously admitting that the context of the question would actually lend itself from a philosophical perspective to things like the kalam or the cosmological or the moral argument or the contingency argument in relation to the question at hand in the video in which you were watching and analyzing.
The whole video, these are 12 Christians who don't believe any other gods exist other than the Christian God.
You know that.
And I know that, yeah, those are 12 Christians.
They believe in the resurrection and you don't.
That's correct.
But you know that already. You know that already.
Yes. And so my point, this is my appeal. I'm begging Christians, if you truly believe that the resurrection happened, if you truly believe that Jesus was God in flesh, my opinion is, and you guys can disagree with me, is that's where you should start when you're trying to prove that God exists. Jesus walked around as God.
Really quick. I can explain why that's not a good method, because as you will know, there's plenty of atheists they're open to anything but the Christian God. So you would,
that's their
of course,
problem.
first argue whether or not a God exists, and once they will allow a God, then you can use a deductive argument to bring them to the Christian God. So that's why John's making a very valid point.
How did Elijah demonstrate that there's only one true God, Yahweh?
That's not the point. That's not the point.
No,
that I made.
this is scripture.
There's a lot of people around the world that believe in a lot of other gods, false gods, whatever it might be.
Miracle.
So people can be open to the idea that there is another God. And so
Nephilim,
if someone is
I think
closed
Nephilim
off,
agrees with me here.
Yeah, redefine is exactly right. And the typical atheist, it would be more inclined to believe in some God before he would believe in the God of the Bible. That's the God they don't.
But as a Christian,
that's
what
the
good
God
is
they
that?
for sure don't want to
Doug,
believe.
you're obvious. You're being an extremely obvious obfuscator. It's very blatantly obvious. Okay, so in the context that you're trying to spin this to in terms of Elijah, I assume you're referring to the prophets of Baal and
Yes.
okay, cool. So which God was being proven at that point?
Yahweh.
Okay,
There
cool.
was two trying to be proven.
Which is
actually.
Jesus.
No, there was two gods trying to be proved there.
True, actually, whether it's Baal or
right.
Yahweh. But I'm talking about in relation to Elijah's perspective, right? Elijah was calling on Yahweh, right? Calling down fire. Okay, so in that context, was a specific theistic God being put forth at that particular moment? Yes or no?
Yes, but actually more than one.
I'm talking about from Elijah. I know he is. From Elijah's perspective, he was there to defend or to call upon Yahweh, right? Not somebody else.
Right, and there was other people there calling upon Baal.
Correct.
And denying Yahweh.
Many gods.
So again, the point is that you're now trying to again go back to a hyper-specific defense point versus what the context was in terms of the video that I am calling you out on. Now, if the question in the video you were reviewing had been, what is your favorite argument for the Christian God? And they didn't start with the resurrection, or at least half of them or whatever didn't have that as their foundational argument, then I would be agreeing with you.
Do you think, John, that
that was not the context, just like in terms of the prophets of Baal.
I understand.
Were they saying, do you not believe in a particular God right now? I mean, or is it a nebulous, unknown God that you're calling on? Is that what was happening with Elijah?
Yeah, there's some people believe some gods exist.
I'm talking about in relation to Elijah.
What's your question?
Was Elijah attempting to prove that some unknown God was the God of the Israelites?
No, and I'm saying you should follow Elijah's example. He wasn't trying to prove some unknown philosophical God. He was trying to prove the one and true God. And what Christians should be doing.
Dude, what we should be doing has nothing to do with the question at hand of a video that you were clearly attempting to put forth that somehow they lacked confidence in their own belief in Christianity.
I do think that
was that your intent? Yes or no?
No, my intent was to show not that they lacked confidence, that their confidence in a nebulous philosophical God, I think, is higher, not to say it's zero, higher than the confidence that they have in the resurrection and the biblical account.
And you're making that case because they didn't start with an argument that from a philosophical perspective wouldn't be the starting point from a philosophical perspective in relation to that question that was asked to them. So you are attempting to spin the context of the supposed evidence that you're putting forth about their deprecation in confidence and being more confident in nebulous God.
So many times, are you trying to make me look bad?
PineCreek, you're also presenting a false dilemma because you're saying that you can only do one or the other, and I disagree with that. So I can prove the Christian God by first coming to the conclusion that there is a God. So you're just trying to eliminate a step. It's a false dilemma.
No. I'm saying
you are. That's exactly what you're doing. So I can first get somebody to agree that there's a God, and then once they agree that there's a God, I can lead them to the Christian God. It's the same goal. You're trying to say there's a false dilemma because I'm not immediately jumping to the Christian God.
I understand.
So you're trying to remove steps from the stairway, and I'm saying no, you're wrong.
No, I listen to me closely. Read the plan. I'm saying you can do it the way you guys are doing it, top down. That's what the way you. But I'm suggesting you should do it bottom up. Both can work.
Well, what's your position? Are you an atheist or a Christian or what?
I'm an atheist.
We have all the evidence. We have all the evidence.
So you're going to tell a Christian how to do it?
What evidence do you have?
Hey,
yes.
So Doug, if somebody's in a church, in a Christian church, and is looking for answers, do you think they're asking questions about the Christian God specifically?
In a Christian church?
Yeah.
No, not the Christian members, no.
No. I'm saying somebody. Let's say it's an atheist in a Christian church, right? And they're having questions, and they may be seeking answers, right?
Yeah.
In that context, do you think that the pastor, the minister, or whatever, is going to probably immediately go to something such as the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Okay. In a philosophy class, and somebody is talking about questioning the existence of God, do you think they're going to start with something like the Kalam, for example?
Yes.
Then what the hell is the point of this entire conversation we're having in you continuing on your train of thought when the entire point that's being made, and per your own admission, was the case of the question?
Can you, John,
in the video in which you were
I've
reviewing?
repeated back at least on 3 occasions, I think, your position, and I think you've agreed that I've understood you. What do you think? Can you steel man me? What is my point? What am I trying to get across?
You have no position or basis or evidence.
Wait, if I could say something, I think PineCreek would agree that it sort of depends whether you should take a top-down or down-top approach to Christianity or proving the existence of God, right? Think about missionaries, for instance. Missionaries are not equipped with philosophical arguments for the existence of God. When they go to Haiti or the Congo, they don't start with the Kalam. They actually start with Jesus. So there are most Christians actually, believe it or not, in the non-apologetics, non-philosophical realm, start with Jesus. So Christians do that. Now, I want
Jesus started with Jesus. Jesus didn't start with the Kalam.
But I want to point out a disanalogy with the Elijah case, right? We live in a different climate. Back then, atheism wasn't rampant, right? Today, atheism is much more popular than Elijah's time. Everyone around Elijah's time already started with, yes, there is some kind of supernatural, there's a deity. Now it's just a question of which one, right? But that's not on YouTube and philosophy and the secularism becoming a prominent sort of feature of society. Then things like natural theology, which discusses like arguments like cosmological arguments, problems of evil, all of these philosophical, abstract arguments are starting to emerge in response to that, right? You didn't have that kind of thing back in biblical times. There was no atheism or secularism that was prominent. People were either pagan or not, right? So that's a disanalogy in what you were saying. But
that's what we're being attacked
I think that
with.
you could all agree with PineCreek to the extent that it just depends who you're talking to, whether you should take a top-down approach or down-top. And I think that I will, as an atheist...
So Danny, we've all agreed with that point. We've all agreed with that.
That's my point. Do you agree with me?
No. So not in the context of the BS that you were trying to put forth in your video. The only thing we're questioning.
What did you disagree with me?
The only thing I'm calling you out on is the context of your video.
That is short. That's what
every video you make is like
the fact that you had a longer. Okay, what did you title the new video?
Jesus missing.
Right, and you framed it in the context of if they're Christians, this should be their foundational argument.
Yeah, in my opinion, if you believe Jesus Christ is God, then you should start with Jesus.
Right, and then you framed it in the context that if you were asked a question, right, regardless of the context of the question, right, that should be your response. That's the way you framed it.
Yes.
Okay, but per your own admission, that wasn't the context of the question. So were you?
I'm saying the context
were you, or
is
were
wrong.
you not spinning the context of the question in your video?
You've said the word spin like 10 times already. Why do you want to make me out to be like this terrible person who's trying to?
Because you do that. Because you try to look for the worst possible angle for things that are done by people.
I've had a couple Christians watch that video.
That's your entire channel, Doug.
I have.
You don't even believe in the resurrection.
Are you trying to say, PineCreek? So are you saying that only the Christian God is the coherent God? None of the other gods are coherent. They're all just a disaster, but only the Christian God makes sense. Is that your position?
No, I don't believe any gods exist. However,
okay. So whoa! What? Say that again. Say that again.
I do not believe any gods exist.
Okay, so then it would make sense for me to first convince you that God exists.
No.
Why not?
Very uneducated.
Because if you're a Christian, you should start.
No, you
with
just
Jesus.
contradicted yourself. So let me also just make one point. So if I remember, and I might be wrong, so if I remember correctly, one of the guys' answer was, it depends on who I'm talking to, and that was the guy that you mocked. And in my opinion is, it does matter.
If you're a Christian, you
Is he
should
not
start
moral?
with Jesus. Does
Well,
anybody
no,
here
he said it depends on who you're
PineCreek.
talking to, because if you're talking to somebody that has a different position, someone that says, oh, there can be, anything but God, anything but the Christian God, aliens, this and that, then it depends. And why would I make an argument with somebody who just, like, if I'm arguing at a level that's way higher than somebody could comprehend, or maybe too low that they don't comprehend,
Was the question
that
for
wouldn't
even-
make sense. So you would want to present an accurate argument.
Now, the
to
question
whoever you're
could have
talking to.
been in their minds an evangelical tool, but I didn't get that. It wasn't clear if the arguments for an evangelical tool or to raise the confidence of them personally. I took it as a philosophical argument for God that raises their own confidence. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
So what field do
Let me
you?
ask you something. Since you seem to be on board that the case for the resurrection of Jesus is the best argument for God.
My point is that's what I think the Christians should start. If they are Christian.
Okay, so then you think that because you think that's probably that would be the best argument, isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's where they should start.
Okay, so let's just cut to the chase then. Why don't you believe the case for the resurrection of Jesus? What argument do you have against it? What do you think refutes the case
That changes
for
the
the
subject.
resurrection?
That just completely changes the subject.
That changes the subject. But I'm willing to go there. In fact, I prefer to go there.
But I mean, I don't really know what good it does to talk for hours at a time about whether or not he's right or wrong about whether or not the case for the resurrection is better than the cosmological argument or whatever. We're not really getting to the point of the whole matter of the thing. He's expressing this because he obviously thinks that the case for the resurrection of Jesus is probably the superior argument for the existence of God.
For Christians, yes.
Okay, so if you don't believe it, can you give us a reason that it's a failed argument?
Sure. Thank you for asking that question. That's a great question. I come from the point of view where I don't think you have to prove it didn't happen. I think that's wrong to come at that default position. I hope most of you in here agree with that. So when I look at the evidence, I ask myself the what's more likely question. What's more likely, that a creed says that Jesus appeared to 500 people and to 12 and finally to Paul, or that a text says that happened and maybe it didn't? In other words, there's other explanations. Like Paul could just be a flat out liar. Like if you weren't Christian, and if you had no skin, if you had no skin in the game, you could say.
Okay, so if Paul was a liar.
No, I'm not saying. Hey,
okay, I know you didn't say he was. I didn't say you said he was a liar.
I'm trying to answer your question of why I don't believe it. So I don't want to get bogged down on each little thing I'm saying. Overall, I don't think that the evidence is sufficient, and I think
that. That's why we're talking about the whole timeline. There's a whole timeline in history of the prophecies of Jesus.
Yes, I understand there's prophecies, and I understand there's a cumulative case. I get all that, but
but you're pointing out these things like Paul could be a liar and things, and so they're worthy of being questioned. If these are your cumulative reasons for disbelieving the case for the resurrection, so let's talk for just a moment about this idea that Paul could be a liar. If Paul was a liar, how would that negate Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Exactly right. Then we would go to the next thing.
It wouldn't, right? No.
Nephilim, can I ask you a question?
Well, let me talk for just a second first. So I think it's irrational to say that Paul would be a liar, considering, what he, being a Pharisee, and knowing that if he adopts this religion, if he believes it, he knows he's going to become an evangelist because it's such a moving thing for him that if I'm obligated by myself to share this message with others. I know that if I do this, I know what's going to happen to me. I'm not going to be a Pharisee anymore. I'm going to be ousted from my own culture. I'm going to lose the shirt on my back. I'm going to become an outcast of my own society, hated by the majority of Jews, and probably hunted by the Roman army. I don't think that's a good a motivation to tell a lie, especially since you gained no relational or sexual
Nephilim.
I mean, hold on. Hold on one
You've
second.
been talking for like a minute already.
He's not going to. What's he going to gain? What's the motive for it? He's not going to gain anything financial from it. In fact, he knew that he would lose everything, and so what power would he gain? You know, Dr. Gary Habermas says, and I think he's completely right. There's three basic causes, motivations for any crime or conspiracy. There is power, relational or sexual lust, or financial gain. Right? Paul couldn't have. Financial gain is out. He knew he would lose everything.
Definitely.
Sexual lust, that's out because of the message he taught was against that idea. And then power, how's he going to gain power when he knows he's going to be ousted by his own culture and probably hunted by the Romans? So can you tell us
what happened?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly, to the apostles. In fact,
I'm gonna ask you, Nephilim. Can I ask you a question?
Well, let me. I'm almost finished.
How many more minutes?
Man, atheists do this crap all the time. It just gets under my skin.
Well,
when they hear somebody making an argument they don't like, they want to shut it down. Cool your jets and let me finish.
Job says to wait till the person
shut it
finishes
down
talking.
because you don't like what I'm saying. I know what I've
No,
been doing it a long
that's not
time.
the
I know
issue.
what you're doing.
The issue is
Yeah,
I've
it
heard this
is.
1,000 times.
No, it's because you don't want to hear it.
I've heard this 1,000
I'm almost done. So since I've made an argument that there's no valid motive for Paul to tell a lie, and we haven't touched upon the other things you talked about. We're just talking about Paul lying about his experience with the resurrection of Jesus. So what motivation? There would have to be a motive for Paul to do this, to conspire this lie, to tell this lie, and it would just happen to match what Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John say. Okay, so what would he gain from it? What would be the motivation for somebody ruining their life to get gaining nothing financially or relationally out of it? What's the motivation for Paul to telling a lie so that we can think that it's rational that Paul could have been a liar?
I never said that Paul was a liar. I'm saying that's
I
one
didn't say you said Paul's a liar. Don't straw man me.
I'm just repeating. I'm just making sure everybody makes that clear and hears that. I'm not saying Paul purposely lied, okay? But now,
So you did say that.
I understand that, Nephilim. I understand you never said that I called Paul. I get you.
We're
But now,
examining the idea, right?
now let me ask you a question. If all you had was the 1 Corinthians Creed, 1 Corinthians.
Wait, didn't I
15,
ask you a question and you want to ask me one?
what would his motivation be?
I
The
asked
same
you
motivation?
What would be the motive for doing the lie?
His motivation would be the same as any other person who truly believes that they've seen a miracle or that God has touched their life or that they believe a religion is true. The same motive Joseph Smith had, the same motivation that Muhammad had.
No, not the same motive as Joseph Smith. You're wrong on that.
So what
Joseph
is this
Smith was a
motive?
crook.
Totally.
Let me ask
He was
you
a
a
fraud.
question.
That's not.
Well,
That's,
so
you
what
can't
is
put
the
him in the
motive?
same
Let me ask you a question.
We haven't
Nephilim.
heard you state what this motive could be.
This motive would be that they truly believed it, but that doesn't mean
Okay,
that
so
actually
that's
happened.
not a conspiracy.
That's not
then.
true.
It's
That's
never
not
said it was a
true.
conspiracy.
You can't even
I never
demonstrate
said it was
that.
a conspiracy.
Okay,
Now,
so
Nephilim, let me ask you a question. If
it's
all
not
you had
Paul
was
being
the
a
1
liar.
Corinthians 15 Creed, would you believe in the resurrection of Jesus?
So basically, all you're saying is Paul could have
That's
been
not all
wrong,
we
not
have.
that he lied. Okay.
Wait,
If
hold
Paul
on,
could have
hold
been
on, hold
wrong.
on. I have a really quick. I have a really important question. So, how can you demonstrate that their motives were the same? How can you demonstrate that these people were motivated by
I
one thing
can't.
or another?
No,
Okay, so
he's
don't say
admitted-
that they're. Don't say you just did. You just said that they're
He's
all
admitted
motivated
that
by
the
the same
motive
thing.
is that
That
Paul
Paul
believed.
is motivated
saying
the
it
same
could have
way
been
that
the
Joseph
same.
Smith and everyone else, and that's just false.
No,
You
he's
can't support
admitted that
that.
Paul. He's admitted that Paul could be wrong because he
Well, no, but
sincerely
what I'm
believed.
saying is Joseph Smith was motivated by different reasons than the apostles.
Well,
That's
I
just
agree
false.
with you on
You
that.
can't demonstrate that they're all motivated the same way because they truly believe something. You
Hey,
can't say
Redefine,
that
can I ask
Joseph
you a
Smith
question?
believed one thing or another. No, that guy was motivated because he was a
Redefine, can I
crook.
ask you a question?
Sure.
If all you had was the 1 Corinthians 15 Creed, would you believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead?
Well, let me ask you a couple
Paul
questions.
could have been wrong. Okay.
Can you answer my question,
PineCreek,
Redefine?
PineCreek.
have
If
all
your
the
car
evidence
was
on
making
the
a
side.
strange noise, who would you take it to get it diagnosed?
Can you answer my question first?
We have all the evidence
No.
on our side, not just
No.
May I ask why you
what
will not
what
answer that question? I answered
what
Nephilim's question.
qualifies you? What qualifies you to be a mechanic?
Redefine, if all you had was the 1 Corinthians 15 Creed, would you believe in the resurrection of Jesus if that's all you had?
I don't know.
So
I don't know how to answer that.
if Paul could have been wrong,
I don't know
then
how
you
to
could
answer
be
I
that.
wouldn't. How about you, Nephilim? If all you had was the
all
First
of
Corinthians
history.
15 creed, would you believe in Jesus, that Jesus Christ rose from the dead?
No, that wouldn't be sufficient for me. However,
Thank you. See, see,
but
defined.
wait,
That's how you answer a question.
but wait.
No,
here's
I'm
the
saying
thing.
that I can't
You
answer
pointed
that
out
because
that Paul
my
could have been
situation
wrong.
is different. I came out of atheism. I wasn't searching in the way that somebody else might be. So my story is much different, and that's
Is
the
there
point that I'm
anyone
making
here?
to you. If you wouldn't take your car to the kid down the street if it was making a noise, you would take it to a mechanic. And in the same way, like you're not qualified to say, well, I think Christians should do this or Christians. So PineCreek, let me ask you, how many
can't give
times
my
have you
opinion?
led someone? How many times have you witnessed
No, we
to
can't.
somebody for the Christian faith and led them in the sinner's prayer? Have you ever done that once? Have you
Yes.
ever witnessed to someone and brought them
Yes.
to the faith? How so?
I don't know. I don't know the mind of or the heart of the person, but yeah, I was a Christian for 30 years.
So, Doug, you say
And why'd
Paul
you
could
walk
have been
away then?
wrong.
Why'd you walk away?
What's that, Nephilim?
Why'd you walk away?
What? Because I realized that the reasons I had were not sufficient. Just for the same reason. Just for the same reason. Like my next question for you.
No, I don't
Didn't
believe
really
that.
believe. You didn't
So,
really
Doug,
believe.
Yeah.
Doug,
Well,
the thing is, you've admitted that Paul's motive for espousing the resurrection of Jesus was that, well, he believed it. Okay, that's not a conspiracy to tell a lie.
Never said it was.
That's okay, right? But
Would
you
you
see,
agree?
you used the word lie though instead of
so
mistaken.
that was one possible explanation,
okay,
which is more likely than a resurrection.
Okay, so he could have been wrong. Let's just pretend for a second. He could have
Okay.
been wrong, but he could have been right.
That's right.
So then you're admitting you don't really have any reason to believe. What reason
Well,
to believe that
Nephilim.
Paul was wrong do you
Nephilim.
have so that you would mention that Paul could be wrong?
Nephilim, we have millions of examples in life of people truly believing something and being mistaken. And we have millions of examples in life of people lying. How many examples do we have of people rising from the dead?
Okay.
So show us where we're wrong. Show us where we're wrong with what we're believing.
So
that
then
question I just asked is a showing how you could be wrong.
Show us
PineCreek,
what's wrong.
are false gods consistent with the Bible?
Because all the evidence is on our side. Show us where we're wrong.
Are false gods consistent? Are they explained in the scripture?
Are false gods explained in Scripture? I'll
Yeah.
say yes.
Okay.
Doug, if the
So you just asked how somebody could be wrong. I just explained to you they've been deceived just like you.
By
the enemy. That's all explained in Scripture too. Did you not read that in your 30 years as a Christian?
Yeah, so you're saying that Satan can deceive people in
Well,
believing
his
false
little
things?
minions, yeah, sure. People are deceived just like Joseph Smith.
How do you know you're not deceived? Redefine.
Because I have the Word of God.
How do you know it's the Word of God?
Because I have a divine. How do you know you're not deceived? Divine intervention is how I know I'm not deceived. I have scripture that tells me I'm not deceived.
Doug,
What do you have? I have an objective. I have an objective truth. I have objective truth.
How do you know it's objective truth?
Doug,
What
if
do you
the
have? Objective
supernatural
truth.
exists, then
What do you
Yeah,
have?
it starts with the Creator.
Objective truth and divine intervention.
Starts with a Creator. You have
Doug,
to
if-
you have
We got
to
3 people
understand you have
talking
a
at the same
Creator.
time.
If you don't understand you have a Creator, you're not going to understand anything.
Well, no.
Doug,
You have to
if the
start there.
supernatural exists, then
Okay,
it's
guys,
very
guys,
possible that Paul
guys,
was right, isn't it?
guys.
Wouldn't that be right?
Listen, I've been trying to let you guys have a little bit of free for all. Everybody needs to stop talking over everybody, or I'm going to start putting people on mute. Okay, so let people talk. Keep your mouth freaking shut until they get done, and then people can come into it.
Well, I'll just let you know, John, that if
everybody.
I'll just let you know, John, that if someone's going to talk and just preach for 5 minutes, and I'll leave, like, because it's just not worth my time. But if someone wants to ask like a short question of me, I'll try my best to answer it, and I'll ask a short question, and they can try to answer it. But
So
I don't. It's just like it's not worth like. Me
So you
sitting
can
through
see
5
the
minutes
need
of-
for.
So Doug,
Do you see?
I literally just came back in to try and prevent that, and you want to go and then you want to whine after I literally just came in to prevent what you're now whining about, and it's not worth my time. I literally just came in out of respect for your time and for the overall conversation. So, are you attempting to put your little snarky BS spin on the whole point that I was making? Because it seems like that's what you do.
I
everywhere.
think at this point I have to just agree with everything you. I have to agree with everything you say, John. I'm whiny. I'm snarky. I'm spinny.
Well, cool. I'm glad you're able to concede.
I'll just have to admit that.
I'm glad you're able to concede with snark and spin.
Because I think
and
for
bovine
you just
scatology.
need
That's
to
awesome.
win, right?
That's awesome.
So
can I ask the first question?
Coming from the guy who's answering questions with questions ad nauseum.
So, Doug, can I ask you this?
Sure.
If the supernatural does exist, then it's highly possible that Paul was correct and he was mistaken.
I disagree with that.
No? Well, okay, so if you say no, then if
because that's what he always says.
Yeah, right. So if the supernatural does exist, and if God does exist, why does it not logically follow that Paul could be there's a very good chance that Paul is right?
No, I never said that. It's possible, but not probable is my point.
Okay. Why would it not be probable that Paul is right if we know that God does exist?
Natural theology.
If I could make other arguments that show the supernatural does for sure exist. We know that the supernatural is real. Okay.
Yeah, we know it.
And supernatural things like the resurrection of Jesus are not off the table, right? Highly possible, isn't it? Okay.
It's possible.
Why do you disagree?
I said I don't disagree.
Okay. So then, because the supernatural does exist, it's highly possible.
It's possible, but not probable is my point.
Right. So
How
since it's possible, then why would you? What's the point of even bothering to mention that Paul could be wrong? Because I could say that about anything or anybody. I could say, hey, it's possible that Lawrence Krauss is wrong. Charles Darwin, it's possible he was wrong.
Because
am I making any kind of salient point when I do that? Really?
I'm more concerned about what's probable, not what's possible. How about you?
Well, I think it's probable that Jesus rose from the dead, and part of the reason for believing that is because the supernatural is verifiable.
Could the supernatural exist and Christianity be false?
I think not. I think
no. It's not possible.
I can say no. I can say no.
It's possible. No,
it's not possible, and that's the question that I asked you, and I'd like for you to answer.
Not possible.
Could a God exist and Christianity be false?
No, I don't think it's possible for a number of reasons.
Not possible.
No.
One
of them is.
Then why are you starting with the Kalam? You should be starting with Jesus.
Because only your Creator can be your Savior. Nobody else can be.
One of them is that the Bible proves itself to be the inspired Word of God, a supernaturally authored book, and another is that if God exists, logical argument. That if God exists, he would have to be Jesus Christ, because no other entity, imagined or real of any type, possesses the characteristics that would be necessary for God to exist.
That's right. That's divine intervention.
Right. I don't think it's possible. It's not logical.
So it's not possible that the Jews are right and the Christians are wrong?
No,
correct.
I think not for quite a number of reasons. And one of them what I just got through mentioning, is that the argument that if God exists, he must be Jesus Christ. It's logically impossible for any other God to be
Nephilim
to exist.
Do you care about truth?
Of course.
Absolutely.
In order to care about truth, in my opinion, tell me if you agree with this. You have to be open to the idea that you might be wrong.
You have to know you have a Creator.
I do disagree with that, and here's why. Because people can know they're right, and this is something the atheists don't like to agree with.
That's why I asked you to demonstrate how you know anything can be true. I asked you. I told you that we have objective truth and divine intervention, and I asked you to demonstrate how do you know from your worldview that you haven't been deceived, and you haven't been able to do that. You've been avoiding that question. I've asked you like 10 times.
You are deceived.
Maybe I am deceived by that.
Okay, so now you just gave up knowledge. You can't know anything to be true according to your own words. So why are you arguing? You might be deceived.
Help me redefine. How do I get out of this deception? How do I get out of this deception? Redefine.
Come to Christ. You need an objective truth. You need objective truth, and only the Bible meets that criteria.
You have to
divine intervention. If there is a God and he is an all-powerful God, then he is obligated to give us his word, and he has done that. And yes, there are other words, but I also asked you why those other gods are consistent with the Bible, and you said that they were. And then I asked you, how do you know that you haven't been deceived? And I explained to you that I'm not deceived because I have objective truth and divine intervention. I asked you, how do you know that you have not been deceived, and you haven't been able to demonstrate that? And I'd like for you to do that now.
But I said it's possible I'm deceived and that Christianity is
Then
true.
you gave up all knowledge. You don't know anything to be true from your worldview, and that's at least consistent. But now you're trying to argue something like there is no God.
Help me.
How do you know you're not
be
deceived?
specific. How do I get out of this deception?
You have to come to the
Recognize
truth.
that
You need objective truth in your life.
How do I do that?
Truth.
You come to
Recognize
Christ.
the
How do I come to
objective
Christ?
truth
Fine.
that you have a
You put
creator.
your faith in Christ.
How do I
and
put
that
my
only
faith in
your
Christ?
creator
What, are you asking rhetorical
can be your
questions? Were you not
I
a
want you
Christian
to
for
drill
30
down
years?
specifically. I want you to drill down
can do
and
that for
articulate.
you.
Sure, I would like to. Would you like to say the sinner's prayer with me? Would you like to pray
Yes,
with
right
me?
now.
Invite
Let's do
Christ
it.
into your life?
Yes, let's do it right now.
I don't believe you.
It's
You
only
just
your
offered.
creator.
You just
Only your
offered.
creator.
Sure.
can
All right,
perfectly
that's fine.
cover
Let's
for
do it.
you.
Let's do
I
it.
need you to go ahead and close your eyes.
Okay.
And I want you to repeat after me.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to say, God,
God,
I'm a sinner,
I'm a sinner,
and I want you in my life.
and I want you in my life.
I surrender myself to you.
I surrender myself to you.
Please forgive me of my sins
Please forgive me of my sins
and help me follow after you for the rest of my days.
and help me follow after you for the rest of my days.
Now start reading your Bible and start trusting, and you can be like the man in the Bible who says, my trust is weak. My trust is
Am I a
small. He said,
Christian
that's
now?
fine. All you need is faith like a mustard
Lord,
seed.
believe it.
And then you go from there, and then
Salvation
you
is
just do a little bit of
sanctification.
research, and you look at how incoherent your worldview is, because nothing is consistent.
Am
from
I
your
a
worldview.
Christian now? Redefine.
Well, it's
Salvation
not.
is
You
through
have to trust in Christ. Do
sanctification
you
by
trust
the
in
Spirit.
Christ?
I don't
Do you
believe.
trust in Christ? Do
I
you
don't
trust
believe.
in Christ?
Doug, let me
Do you
me
trust
shed
in
a little
Christ?
light on
No, I
this.
don't believe that
Okay,
Christ
guys.
is God.
Okay,
Well, then
guys.
you
Time
can't
out.
be a Christian if you're not trusting in Him.
So how do I believe?
Okay, guys.
You
Time
start
out. Okay,
trusting in
so
Christ.
we've had some more people join, and I know Danny's had some things he wanted to say. So we'll let Danny talk. Nope, don't. Let's not interrupt him, and then we'll let Sunflower into the equation. Go ahead, Danny.
Well, there was a lot that was said, but PineCreek, you said that because we haven't witnessed an event in which someone is resurrected, that what follows from that therefore it's likely that there was a lie or a hallucination
No.
or some other explanation. I didn't understand that. What did you say about that?
I asked Nephilim, is it possible that a God could exist and Jesus did not rise from the dead? He said no. I said that because of natural theology, we have a God could exist, but he's not in the business of raising people from the dead. So in other words, the Jews could be right.
That doesn't logically
No,
follow.
I'm talking about before that. You don't
that.
remember. I mean, it's fine if you don't remember, but you did say something like, we don't see resurrections. We see a lot of people lying. We see a lot of people
Yes.
being mistaken, but we don't see resurrections. And I didn't understand that line of reasoning.
I'm just making a point. Maybe I'm weird, but how many people here have seen a resurrection? Raise your hand.
Yeah, but we've never seen abiogenesis, and I know that you have to be a
Or the
proponent
Big
of
Bang.
We've seen the resurrection.
We should lower our confidence in those things. Yes.
What have you?
Guys, everybody be quiet. It's Danny's turn. We've been going for like 30 minutes. It's Danny's turn. Nobody interrupt. Go ahead.
So you're skeptical of abiogenesis?
I'm saying we don't know.
Okay,
Yes.
so it could be, we could be explained by a god.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so but you cited those things because you thought that it raised the probability that it was something like he was lying or he was wrong about what he was saying. It wasn't
No.
just to establish Okay, so then when I don't understand why you cited that it's not often that we see resurrection. We see rather these people being mistaken about their beliefs and lying. You weren't trying to show possibility. You were trying to show probability there.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just saying, all I'm trying to say is just because we haven't seen an event that rarely occurs doesn't make it that it's improbable in a particular case, like what happened 2,000 years ago.
What's more probable? A person rising from the dead or a person lying, Danny?
Well, that's just it. The Christian apologists are saying in this case, it's more probable that it was resurrection, just like the
A
scientists.
priori. What is more probable?
It's not. They're not saying a priori. They're not giving an a priori argument.
I'm saying a priori. What's more probable? A person lying or a person rising from the dead?
No, neither have equal probability. Not a priori. That's an a posteriori question.
How many times?
The idea of probability is that it's based on your background beliefs, your background experiences. It's not an a priori question.
Danny, how many times in your life have you witnessed someone lying?
I've never I thought you were about to say something else. People lie. Yeah, sure. I've
And
seen
how
that
many
very
times
often.
have you seen someone rise from the dead?
0. What is this? What follows from this, PineCreek? Tell me.
How many times have we
What
seen
follows
anybody
from that?
Genesis
Nothing
or
follows from that.
multiverse?
Nothing follows from that?
Nothing follows from that. Not in terms of probability.
Hey, Danny, I have a dog. Do you believe me?
Yes.
I have a real fire-breathing dragon in my garage. It's 40 feet long and it breathes fire. Do you believe me?
No.
Why?
Because I know that you're trying to create a point, and so you're likely not telling the truth. But no. If someone else, like let's say my mother, and she out of nowhere told me there's a dragon in my garage. I don't know what's going on. I've never seen it before. Because in that context, my mom is not known for saying stuff like that. She's not known as a liar. She's, I would actually lend some credence to that, right? The point is that what the Christian apologist is trying to do is show that in this case, right, a normal explanation like lying and hallucination is less likely than the extraordinary claim that he resurrected.
Why is it extraordinary if it's more likely?
Because I agree with you that it doesn't happen often. Just like if my mom were to call me right now and said, there's a fire-breathing dragon in my garage and I don't know what to do, I'm going to think that's extraordinary, but actually more probable up there is something like that in her garage rather than something else, like a dog.
Do you believe Jesus rose from the dead, Danny?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Well, I have various reasons, but they're not.
Name one.
Well, that I haven't really looked into it. I'm an agnostic, but about that.
Why haven't you looked into the most important question of the center of mankind?
I don't know why it's important.
Your eternal destiny is at stake, Danny.
Wait, that doesn't follow. If he resurrected, why couldn't it be naturalistically explained?
Do you believe he rose from the dead? You said no. And,
right.
And I asked why, and you said you haven't looked into it. Why do you?
Look, you're
why
not
are you
getting it.
being so
Look,
ignorant? At least I looked into it and rejected it. You haven't even looked into it.
It doesn't matter because if I found out he resurrected, why would that show that therefore there's a God? You couldn't make the inference. That's irrational on my view.
Hey guys, you need to preach to Danny a little bit.
Yo, Doug. Doug. So are you a Peter Boghossian disciple?
No, I haven't even read his book.
Are you serious?
Realize that
I have not read his book.
PineCreek has successfely escaped my objection.
Yeah, thank you.
Doug, let me share something with you.
Hey, guys, no. It's now. Danny, do you have a final point, and then let Sunflower's turn.
Yeah, I'm just saying that nothing follows from the fact that resurrection doesn't happen often and lying happens often in terms of the context that apologists paint 2,000 years ago. Nothing follows from it, PineCreek.
Okay. Sunflower, go ahead, man.
Okay, yeah. So I have a question for PineCreek regarding his whole Christians should use the resurrection as like their first argument for evidence of God. And I would just say like, if you, let's say, I'll make a quick hypothetical. Let's say like you live on a block and you notice that some of your tomatoes have been, like the yield this year isn't good. You suspect that some are missing, maybe someone's taking them. Then you notice that one of your neighbors is all of a sudden selling this great tomato sauce door to door, and he has no sunlight in his backyard, so you're kind of suspicious. And then one day you just see him straight up stealing tomatoes, but no one else sees him doing that. Now, to you, the best evidence by far, you saw him do it. You don't need anything else. That's it. It's done. Mm-hmm. Now, try to explain to your neighbors that he's been stealing tomatoes. Are you going to say, I saw him do it? Or are you going to say, look, guys, how come his yard's in the shade? And why have my tomatoes been missing? And all of a sudden, he's selling these tomato sauce. Like, you're not going to just tell your neighbors, look, I saw it. That's all I need. Like, you have to convince the people that didn't see it. And obviously you can't use like a personal conviction or a personal like eyewitness account just to convince people that didn't witness it. So why would, if you're talking about an argument for something, that obviously the context is that you're arguing against an opposition that is rejecting the claim. So it's ridiculous to just like have an opposition or an interlocutor and say like, well, I saw it. And they're like,
it's a great question. I want to repeat back what you said to show that I'm listening to you. You're basically saying that if someone, the parallel you're making is if someone has the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit or some experience that they've witnessed by themselves, that's not that's not going to convince other people. And so why would you start with that? Am I hearing you right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I would say, but the evidence for the resurrection, as most Christians, not all, as most Christians put it forth, is a publicly available evidence. It's Jesus appearing to 500, Jesus appearing to his disciples, Jesus eating fish, Jesus walking and talking with real people.
Available as a document, not as something that people can experience.
Right, a historical document. When people read that, they see it as a historical document that's reliable and can be trusted.
But
So this is different.
People doubt that even Shakespeare was a person, right? They think it's a pen name.
I understand, but this is what I've heard from many Christians. That I'll name Jonathan McClatchy as one. He'll actually use the phrase "publicly available evidence," just like we can be confident that the Romans did such and such. We can be confident that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. And so this is a little different than the intertestimony of the Holy Spirit. This is multiple attestation. This is multiple appearances. This is just not you seeing something. This is many people seeing something. So that would be my answer to your question.
Yeah, but it's not effective. The answer to your question.
I agree with you.
Yeah, Christians don't do that because it's totally ineffective.
No, I agree with you that the evidence is not sufficient, if that's what you meant. But if you didn't mean that,
it's not effective in the context of an argument where you have to convince, like, even if the person you're arguing to was a Christian that believes in God, if they're just assigned the opposition side on the debate, like the debate proctor or
it's not effective. What's not effective?
Just telling the opposition, like, it happened. Like,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying from the Christian point of view, I think what is effective is you should start with Jesus and that he appeared to 500 people, that he did eat fish. He wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a spiritual resurrection. If you're saying that's not effective, am I hearing you right or no?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying that if the word argument assumes certain characteristics of what makes an argument, right? It has to be like, if you're adhering to any conventional definition of what an argument is, it wouldn't make sense to use the resurrection as the first and best argument for the existence of God.
Yeah, that I disagree with it from the Christian point of view. I think you guys should.
But you agree, PineCreek, it just depends on who you're talking to, right?
I do agree that if you're talking to someone who's taken 12 credit hours of philosophy, and they really love philosophy, they love to sink their teeth into the minutia of premises and logical deductions, yeah, then maybe you could go with the philosophical arguments for God. But most people are not like that.
You're talking about your average Joe, like, the person on the street.
Which is most people.
Yeah, I agree with PineCreek. I do agree with PineCreek here. The average person on the street is going to be compelled by the Jesus story rather than the Kalam story.
No, but here's the thing. The word argument, aren't there like connotations of not just making a compelling, it's not just simply compelling someone. Like, you could make an emotional appeal. That's not an argument, really, right? You have to make, shouldn't you be using some kind of structure?
The cumulative case for the resurrection is an argument. It's the inference to the best explanation.
Most parsimonious. Would you agree with that, Doug, or no?
It's minimal facts argument. It's literally called the minimal facts argument, right?
No. The minimal facts is not the opposite, but there's a lot of Christians who disagree with the minimal facts argument because it doesn't take into account the cumulative case. It boils down down to like 4 or 5 things. Like guys like Tim McGrew would argue strongly you should not use the minimal facts argument. You should use the maximal facts argument.
Oh, I thought minimal facts. I thought minimal facts was just saying, hey, given what we know about the circumstances, the most likely explanation is that Jesus was right in his claims and that God resurrected him. I thought that was it.
Well, yeah, they do that as well, but it's just a matter of strategy, I guess. Like Habermas does that because he wants to get people like me to say, hey, look, this is the best explanation for this. But people like Tim McGrew says no, because each minimal fact is undergirded by hundreds of other facts. And so you just can't boil it down to just 4 or 5 things.
How about
I think I know what you're saying. You're saying stuff like the intricate, like the stories in the Bible that are not in the minimal facts argument could be just very well compelling to someone, that rather than just mentioning, well, look, here's what we know. We know that Jesus died, that some people claim that they saw him. You're saying that they should give a lot more of the New Testament in order to persuade someone to come over to the Christian side. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, that's definitely what guys like Tim McGrew would say, yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, Doug,
to disagree.
if you compare the Christian worldview to, let's say, materialist naturalist worldview, are you saying that is more parsimonious than the Christian worldview?
What do you mean by parsimonious?
The inference, the best explanation. Do you think it logically is more valid than the materialist or naturalist worldview?
Hey, I'm a person who says there could be a God that exists. It could be true. I'm not convinced of the evidence for Christianity or any religion. So I would say that if I were to ask the question back to you, I think you could understand my perspective. Do you think it's more parsimonious that my great-great-grandfather could fly unaided across the Grand Canyon?
Well, I think that's an invalid comparison, though.
Of course you would say that, yeah.
Do you know what the claim is?
We have exhaustive historical attestation. Does your father have exhaustive historical attestation of other accounts of him?
But if I did have exhaustive documentation, would you believe that my ancestor could fly unaided?
Well, you might
possibly,
have a point,
yeah,
if that was the
possibly.
case.
Okay,
Yeah.
possibly.
You
And
don't.
possibly I would believe that a man rose from the dead, but I don't think that the evidence outweighs that improbability.
Say what kind of man was
Whoa, hold on. But you're going back to the man
What kind of
raising
man?
from the dead argument, which doesn't even work on you, which defeats your whole point. Praise is talking about an accumulative argument of everything that we see. And when you put all of these different arguments together, there's an overwhelming lot of evidence that supports the Christian worldview well over your naturalistic worldview. And it sounds like you just don't want to take a position. And I don't think that's right.
Wait, what are we
I mean,
talking
it's
about?
either God or nature, right? So
can I ask
you don't
Doug a
really.
But
question?
everyone agrees with
Let me-
PineCreek that talking about Jesus is more likely to bring someone to Christianity than talking about the
Can I
Quran.
ask him a question
No,
about
that's
that?
not true. It
Let me ask you a
depends on who
question
you're
about that.
talking to. Like the resurrection argument wouldn't work for PineCreek. So he's literally trying to say,
We're
well, you
talking
guys should use
generally,
this
though.
argument.
I just find it amazing that Christians are arguing not to talk about Jesus. This is funny.
No
to
one
me.
said that. That's
don't
not
think
true.
it's
Either. That's a
doing
straw
that.
man. I love
Let me ask
talking
you a
about
question
Jesus,
about
but
that.
if somebody
Nobody's
doesn't
doing
want to hear about Jesus, I've got to first bring them to the reality that there is a God of some sorts, and once we bring them to that reality,
Right. So let me ask you a question about that, Doug. Do you know what the claim is about Jesus being raised? Do you know what that entails, or what kind of man? I'll give you a hint. What kind of man that was raised?
Yeah, he was God in flesh.
Okay, so it was your creator that was raised, right?
Well, I don't believe so, but yeah, from your point of view, yes.
Okay, but that's what the claim is that the
Yes.
creator was raised.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that's where you should start.
So you don't believe that the creator was raised. So then we have to go, do you believe in a creator?
No.
Okay, so then that's why we have to go to the creator argument. Is
Why?
because
No,
you
no, no.
don't even
That's what I'm bringing up.
so
believe in a creator.
he just refuted
You
himself.
don't
right
even
there.
believe in a
No.
creator. So tell
Sure
me,
you do.
Doug. So tell me, Doug, how did you get here without a creator?
Through, well, you really want to go into this.
You don't have an answer.
But
Okay,
hey,
so
jungle jargon.
So do
I
you
can
realize,
answer,
Doug?
Can I
do
answer
you
your
realize,
question that
Doug,
you
do
answered?
you realize?
Let him
Let
answer,
me do
Jungle.
the sinner's prayer. Let me do the sinner's prayer with you. Do you realize that only your Creator is able to perfectly cover for you Himself? Do you believe that?
No.
You don't believe that you have a Creator. See, that's why all this talk
He's already
about the
said that,
cosmological
Jungle,
truth.
like twice now.
No,
the
but
same-
that's why you have to go to the argument of
respond
the
to Doug's really
Creator.
quick.
Take it easy, Praise. Take it easy, Praise. Okay, so
I'll tell you what would change my mind.
only your Creator is able to perfectly cover for you Himself, right?
From your perspective, yes.
Okay, and he's able to recreate you again from the inside out by the power of His true word. Do you realize that it's His word that cleanses you and recreates you and causes you to be born again?
From your perspective, I totally understand what you're saying.
No, if it's not happened to you, you don't understand it. But that's what has to happen.
Can I tell you what would change my mind?
Doug, let me answer a question you asked a little while ago. You said, "Am I a Christian now? How do I become a Christian?" I'll tell you what it would take for you to become a Christian.
Yeah, you have to know that you have a Creator.
Well, that you have to believe that, I think, but the thing is, it's not believing upon Jesus Christ. Is not believing mentally. It's not mentally assenting to a list of facts. Okay, the Bible says Jesus is God manifest in the flesh. Check. Jesus Christ says that his death and resurrection covers our sins with his holy blood. Check. Oh, I'm a Christian now. I'm saved. No, it's not that. Believing, when the Bible says believe upon Jesus, it doesn't
He
mean
doesn't
mentally.
believe.
It doesn't mean
Surrender
mentally
to him.
assent to the fact that Jesus is anything. It means believe in your heart.
That's right.
Okay.
And the only way you would ever become a Christian is if your heart, your countenance in your heart changes towards God, your attitude,
How do I change my
your
heart?
spiritual attitude changes.
Your worldview.
You have
It's a
to listen
worldview
to his
change.
word.
How do I change my
Listen
heart?
to
If
his
that
word.
could happen,
Hear God
if
speaking to you.
if that could happen, you could become a Christian.
Nephilim,
But
what
it
in your
will
opinion?
never happen unless that happens.
Nephilim, in your
Okay,
opinion,
hello,
how do
guys.
what's the best way for me to change my heart?
A philosophy change. You have to change your viewpoint of
Listen
reality,
to
Doug.
his
Actually a
word.
You're a
profound
materialist. You're a
question.
naturalist.
You
I
draw
think I
near to
can.
God. Listen to his word.
I think I can kind of respond to that. I think firstly you have to recognize you would have to recognize that you are a sinner and that you have offended the Most High. And
But
if
I
you
don't. But help me. I don't believe in sin. I don't believe there's a creator. So how do I change my heart?
I know, but
Can I
Well,
let
you have
me.
to believe you have a
Well,
creator.
hold on. So the thing
have
is,
to
the
humble
reason you
himself.
don't believe, the reason you don't
You
believe
don't
in
believe
God
the
is
truth.
not because it's not an argument from evidence or anything. I know that this is what you will say and this is how you'll paint it, and that atheists, all of them do. They say there's insufficient evidence for God, and this is why I don't believe in it. And the truth is that's not true at all. That's a cover story.
Would arguments,
Truth is
philosophical arguments,
well,
change my heart?
I think they
the,
would.
the truth is the truth is that every atheist every person who declares themselves an atheist rejects the existence of God, not for scientific or philosophical arguments or evidences, but because there's something about what they want to believe in their soul and their thinking doesn't comport
Hey,
with the
Nephilim.
existence of God, so they kick God out.
Nephilim, will
That's true.
philosophical arguments change my heart?
No, because you're a reprobate.
You have
No.
to
Okay,
understand you
now
have a
the phrase
creator.
that I am said it will.
Let me address that. Hold on. I said
Recognition
philosophy.
that you're a sinner and need a savior.
Let me
Matt,
address that. What I meant. I have to unpack
Praise,
that
wait
really
a
quick.
second, bro. Praise, wait a second.
Okay, go ahead, Baptist Chan.
Because I wanted to join for 10 minutes. So, Pine, you're an atheist, right?
Yeah, although a lot of Christians call me agnostic because when I explain what that means,
Okay.
then they say you're not really an atheist. So whatever.
All right, so what is your ultimate that secures your facts?
What is my ultimate authority?
Yeah, that secures your facts.
My presuppositions.
Your presupposition, could that be falsified?
No, that's the starting point for anybody who has presuppositions.
Yeah, but anything could be falsified, right?
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Everything can be falsified?
Well, in a non-God
Can God's
world,
nature be
yes.
falsified? Can the nature
In
of
a
God be
God
falsified?
world, in a non-God worldview, everything can be falsified, yes.
How about in
But
a God?
worldview, no.
So can your view of God be falsified?
No.
Okay.
As long as you don't believe,
we have a creator.
Doug, as long as you don't believe that you're guilty of offending the moral standard,
Creator,
the creator, then you'll never become a Christian.
Well,
And the reason you reject the existence of God is not because of evidences or arguments or anything like that. It's because the idea of God being a moral judge over you is abhorrent to your soul. You despise
That's what
that
the Bible
idea.
says.
And that's what that's the case for every.
What's at stake for me?
Let's just psychoanalyze. We got to stop doing that with PineCreek. Let him answer what he
That's
thinks.
the case. But that's
Why
the case.
ought I be a Christian?
To a relationship with your creator.
Why ought I have a relationship with the creator?
Because
it gives you fulfillment. It fulfills someone. It gives you hope
Eternal life in paradise.
Actualizing your divine nature. Don't you want to actualize your divine nature?
Clear.
I don't know what that even
Conscience.
means.
Telling
Would you
the
like to
truth.
be the very
But I
best?
understood what Praise said.
Would
Praise,
like
you
to
gave a
be-
great answer.
Because you
Would you
don't
like
tell
to be
the
the very
truth.
best?
You don't have a clear conscience. You're not telling the truth.
Would you like to experience the very best and maximal that you are capable of being, as far as
Yes.
a human being in joy and
Yes.
health and
How do I do
health
that?
and everything else? Well, if you become saved through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, you will live eternally.
And
in
how do I get
paradise.
saved?
Yeah.
I already said the
You,
sinner's
you
prayer.
believe in your
But tell
heart
the
that
truth.
Jesus Christ.
How do I believe in my
Having
heart?
confidence in Jesus. That's what
believe
the word
in
pistis
Jesus.
means in the Greek, confidence.
You
Guys,
believe
he's
in
just
God.
trolling you right now.
Tell the
You realize
truth.
that, right? He's just.
Guys,
Hey, PineCreek, why don't you answer Praise's question? He asked you, "How did you get here? How did you get life? How do you get life from non-life?"
I don't know.
Well, what do you mean you don't know? You don't have a choice in it. It's either God did it or nature did it. There's no other
I
option.
lean towards nature. It could be a God.
Well, you don't. So then you don't have any evidence for what you believe. You left
Prove
truth and you jumped into a worldview that has no truth, and you haven't demonstrated either how you know you're not being deceived. You left a rational, evidence-based position of Christianity, and you left into a world where nothing can be true, based on no evidence. You've got no evidence of a Big Bang. You just have a bunch of people storytelling. Do you have something there? Do you have evidence for the Big Bang?
Well, some people in a book told me that there is a Big Bang. Is that
So
book
you
wrong?
don't have evidence for a Big Bang. Okay, so what about abiogenesis? How did life come from non-life?
It says I read a book, a science book.
I
that
know you
says-
want to mock, but I'm asking you if you have, do you have any evidence for your position, and you don't. So you said
Is
you
a
left
book not
something
evidence?
based on evidence. What evidence?
Dude, you're an idiot, Pine.
Well,
You're
I can make evidence. Yes, I can, and I can use the fine-tuning argument of the cosmos. I can use the fact. I can use 70 years of abiogenesis failed experiments to support my position. There's only two worldviews, so evidence against yours.
Okay, let's
is
say I was to
evidence
change
for
my mind
mine.
right now. Let's say I was to change my mind right now and say that evolution is
No,
false.
no,
Anyway.
dodging.
change your
You need
mind,
to
bro.
answer the question.
Yeah,
You need
change
to
your
answer
mind.
for your
What's the
worldview.
question?
How do you get life
Change
from
your mind.
non-life?
I already answered. I said I don't know. Am I supposed
So
to?
you don't. So okay. So well, you said you left Christianity based on what reasonings or evidences? What was it?
I
Because
found.
I'd say it was sin.
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Wait, I mean, this guy's an
Let him
idiot.
answer.
I didn't mean to
Wait,
interrupt
wait,
you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go
Let
ahead.
him answer.
Okay, so the question is, what caused me to leave Christianity?
Yeah.
I think what really did was I viewed my beliefs from a third party perspective. So I was a Christian, and I said, okay, why are these atheists or these non-Christians, Jews, Muslims, why can't they see the truth? And so I really started to investigating where they're really coming from. Why do they doubt this stuff? And so then I started understanding their doubts and trying to come up with ways to refute those doubts. And the more I dug, the more I realized that maybe the reasons I had were not sufficient in itself.
Are you?
So let me explain the
I think that's
problem
a
with that, which is what you
self-confirmation
just said. Is you didn't compare what you were leaving with what you are leaving to. So you all you did was doubted your own position, but you didn't question the other position, and that's your problem. Because the other position is not rational. The other position is a joke. It's not coherent. There's no truth. Like you can't. So, for example, the laws of nature, right? Would you say those exist outside
Yes.
of a mind?
Yes.
Even according to the Big Bang, let's say you believe in the Big Bang, but which I don't. But let's say that you believe in the Big Bang. Did they not have to follow laws of physics immediately? I mean, you
Yes.
have a fine-tuned
after the Big Bang,
universe,
yes.
right? So those laws would have to exist outside of nature, and that's not consistent with naturalism. So that alone proves God, because something has to be outside of time, space, and matter. And so you might not be able to understand that from the Christian worldview. It might be hard to understand. But when you leave the Christian worldview and you jump into this naturalistic worldview, then you have no answers. So I would say the same thing. I'd say, well, we could maybe question the Christian worldview here and there if that's your thing, but at least compare it against the naturalistic worldview, because that worldview is a disaster. You have no morality. You have nothing.
Yeah.
You can't explain how matter creates things that are not matter.
Sam, let's let him respond.
Go ahead.
You know how when you asked me why did I leave Christianity, and I said I basically started viewing the third party perspective, my beliefs, and I started to understand people who disagreed with me.
There's no third party.
Can you, for me, I know you disagree, but can you tell me how other people answer the questions that disagree with you? Not me personally, but experts in the field. Like, what would they say about, let's say, the Big Bang?
Sam, you will not be answering any of his questions until he responds. I'm tired of questions with questions.
What is the question I have not responded to?
I believe he's been asking you specifically, what were your doubts, of which you've been extremely nebulous, and just said, "Oh, I agreed with the other people." So,
redefine. Did you want specifics?
Well, yeah. I mean, immediately I want to push back and say there is no third party. There can only be two parties. There's naturalism or God. It's either God did it or nature did it. There's no
John,
other
I'm
options.
not hearing a question. I'm just hearing claims or
statements.
Yeah,
so you didn't compare what you were leaving Christianity for.
Ask me a specific question.
What are the evidences? What are the reasons why you left Christianity?
The reasons why I left Christianity is because I asked myself the what's more likely question. So, for example, to be very specific, I asked myself what's more likely with the 1 Corinthians 15 creed, the earliest source for Jesus' resurrection, Paul's letter. I asked myself, is it more likely that a man did rise from the dead, or that people believe that a man rose from the dead and maybe he didn't? I asked myself these types of questions, what's more likely? I looked at the text.
Questions.
Okay.
So I'd like to ask you maybe just a couple questions, okay?
Did I answer your question?
Huh?
Did I at least answer your question?
Yeah, I understand where you're going. Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
you asked yourself a couple, in my opinion, weak questions, right? I don't think they were good questions. I think the good questions would be like these arguments, and now I understand why.
I just don't want people accusing me of not answering
questions. You're telling everyone, hey, stick to the resurrection because these other arguments are really hard. Right? So for example, you look at the fine-tuning of the universe. One model says that it was a disaster created like with a rapid expansion or a big bang or whatever kind of story you want to say. And the other one says, no, I think it took an intelligent agent, a god, whatever god that might be, to balance everything out. And that's why I would personally first argue for God. A god, any god, whatever god, pick whichever god you want. So something must have balanced it because everything is perfectly balanced. I mean, if you see it. So the question is, what is the more rational position? That random nature did it by disaster, or maybe there was a balancing agent, an intelligent agent that balanced it?
Yeah, I think it's more reasonable and rational to believe that because of induction, that when you see a black duck, and a black duck.
No, I'm talking about the cosmos specifically.
I am talking about the cosmos. That when you see a black duck like 10 times in a row, that the next duck coming around the bush is going to be black. So to me, it's more reasonable and rational to posit that an explanation for existence in itself, it might just be a brute fact, but is that it is completely naturalistic rather than positing some category of something that we don't even know.
Oh.
Okay, so what evidence do you have of order coming from disorder?
I can't hear.
What evidence do you have of order coming to disorder to come to that conclusion?
Oh yeah, you can do this on your own. Take a glass of water and drop, those food coloring things that come out by drops.
That's a bad analogy.
Okay. Do you have a question for me?
We're talking about in the creation event. So for example, how do you create a single star? So let me give you a quick reason. So
actually, hang on, redefine. You're so interesting to me. How did you become a Christian?
I had a very powerful experience.
You notice it had nothing to do with the cosmological argument?
No.
See?
Hey, Doug, I gotta get going here.
You didn't even let me answer.
I don't need to hear your answer because the point of my question was that.
And you also dodged me.
No,
again.
I've asked you. I've said I've answered all your questions.
No, you didn't.
And then when I ask you what caused you to become a Christian, you notice it's nothing about what you're talking about.
So is everyone's story like mine? Does everyone not have a different story?
Atheist, though. You didn't say become a believer, a theist. You said become a Christian.
So, Doug, I gotta get going here, but will you have this conversation with me on MDD? Because I'd love to have this convo. Oh, really? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I have a question to ask before I leave too, because I need to leave.
Okay.
So, And after I'll go. So Pine,
Mhm.
would you want to debate Darth Dawkins? Because last time you dodged like a pussy when you were debating him. Would you want to debate him on a
No.
Reformation server? Oh,
No.
really? Why so?
I'm a chicken.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, your words. I'm a pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't respect Darth. That's why.
Okay, Pine, I have a serious question though. Are you a solipsist?
What do you mean?
Do you believe that there are other people having a conscious waking experience in the same way that you feel that you are?
Yeah.
Do you have sufficient reason to reject the idea that you're actually the only person having a waking conscious experience, and every other human could be either some kind of robot or animal?
Could be. It's possible.
Right, but you're not. So you don't have sufficient reason to reject that, but you don't hold that position, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I think that's interesting, and you can look into the same things, the same inner sort of convictions you have that even though you don't have sufficient reason to reject solipsism, you still aren't a solipsist. I would say look into that area of your beliefs in the same way you look to God and say, just because I don't have sufficient reason to reject this thing, is there more to it than simply?
Oh, this is interesting. I like this. So you're saying that you should believe some things with insufficient reasons?
No. I'm saying there are things that everyone believes without necessarily having sufficient reasons for.
Okay, I understand. But with Christianity, is that one of those things?
No, I'm saying because you admit you're not a solipsist, even though you are an atheist. So you're an atheist because you have insufficient reasons for God, but you're not a solipsist even though you have insufficient reasons to disprove solipsism. Why do you?
But one's a negative and one's a positive claim.
Well, no, you could just flip that around and say you could make up an antecedent.
There's a lot of things. I'm a non-stamp collector as well.
Doug, a few minutes ago.
But the point of solipsism is it's part of it's kind of understood that no one has direct evidence, like sensory empirical evidence for the fact that anyone else is experiencing a waking conscious life. You have to just sort of assume it because you can only experience your own perspective, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but again, most people aren't solipsists. So where's that belief coming from?
What belief? That there's something not?
That solipsism is wrong, and that there other people are also having a waking conscious experience, even though no one has evidence for this.
Induction. I would say it's because of induction.
How can you induce that? You could just be a robot that acts like a human.
Could be, yeah, but it's possible, not probable.
If you're experiencing a waking conscious world, that's a singular thing. Only you can experience your own.
You can use induction and pattern seeking and say, yeah, you can't prove it, but based on the pattern recognition, that it's likely.
No, that just proves that there's other smart, like human-like things.
Could be. I could be a robot.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You would never.
That's
actually
because
be able
truth
to,
is not consistent with your worldview.
You
can't demonstrate that you're not deceived. And you left a worldview where things are consistent and coherent into a worldview where you don't even know if you're not a robot. But you're here arguing like you know something. But at the same time,
what
you're
am I arguing
contradicting
about?
yourself
That I
and
know
showing
something?
that you can't know anything.
What claim am I made of knowledge?
That's incoherent, and that's what you left Christianity for. Good job, dude.
Well, Doug, let me ask you this. You a few minutes ago you alluded that
wait, can I just ask
you first need to know to believe the supernatural exists in order to believe in God. But I gave you an explanation of how we can know the supernatural exists already earlier on. Did you pay no attention to it? Give no credence to what I said?
You said a lot of things.
Do you dismiss God with the same frivolence and flippancy with which you dismiss the arguments for the supernatural?
He doesn't believe as a creator, for crying out loud.
You do remember my argument, my evidence for the existence of the supernatural?
No.
Okay. So you said, earlier in our conversation, you said that
I know you're setting me up.
If the supernatural exists, then that wouldn't give you reason. That still wouldn't give you reason to believe in God. But
No,
you did say
not
that.
no. I said
minutes
that
ago
the
you said-
supernatural could exist, but the resurrection of Jesus could be false.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said.
Okay. So, all right. But then a few minutes ago, you alluded that if you're going to believe in God, you have to believe the supernatural exists. Oh, but I've already given you an explanation how we can know the
Which
supernatural
was
exists.
refresh my memory.
Semiotics, the employment of semiotics in language. It's in you with every word that you
This is
speak.
the first time you mentioned that, isn't it?
No.
He's mentioned it before
every
tonight?
word that
He
you
did.
speak.
He did.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
with every word you speak, you employ semiotics, which is the application of meaning to a
Birds
symbol
speak.
and the interpretation of meaning from a symbol. Now, that's a mental process, not a physical, material one. It's not a chemical
Birds don't
one.
speak.
So,
Birds don't
and the product of it is a non-physical thing. Symbolism is non-physical. It's not a reflection of the physical properties of anything. So its cause is non-physical. See, it's illogical to believe that that which is material creates things that don't exist physically, that are non-physical. See, so the fact that you're speaking proves that you have a supernatural component. You're not just a bag of matter. There's more to you than that.
I'm a soul in a vessel, not a bag of matter.
Your intelligence is not produced by your brain. It's produced by a living entity that is not comprised of physical matter. And that's the supernatural. It's outside of nature. It's not part of matter, space, time, energy. You have a supernatural component.
What is this? Why does this matter?
Well, because you alluded that if you needed to believe in God, if you're going to believe in God, you have to first believe the supernatural exists. So I just gave you a case for the supernatural.
You know what would be better than what do you call it? Symbiotic?
Supernatural does exist.
Semiotics.
What is
You know what would be better, Nephilim, than that?
Why doesn't it? Let me ask. Why doesn't
Nephilim,
it follow?
you talked for. I wrote it
Why
down.
doesn't?
10, 20,
Here's
2
the
minutes
crux
now.
of the whole thing.
He doesn't know about semiotics.
Here's the crux of the whole thing. If the supernatural exists, why doesn't it logically follow that there's a superior supernatural entity which brought us, since we are not our eternal ourselves, brought us into being? Why
Could
doesn't it
happen,
follow
sure.
logically.
Sure. I never said that's impossible.
Okay, so you're saying it's very possible that God exists because you accept the fact that the
Nephilim,
supernatural exists?
listen very carefully. I think Christianity is possible. Now, let me ask you, do you believe Christianity that it could be false? Is that possible?
No, I do not believe it's possible.
That's the difference
It's
between
false.
you and me. I value truth more than you do.
No, you don't.
absolutely
You
not.
left truth. You left the Christian worldview.
Here's why you're wrong about that. Here's why you're wrong about that, because you said that I explained to you how we can know the supernatural exists, and you said just a few minutes ago, after I had already explained that, 45 minutes, an hour later, you said first you have to believe in the existence of the supernatural to believe in God. But I just proved to you the supernatural exists an hour ago.
He also said that he didn't know anything to be true.
Can I ask you a question,
Are
Nephilim?
you saying that you still don't believe in the supernatural, though I've just given you a profound case for it?
I can, correct. I still don't believe, but I can tell you what would cause me to believe. You want to hear it?
Well, I'm glad that you
Okay,
made that
guys,
admission.
everybody be
Go
quiet.
ahead.
Go ahead, Doug. What would make you believe? Go.
Here's a napkin. I'm going to soak it in some water, and I want someone here to pray in the name of Jesus to light it on fire, just like Elijah did in 1 Kings 18.
No. Jesus is not your personal servant to do.
God is your servant now.
God isn't a genie, man. What's your
Yeah,
deal?
God's a
Well, but
jester.
how often do Christians use God as a genie? How often do you ask God to do
God is a
something that maybe
jester.
you think is against God's will, or maybe that doesn't align with Scripture?
But don't you think that do you not think that his request is in vain? Don't you realize that it's
His
not
request is
humble at all?
genuine, and it's also
No, it's
biblical,
not
and you're
genuine at all.
missing it.
It's actually no, I don't think so at all. Because
You don't think that test is the Bible and that it's a
first
true
of all,
test?
if that were true, right? If that were true, why doesn't he go do that on his own and ask God to do that in his bedroom by himself so that he can get verification instead of asking us?
I have.
You have.
So
I mean,
you
how do we
asked
have any?
God
How
to
do
be a
we?
genie in a lamp?
How do we
Why
have any
would-
verification?
you
We
wanna-
ever did that?
If you were God, why in the world wouldn't you do this for the glory of your name to make thousands of new followers? Like, it's
I'll
just
tell
so
you why.
silly.
He's doing something greater than that.
Because there's many people that will reject him even
did
with
something
that
greater
evidence.
than that.
If you
He's
if you
already
had a
done
child,
something greater than that.
big taste. If there was a parent and a child said, if you want to demonstrate to me that you really love me, you would let me get a face tattoo.
Right.
Do the parents let him do that?
Is that what you're equating?
Yes.
Those two right now?
Yes.
Answer the question.
I don't know. Tattoos are highly cultural.
What do you mean
so
you don't?
Where
No,
are
do
we?
not.
Are we? What part of time are we?
To ask God to do a cheap trick in order to it's insane.
A biblical cheap trick.
Is it not a trick?
Biblical.
Elijah did this in 1 Kings 18. There's precedent for this in the Bible.
A cheap act of divine interference. Like it's
biblical.
Cheap.
Here's a question, PineCreek. If that even if that did happen, right? Would you absolutely believe it? Because here's the thing: I've seen magicians do this all over the globe today. So
No,
why would you
I'm
have
not trying to
think
trick
it's not some kind of a
myself.
magic trick?
I'm not trying to trick myself.
And you don't think you wouldn't be
That's a
deluded
good
for
point.
thinking
And
it?
also, you're taking
There's
out of
51
text what
there's
Elijah
50
was doing. So
there's
Elijah
50
was doing
people-
something
there's
that was
50
different
people
than
here
you
who would
sitting
witness
here
it.
on YouTube with a napkin.
Would it be a
right?
sin? Would it be a sin, in your opinion, guys, to me at least try and ask?
You should put yourself in the same
yeah.
position that he was in and then ask.
Yes or no? Is it a sin?
I don't think it would be a sin if
We
you were
don't
asking
need
genuinely. If you're asking
Yeah,
genuinely,
you should not
yes.
test the Lord your God.
We already have plenty of evidence.
How about that?
You're asking to actually
Is that what you're doing?
do the opposite. You're trying to
Okay,
demonstrate.
I got it.
Okay,
Okay, guys,
PineCreek,
I-
are you aware of the passage where Jesus says he talks about how we are supposed to? I'm trying to remember the exact passage, the way it's described. It says, "A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a sign."
Yeah, that's in the Gospel of Luke.
And it says, "No sign will be given to that generation except for the sign of Jonah."
That
right?
was said right after the parable of Lazarus and
PineCreek.
in Luke. And
PineCreek, what's Matthew 4:7?
In the Gospel of John, pigs can fly. There's also
Right.
another Lazarus. This is one of the reasons why I left Christianity, by the way, when I came to this realization. In the Gospel of Luke, there's a Lazarus told in a parable. In the Gospel of John, there's another Lazarus told in the Gospel of John. The Lazarus in the whole point of the parable in the Gospel of Luke, that Lazarus is exactly what you said, that it's not about signs and wonders. But in the Gospel of John, that Lazarus, the point of that story, which a lot of Christians think is historical, is to show that signs and wonders do change people's minds. There was many hard-hearted Jews at that time who followed Jesus and believed after they saw Lazarus rise from the dead. He stinketh and then he raiseth.
Right. But here's the problem of it. He was supposed to do that. So you do know that there was prophecies that were actually fulfilled through that, right?
He's the creator.
What's Matthew 4:7? PineCreek.
Matthew 4:7.
It
I
is
don't
written.
know at the top end.
It is written, "Do not put the Lord thy God to the test."
Elijah
Is that
did.
is that what you're trying to do?
Is that wrong? Is what Elijah did?
Well, yeah, he wasn't putting God to a test.
Why wasn't
Are
he
you
putting
taking
God
that
to the
out of
test?
context? Are you taking that out of context? What was he doing there?
He was trying
What
to
was
demonstrate
going on
that his
there?
God was real, just like I'm asking.
No, you're
So
not. You're
can you
trying to put your
demonstrate
God to
your
the
God is
test.
real? Can you demonstrate? Show us your God. Show us your truth.
Well, he has no answers, and he already gave up
Right.
knowing
You don't- you
anything. He
don't
said
have
he's a
anything.
he could be
I
a
don't-
robot.
You don't have
He's
anything
a
to tell
deceived
us.
robot.
Show us.
There were 50 prophets of Baal, right? I mean,
Can someone
the
explain
whole-
to me why it's wrong for me to ask God to light this on fire?
I
and
just
Elijah
did.
can ask?
Matthew 4:7.
It says in Malachi that you should test, and that's from the Lord.
Okay, so
Test the spirits.
I really need to get some
Yes,
water,
you
guys.
test the spirits to the word
Watch out,
of God.
PineCreek.
Yes.
You might set your tongue on fire.
Okay, so Big Tasty, you're going to make, if you're going to be a dumbass, you can go. There's other people that want to come in.
Don't. Oh, sorry.
Okay, guys, so let's not go back into talking over people again. Welcome back, Sal. How are you?
Oh, thank you. I was just waiting for my turn. But I don't know where the conversation is because I stepped out for a little bit to take care of Mom. But I'll listen for a little bit, and I might have something to say.
You could ask Big Taste some questions.
It hasn't progressed very much.
Okay, imagine.
Okay, so hey guys, I've been being quiet for a while. I'm going to talk for a minute. Okay, so in relation to your need for a sign and why would God not show you, on demand. Because I think you want a Christian to have the power to light a cigar too, judging from the original video that started this whole where we got to right now. But you claim to have gone and done investigations, right? So what investigations have you done in relation to many of the arguments that are put forth in favor of God's existence?
It took me about 5 years, basically looking at commentaries, both pro and con on each side, listening to experts, listening to guys like Habermas, Lacona.
Okay, no, I'm talking about in terms of the existence of God from an evidentiary perspective, not a commentary perspective.
Oh, I just don't find any of the philosophical arguments for a philosophical God compelling.
Okay, so you don't like the philosophical arguments. What about the ones such as biosemiotics that Neff was referring to? Have you gone down those rabbit holes?
No, I haven't gone down that specific one, but my guess is that's not why Nephilim is a Christian.
That's not the point. That's not the point I'm asking. I was asking.
I know,
about the argument.
It's a huge.
No. Is this
why you're a Christian?
We're not talking about Neff. We're not.
Why Sal's a Christian.
Hey, everybody, shut up! I'm talking right now. Just be quiet. Good grief. The interruptions are really obnoxious. Okay, now we're not talking about Neff. We're talking about you, PineCreek.
Mm-hmm.
So, for you, have you pursued any of these things?
Which things?
Things like biosemiotics, the need for a universal wave function, or first cause, any of those things. So you have gone and looked at it from a quantum mechanics perspective, the necessity of a external observer.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay, so do you?
I have no interest in going. I have no interest in going down this road for the next 30 minutes.
Okay, so that's where I'm going with this. Is you haven't gone down.
I have no interest in where you want to go.
I mean, I don't care if you have interest. I'm asking. Guys, shut up. If the point I am making is you're claiming that there is no reason for you to believe, correct?
Correct.
Right. You're saying that from a probability perspective, you think that there's not enough probability for it to be plausible for you to conclude that God exists, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you haven't gone and actually looked at the evidence that would potentially lend itself towards
convince me.
A more probable perspective.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Convince me. Can you do it in like 2 minutes?
No, right now. First, I'm asking you, have you done any of these things?
No, I already said no.
Okay, but you
the Kalam, yes.
But your claim is that you haven't seen enough to have any kind of reasonable probability. Is that correct?
I just haven't dug deep enough, John. Help me.
Okay, so are these arguments that are put forth all the time that you completely reject to go down?
Who's we?
I said you.
No, these arguments we put.
Yeah, we as in people on the theistic side of the equation, right? That you are now wanting to run away from the stream right now. That I am even bringing up these rabbit holes.
So what's your question to me?
Okay, so my question is, have you refused to go and look for additional pieces of evidence that would potentially shift the probabilities, given the fact that the arguments are presented very often as being exactly that, increasing the probabilities and increasing the overall plausibility of the God being necessary for our existence?
What is your question? Have I rejected it?
I said, are you rejecting going for those, looking at those pieces of evidence in terms of your overall conclusion?
Oh, okay, you're asking me if I'm willing to look at it?
Well, I'm asking if you're willing and if you have in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Some of it, I'm sure I have, but I'm not exactly. You mentioned a whole bunch of things. Some of them I have, some of them I haven't. But am I willing? Sure.
Okay, so then why are you saying if we go down that rabbit hole, you're going to leave a stream?
Because you want to do it now for an hour?
I mean, we can.
It's already. I've already been here for an hour.
I have a question,
guys. I've been quiet for quite some time. I'm gonna continue. Everybody can be quiet. I'll tell you when you can talk. Okay, so let's use.
Can I steelman you and maybe save some time?
I haven't put any forth anything yet, have I?
Well, I can guess.
What are you gonna steelman?
My guess is because you mentioned something like wave function and so forth, and then in order to collapse the wave function, that you need an observer. I've heard those things before. Is that what you're talking about?
That's one of many. We're saying,
Okay.
well,
I've heard that stuff before. What is there something else?
So why don't we talk? Okay, so are you rejecting or accepting it?
Well, I think there's arguments to be made on both sides of the aisle. I think you're familiar with people who would disagree with you and say you don't need a third-party observer, correct? Or have you looked into that? The people who disagree with?
Of course I have, and I've also looked at the most recent studies where with the quantum eraser, the dual quantum eraser, delayed choice, and the problems of retrocausality, which actually have led to the conclusion that the observer is necessary. But even if you go into the BGV theorem, then you still ultimately, even if it's not necessary inside of the universe, it's necessary outside of the universe for universal wave function.
So are you saying, do you agree that there's people who know this topic better than you who disagree with you?
Yeah, but they haven't encountered the BGV theorem.
So there are people who are more knowledgeable about this and disagree with you on this specific topic, yes?
In the ultimate question, even Hawking in his calculations agreed that they still have the same problem.
But there's people, physicists who disagree with you, correct?
Have you gone?
No. Are there people? No, I haven't.
We're not talking about them. We're talking about you. Have you gone?
No, I haven't.
So you don't know the arguments one way or the other.
Well, I know, as I said, I still try to save some time. I tried to save you some time, and I mentioned you need the ultimate observer to collapse the wave function. You said yes. So if that's sufficient enough to say that I have looked into it. See, even questions like this, have you looked into it? If I answer yes, then you're going to ask me questions. Oh, no, you haven't looked into this, and you haven't looked into that. So those are very nebulous type questions.
So moving. Okay.
So your goal here is to say,
let's get into something very specific.
No.
Let's get to something very specific.
I admit it. There's much I don't know.
Let's get into something very specific. Do you think that arbitrary data values can assign themselves in a quaternary code base?
What is the point of that question?
Do you think that? Are you familiar with ASCII?
No. Well, yeah. The computer code.
Do you know what ASCII is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the values that were
assigned? Is this why you're a Christian, John? Be honest.
We're not talking about me. We're talking about you. Have you pursued answer the question. Could the values for ASCII between binary and English alphabet, for example, could those values assign themselves?
I'm just going to answer I don't know from this point on because it's not worth it.
So you think that 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1 could be somehow arbitrarily, magically make itself be equal to A?
I don't know.
So you think that codes can create themselves?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you. Do you think
I don't know.
So you don't know. So do you think that the Morse code could have created itself?
I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a person who thinks he should be taken seriously.
No.
Who thinks that Morse code?
John,
hold on.
He doesn't know if it could create itself.
You
That's
just
hilarious.
asked for these human-made codes.
John.
Okay, so
and he wants to criticize
John,
us.
this is very similar to the presuppositional tactic.
No.
Very disingenuous.
No, actually, I'm looking at it from a 100%. I'm looking at it from a 100%. No, comparative perspective. So
there are Christians listening to you right now who are throwing up in their mouth because, there's some who are just saying, well, you got some.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, Doug, it's irrational to believe, to even say it, you don't know when we're talking about code systems.
I said that on purpose because
naturally. I mean, if that's the level of your argument, then we couldn't possibly.
Are ripples in sand dunes code?
Then we couldn't possibly take
ripples in sand dunes code.
No.
But there's patterns.
Okay, okay, so you don't know what a code is, do you?
Not according to you, no.
Okay, so no, I'm talking about from an information and communication theory perspective. Do you know what it is?
I don't know.
C is source alphabet to target. In order for a code to exist, you must have a source alphabet which is transformed into a code to a target alphabet through an encode message decode process. You must have an adapter. You must have an encryption, a channel.
I just got it. There is a God.
Okay, awesome sarcasm. So do you?
There is no.
Yeah,
there's
okay.
codes, so there's a God. Okay, so now what? What do we do? Now what do we do?
Yeah, hit and run.
Okay, so now you're attempting to dodge the question. So going back to codes,
I agree with you, John. Code has to come from a coder. So now what do I do?
Okay, cool. So where does the genetic code come from?
From the genetic coder.
Okay, so who is that intelligent agent?
Yahweh, I think.
No. And now you're being sarcastic, as I predicted. So is an intelligent?
It's Allah.
So if there is a,
it's Vishnu.
So are you now believing that you were created?
Yes, there's a creator and there's a coder. So now what do I do?
I mean, I guess you got to stop being an atheist. I guess you got to stop being an atheist.
Yes, from this point forward, I'm no longer an atheist. Now what do I do?
So awesome sarcasm. So are you now?
What do I do, John?
I guess you'll just have to publicly go on your channel and tell everybody how you've been deceived.
No, I'm making a point here.
You're not actually. I recognize your sarcasm, buddy.
No, I'm making a point here.
You have no point.
So
my point is this: what good is this information?
Okay, wait a minute, hang on. You've been stating that you. Okay, really? Are you asking that question right now?
Yes. Where do I go from here?
Okay, guys, shut up. Okay, we are at the point here. You have this entire night. You've been saying that you don't have enough reason to believe that a God exists. Correct?
Correct. But I was being more specific about Christianity. The Christian God.
No. This is probably God. Okay, so you said you're an agnostic. You said you're an agnostic, correct? You think there is?
I said I don't know.
Okay, cool. So if
on the God question, I'd say I'm agnostic on the.
So if you just admitted, sarcasm aside, if you actually concede that there must be an intelligent agent that existed in order for you to exist prior to your existence, then shouldn't that defeat your agnostic position?
I would not say that I'm convinced that it's true. No.
Okay, so then are you recanting your sarcastic position that if a code is required for you to exist,
the reason why I made that sarcastic comment is because to show you, and I think a lot of Christians listening, that all this is irrelevant. These are reasons why you give to not feel stupid, that you believe a man rose from the dead. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you are wrong.
Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong about that.
Ask Sal. Ask Sal that question.
This is PineCreek. This is the entire point of this video that we're having right now, is the point of your attempt to circumvent the question that was asked to the Apologetics Empire guys about whether or not God exists. Because all you're now trying to do is spin it to, why aren't you going immediately to the Christian God when I'm talking to an individual, who doesn't even believe that, who doesn't even know if a God exists, period.
But my point is,
if I don't defeat your position that no God exists, then it's a waste of my time to continue on the further.
This is good. What's the waste of time here?
Because you have zero if you don't even believe any God exists, period, you're never going to believe whether or not the Christian God exists.
No, false. I just gave you, now you don't have to believe me, but I just gave you a marker that would change my mind.
Okay, what was that?
Like, I'll soak this in water and light this in fire in the name of Jesus.
Okay, so
your hit and run videos are a waste of time.
So you don't think that having a 3D printer be necessary for your existence? You don't think that is more impressive than a piece of paper being lit on fire?
No.
You don't think so? What about what about dual authentication?
No, I think something as simple as soaking this in water and praying in the name of Jesus to light on fire would convince way more people than anything you're spouting.
Oh, really? So you think that's something that's way more advanced and impressive than some spontaneous
combustion? And I bet you're not a Christian because of the things you're spouting right now. Am I wrong?
My faith is very much founded upon the things that I have gone and researched.
Really? How long have you been a Christian?
15 years.
How old are you now?
36.
So when you were in your late teens, you knew the things you know now about quantum mechanics?
Some of them, yeah. But that's
some of them?
No, we're talking about the faith I have now, is what I said.
Okay.
I have now.
So you had faith when you were in your late teens,
because I rejected God. And
why were you a Christian in your
I went
late
off for a decade. I went off for a decade and did my own thing. I lived the life of squalor and fun and frivolity. I was the epitome of the prodigal son.
Okay. And then how old were you when you came back to Christ?
Now the point I am making in all this is that
we're getting to the real stuff.
We're not getting to the real stuff. Right? We're talking about you.
You were a Christian in your late teens.
Hey, Doug, you're on my channel, okay? So
and I can leave.
you feel free, because this has mostly been a waste of time, because you're a snarky, sarcastic little SOB who doesn't have any intention of doing anything other than play games, which is very, very obvious.
I'm trying to be real here.
You're not real. You're trying to be real.
I'm asking for your personal testimony.
You're a smirk fest. Okay, you want to know my short version of my testimony? Okay, so I'm off having a good time.
Okay.
Built a multi-million-dollar company, having a grand old time, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Then the 10-year promise, the 10-year promise that I made God my freshman year in college, which was, I'm going to leave. I'm going to reject you for 10 years. I'm going to go live it up, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I'm going to make a bunch of money, and then in 10 years, I'll get my life right. Well, guess what? 10 years had gone. 10 years passed. I wasn't doing so. And then I found myself facing death. I had a massive brain hemorrhage. I should have died. Neurologists and neurosurgeons around the world cannot believe that I can even talk. I survived. I had zero.
Why do you think you survived?
I had zero cognitive deficit and no therapy after the fact.
Why do you think you survived?
Dude, do you want to talk, or do you want to keep interrupting me? I'll put you on mute if you want. If you want me to tell my story, I will. But stop
Okay, go
interrupting
ahead.
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, it was literally it was a few days off, 10 years to the day from when I had made my promise to God that I was going to, for a decade, I was going to go live it up, to when I found myself in an ICU room being told by neurologists and neurosurgeons they couldn't believe I was alive, let alone being able to talk. I then had emergency brain surgery, which saved my life, or they fixed me. And then I had no therapy after the fact, no cognitive deficit. Their minds were blown. It was made extraordinarily clear to me in that moment in ICU that I'd been given a second chance, and I'd been left with my greatest skill, which was my ability to communicate and reason.
Thank you.
Now, from there, I decided to go and search for reasons that my conclusion about God, because I'm a very analytical individual.
You search for reasons.
I'm going to go search for the evidence to support the position that a God exists, or to discount it, because I'm pretty educated. I have heard the arguments. I've been surrounded myself with atheists. I've been around all that stuff. So I decided to go make sure that I was correct. I then spent considerable amount of time and money and focus on quantum mechanics, biology, astronomy, cosmology, all these different things, because I was fascinated by what are the potential conclusions that could be read? What is the cumulative case of evidence that can be put forth that ultimately makes it not a faith-based leap, but the rational, the logical, plausible, and probable conclusion, which is the name of my channel. It's the whole purpose of that. Is it logical and plausible and probable, or probable and plausible, that the existence of a God is correct? And then from there, if that is true, which is the correct religion from there? And which is why, in the context of your spin of all this, which is why I've come at you, because I'm very familiar with why people such as yourself, who are desperate to avoid the obvious,
okay, can I
go and actually look at the
something
evidence?
nice about?
I'm going to stop in a second.
Okay.
Refuse to look at the evidence, and when people put forth, you respond with snark and sarcasm and extreme dismissal, rather than actually use your IQ points to actually analyze whether the argument is valid or has any substantive evidence towards the end conclusion or dispersion of the existence of God. You don't actually want to hear the arguments at all.
I would love to respond to what you just said. First of all, I know I've used sarcasm here tonight. I admit it, but this moment, I'm going to be as sincere as I can be. Thank you for sharing that story, because now I understand you better. Your story is powerful. I can't imagine almost dying, having this type of experience happen to you. It must have been amazing.
Actually, it was shit, and it was
well,
tough.
no,
I was angry,
what I
and
mean.
I was frustrated, and there were moments of time where I couldn't believe, like, why am I having this? And I'm like, oh yeah, I made a promise for that one.
But you almost died.
But I shouldn't have had this happen to me. I wasn't really that bad. I couldn't have been that bad. That wasn't the whole point. The point is that I never would have. It took being brought to the point of death,
right,
for me to recognize the stupidity of my own actions, and
right,
to take the time to use my IQ to go search. Now, you clearly use derision to defend yourself. It's your shields. It's your personal shield from the obvious evidence that you, for your own admission, refuse to pursue. Go ahead.
John, your story is very powerful because what you just said, you almost died. And I wrote down some key things you said while you were telling me your testimony. You said after that experience, you searched for reasons to believe. I believe that's a direct quote.
I searched for evidence.
Yeah, search for evidence to believe. Now,
if it was the rational evidence for or against, whether it be in the rational.
Now, I'm just going to give you my personal not my testimony, but my experiences talking to theists for the last 10 years or so. I can tell which theists have a story like yours. I can tell that redefined living, something drastic happened to him just by the way he talks to me. And I can tell.
Because I told you that, but go ahead.
No, even before that. I
told you that, but go ahead.
There's no reason for
go
you to
ahead,
believe me.
Mr. Psychic. You're wrong.
What happened to me?
Go ahead. Yeah, there you go. Use your psychic abilities on
guys.
I'm trying to be sincere here.
Okay.
This is
be honest. Be honest too.
You can disagree with me. That's fine. Yes, you did tell me. You can disagree with me, but this is where I'm coming from. When I hear gentlemen like yourself talk about certain philosophical arguments for God, and then I hear testimonies like this, which are very powerful, in the back of my mind, the front of my mind, I'm thinking, this is the real reason you're a Christian, not this other stuff. And I see it so many times, not just in Christians, but in Mormons and other religions. And what they end up doing is they have these powerful experiences, and then they go search for evidence for what they believe is true. This is called confirmation bias. Now I'm not.
Okay. So
now I'm not saying that what you believe is false.
Okay. So I've heard this ad nauseum from folks like yourself who refuse to go and actually look at the evidence, and then claim that we have confirmation bias.
Maybe I need to almost die first, John.
No. Maybe you should open your mind.
There's Christians listening right now who are agreeing with what I just said. Maybe I need to be put in a desperate situation. Do you disagree?
It may happen, but I would prefer it if you didn't have to go down that route.
Yeah, I prefer not.
You are in a desperate situation.
You don't have to go that far.
This is intimately relevant to what you just said, PineCreek, but I actually am the opposite, right? I left Christianity for non-rational reasons, okay? And then I reasoned to atheism. But that doesn't, there's a loose sense in which that could be a confirmation bias, but the point is that what does it matter if the discussion is about whether someone knows or is justified in their belief, what explains their belief? It's just two different questions.
No, it does matter in the sense of how you view the evidence.
No, it does not. Look, I admit that I left Christianity for non-rational reasons. But when I argue with a Christian and we're talking about justification, that story does not come into play at all. That applies to theists as well. There are a lot of theists in here, lots of people that came to theism that were for non-rational reasons, right? They grew up with it. They read the Bible. This is true of almost anything, mathematics, science, a lot. We came to a lot of beliefs based on authorities, non-rational reasons, cause effect, right? But then there's a whole question. But then there's a question about whether it's justified, and we can have a conversation about that. But when we have a conversation about that, it just doesn't matter how we came to the belief. What matters is what serves as justification.
Right, and what serves as justification for one person, like for example, I think John said that there are people who will know quantum mechanics better than him and yet still not be a believer in the supernatural. I think that's obvious, right? Now, why is that? And I propose that one of the reasons is because some of them didn't have a near-death experience like John. Am I wrong?
You're interested in a narrative explanation. You're not interested in epistemic reasons for belief.
Looking for excuses.
Is that an implausible explanation to why some people view evidence?
Nothing turns on it. Nothing turns on it. So what if the quantum physicist, what explains his belief is that something happened in his childhood, or that he didn't have a particular experience like LPP? So what? What follows from that?
What follows from that is it shows that people, everyone, and myself included, have to be careful about one's biases.
Does anybody disagree about that?
And you don't. No, obviously, we have to be careful about our biases. Do you think you don't have biases, PineCreek?
And that's why I purposely said, myself included, we have to be careful about
I know, but
bias.
you make a lot of rhetorical and sarcastic statements. And also you clearly have gigantic ego about yourself. So do you think that what's one of your biases?
We chose two different directions.
What's
one of my biases is I lean right politically, so I'm a bit of a capitalist. So whenever I see these flag waving, phony liberal granola crunching tree huggers, it's just like I got to crunch down that bias because I was raised on a farm, and I just gotta. That's one of my biases.
well, that's good. So, do you think that just because you have that bias, do you think that means that your conclusion that capitalism is better than, say, socialism is invalid?
No, but I have to work extra hard. It could be, some aspects of it could be, but I have to work extra hard to see the point of view from those Democrats.
No. Seeing the point of view has nothing to do with whether or not your perspective is the correct one. So do you think that supply and demand economics is correct?
Yeah, I lean towards that. Yes.
Okay. So do you think the principle of supply and demand is just that's correct? It's like you can't say that supply and demand is not correct.
Well, I can envision hypotheticals to counter that. It depends on the society, but the society we live in now, yes.
So are you suggesting that there is some, outside of some utopia outlier premise that's actually not real, are you saying that at some point supply and demand will not affect value?
I can't imagine it. No, it's really tough.
Okay, so if you, as a capitalist, view that as that's a truth statement, just because you believe that and somebody else doesn't, does that mean that you're incorrect?
No, not necessarily. No, but my point is about bias.
No. So now, when you look at other pieces of evidence from an economic perspective, with the foundation that supply and demand is correct, are your conclusions likely, jaded just because you recognize that the principle of supply and demand is always going to be valid?
It depends on what I'm basing it on. But if I'm looking at evidence and my bias is towards leans capitalism, I have to be careful how I view that evidence.
But where's the disagreement here?
I just said through the prism of supply and demand. So are you going to say that there's going to be a context in which your conclusion based on supply and demand is going to be wrong?
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'm talking from a foundational perspective, not necessarily. Your calculations might be wrong, or your assessment of the macro, 4 quarters from now, oh, I was off by 10 points. I'm
trying to think of a specific example where the elasticity is near zero, or something where something weird and funky where the supply demand curve would fail. I think there's examples, right, John? I can't think of one off the top of my head.
There's some stagnation and stuff that can happen and deflation.
Yeah.
But that's usually from that's from artificial.
But we both know
that's from artificial manipulation of the market. We're going to have that problem with the quantitative easing that's been going on for the last decade.
Yeah,
and the zero rates. So it's inevitable. It's inevitable.
John, you and I agreed on a lot of things.
So in this context, would you agree that a fiat currency with a current 120, well, it's actually more than this, but the way the budget office calculates it, 127% debt to GDP ratio, a $28 trillion debt, and let's see, where we have 11 trillion in quantitative easing that's happened. Is it inevitable at this rate that we will have hyperinflation at some point? It's almost guaranteed from a fiat currency perspective historically.
I lean that way, yeah.
Okay.
But yet I've been saying that for 10 years and it hasn't happened. So I'm starting to doubt myself.
Well, they've held the rates at zero, basically, for as close to zero as possible for that whole time frame too. For the express purpose of what?
To try to keep everything from collapsing. They're creating bubbles.
Right. So the point is that for all of the leftist idiots that are running around claiming that somehow this is all just going to be magically fine, you and I can both look at them and be like, you guys are morons from a mathematic, economic, historic perspective. It's guaranteed this will be the outcome at some point. It's just how long from now.
Yeah. But here's where I think guys like you and me, who I think are agreed when it comes to politics, we have to lower our biases as far as the greater good, because what if MMT, even though it's going to at some point crash and burn, what if it hurts less people than, let's say, if we just let a huge 1930s depression hit again? Like, how many people are going to die if we let the market take control?
In that context, was the Great Depression extenuated or by the FDR policies and ended by World War II, or was that just the natural outcome?
Yeah, I think World War II was caused because World War II was caused by that. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it's we should let the market take its course, and it probably will hurt less people in the long run. But the whole point of this discussion that it seems like we're agreed on is I have to tell myself, okay, why are these people who lean left, who are leaning towards socialism, why are they thinking this way? Why are they so different than us? Me and you, John.
Well, and what would you say the foundation is? You say that some of them maybe haven't had critical thinking skills?
No, I think there's very, very smart, intelligent people who just disagree with us economically. And why is that?
Well, okay, but you got to ask yourself, have they been told that things will just happen, even though the historic evidence says it won't, that it somehow will, or have they just not had the evidence presented to them?
Yeah,
or is it a combination of the two?
Well, a lot of these things are new and that we can't see the future. And so we don't know exactly. We can look at Japan and say, hey, look, it hasn't worked for them, so why should it work for the US? But you can make arguments, well, Japan's a special case, so maybe it could work in the US, or maybe it won't. I'm just trying to, the whole point of this discussion is to actually try to put yourself in the position of someone who disagrees with you and understand where they're coming from. That's the whole point of lowering biases.
Well, I get that, but you also, in terms of achieving understanding where they're coming from, you also have to have understanding of how they reach their conclusions, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so when you're looking at, okay, case in point. So I interacted a couple years ago. I interacted with a group of seniors from Notre Dame University. Okay. And we started having a conversation about politics, and none of them had a history class that had history past 1940. So these are seniors at Notre Dame University, a high level institution, right? Theoretically. And they didn't have any knowledge of the Cold War. They didn't understand
I understand where you're going with this, John, but I can save you some time.
Hang on. I'm getting to my point here, because my point's going to it's going to correlate back to the rest of our conversation. So in that context of them not understanding some of the very probable negative outcomes if you adopt communist policies is due to a lack of knowledge that would potentially dramatically modify their position, right?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, but here's the issue. There are people who have more knowledge and still disagree. And so this is the real issue. It's why can people look at the same piece of evidence and come to different conclusions? Because we're human, right? We have the way we were raised. My guess is you were raised in a home just like me that lean one way versus another, who value things differently. I value personal responsibility. This is why I lean capitalistic. This is why I hate critical race theory. I'm a bottom-up approach guy, whereas there's many smart people smarter than me who are top-down type of people, and they say, no, the government has to be big and tell these stupid people how to live their lives and so forth. And so,
what is the necessary psychological component of that demographic?
Of the top-down?
Yeah.
I think they probably tend to lean more, what they say is compassion. I think they think that by having this top down, let the government be big and help these poor people, we micromanage their lives, they think they're actually helping them. Whereas I think guys like you and me would say,
that's not what I asked. I'm asking, what is their justification for them being the ones that are doing this?
Because I think they think that they're smarter than others.
Right. So it takes ego and arrogance
Right.
Yeah,
And that's something we need.
Right.
That's something that you and I need to try to avoid, right?
So in that context, I would agree. Obviously, we want to avoid the arrogance, which is part of the reason I've been calling you out, because I think you're being rather arrogant about all this.
I'm the one who's been saying I don't know over and over again. You're the one.
You have been doing it in a very snarky, I don't know, but I know you're wrong.
That's part of my humor, though. I'm a Canadian.
Right. I'm
a Canadian.
Dude, I used to use massive sarcasm to when people used to call me Alpha Wolf. I used to be one of the most arrogant SOBs you've ever come across. I understand you. Okay, I've been an asshole like you. I've been there, done that.
I'm an asshole,
dude. We all know you're an asshole. Look, you're an asshole with a smile. I've been there, done that, buddy. I get it. I get it.
Am I so bad? Like, why am I an enemy?
I'm calling you out on the arrogance aspect from an intellect perspective. You know you're smart.
But he hasn't been like that this stream. I mean, I mean, he's been really respectful. He's been letting people talk. I mean, he's been a very good interlocutor.
I've been repeating back for people. I admit I'm sarcastic at times, but I'm being
all right.
The last 10 minutes I've been very sincere. We've been
dodged a lot of questions, but yeah, it's been fun.
Okay, so now the ultimate where I'm going with all this.
Thanks, Redefine.
Is what we've been establishing here is there's either ego or ignorance that are necessary for the from you and I's perspective, right? It requires either a combination of or one or the other in order for as the foundational, the most common reasons, right? For the
just different values, right?
The values ultimately get derived from lack of knowledge on one side, or knowledge and ego.
No, well, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm talking about root causes. I'm not talking about there can't be. I agree with you. There can be other conditions that modify things to an extent. I'm talking about the root causes.
Yeah, I understand you. I think the root cause is how you were raised, like on what you value, like things with the political discussion we were having. I think you and I, my guess is you and I were raised very similarly, and so this is why we probably lean to value personal responsibility more than other things. But there are some people in this world who are raised completely different than you and I. And we can still say, you and I would probably still say they're ignorant and they're egotistical and they're plain out wrong. But they value things differently. Like you go into other cultures in the Middle East, they value honor like crazy. Like you got to honor your parents and you got to honor. And if you don't, this is why there's honor killings, is because they value that thing so strongly. You and I probably don't value honor like that, except you probably do when it comes to God. But, hey, if you're going to date someone I don't like, I'm not going to kill you for it because I don't value it that much. So it's how you're raised. That's probably the root.
Right. Okay. Now we're getting back to the concept at hand, right? Of in relation to does God exist or not exist? We're now going back to, is it a ignorance or an ego thing? Because it's usually, in terms of, I'm talking about the ultimate rejectance or acceptance is going to ultimately boil down to one of those two things.
Well, I think from the Christian perspective, the reason why I wouldn't believe, and you guys can tell me if you think I'm wrong, but I think a lot of Christians would say the reason why PineCreek doesn't believe is because I haven't been regenerated.
No, I mean, I reject that statement.
But I bet you there's a lot of Christians who agree.
I mean, I'm not one of them, so I don't really care.
Now, why would you disagree with your fellow Christians on this?
I mean, because
is it ego or is it lack of knowledge?
No, it's because the regeneration wouldn't happen until you had the belief.
So I determine my eternal destiny, or does God?
You.
So I have that power.
It's your choice.
Yeah. See, and when I was a Christian, I believe that as well. But I totally get and understand the Calvinist point of view.
Okay, we're not talking about Calvinism.
I know, but they're the ones.
So do you accept or reject Calvinism?
Well, I'm not a believer, but when
exactly. So why are you bringing up Calvinism? We're talking about. Have I brought up Calvinism? I'm talking about. Did I just state the direct antithesis of Calvinism?
No, the reason why I brought up Calvinism is because I'm showing that even within Christian circles, we have this problem of people looking at the same evidence and coming to different conclusions, correct? And so they're looking at the scriptures and they're saying, oh, Calvinism is clearly the correct view of these passages. Whereas you and me, even as a former believer, when I was a Christian, I would disagree. Now you brought up the terms egotistical or lack of knowledge. So are you going to tell your Calvinist friends that they're egotistical or they just lack knowledge?
Some of them I'll tell both, because I've also said you can have both of those.
Yeah, good luck with that in order to get them to convince them that Calvinism is wrong. They're going to, oh, you're calling me egotistical? You're calling me ignorant? No, you're the egotistical one. You're the ignorant one is what they would say.
So I operate from a very straightforward perspective, which is the difference between confidence and arrogance is the ability to back up your bullshit. And that's the way I operate. They can. I mean, they can make claims. Doesn't mean that I can't. It doesn't mean that other people can't beat them.
I totally understand the scriptures they use, and I think
I do too. But we're not. Yeah. I'm not here to discuss the Calvinist theory with you, concept with you, because you reject it. Because you reject it, and I reject it. Now, going back to the whole point of this, which is the existence of God, per your own admission, you are ignorant.
That's you're saying that, right?
I mean, are you denying it? Because you admitted that you don't know, you haven't gone down the rabbit holes on a lot of the things that people like myself put forth, and that
there's many things, John, I'm ignorant about. I admit it.
Okay, so my point is that do you accept the fact that you have?
So are you saying if I had more knowledge, I would become a Christian?
I didn't say that.
Or a theist? No, I'm asking you. Do you believe if I had more knowledge, I'd believe in God?
Potentially, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making.
What's the point you're making?
That you run a YouTube channel with the expressed purpose of there is no God, right?
No,
that there's no reason. Here's why I don't believe.
No,
oh, really?
That's incorrect.
What is the purpose of your channel?
To entertain myself. I've said this many times on my channel. The purpose of my channel is for entertainment for myself. And John, this is the truth.
And zero influence on others.
And you find it entertaining.
John, this is the truth. If you look in, I can't point you to specific videos or anything because there's so many, but I very rarely push back on general theism or general deism. Very rarely. This is the truth. I very rarely talk about the stuff you're talking about right now.
Okay, so I mean, I don't necessarily buy that, but okay,
this is true.
I'll take it at face value. So, for your,
but I do push back on a specific theism, and it's probably 80% Christianity, 10% Islam. I talk about Mormonism. I talk about Hinduism a little bit.
Okay, so
but I very rarely push back.
For your own entertainment, you do you do your is this your full-time gig or part-time?
No, not even part-time. This is how I do my live streams. I wake up in the morning and I do my work, and I'm usually waiting for data. And if I'm waiting and I got spare time, within a half an hour, I'm live.
Okay, cool. So
it's not like a prep thing. Like, I don't spend the amount of work you spend on, like, I noticed on this live stream you had like cool graphics and a cool intro and stuff like that.
Dude, you kidding me? It's called a background in technology. That took me about 30 minutes to make.
Okay, maybe you can teach me on how to do that quickly.
That stuff's easy. It's called modern tech. I
get the wrong software.
I don't do this full time. I work 60, 70 hours a week. So
Me too.
My point is that somehow I have managed to work my ass off and find the time to go down the proverbial rabbit holes and determine whether or not my positions have sound backing from a logical, plausible, and probable perspective, which is why I find it very ironic when I've heard you many times, especially other videos I listened to, and as well as tonight, you kept going back to probabilities when if you take the time to go and look, you will find that the probabilities are not in your favor.
Honest question. Why should I take the time to look?
Because they're not in your favor. All the evidence.
No, I'm asking John. Why should I take the time to look?
I mean, you have the underlying foundation of your existence isn't something you find interesting or that you're curious about?
Sounds like not as much as you, but what's at stake here? Why should I look? Why should I care?
Well, one, I figure you have an IQ above a gerbil, and it might be interesting to have some kind of understanding of.
Sure, it's interesting,
I'm not finished yet. The necessities of your existence, and then, given the fact that since the dawn of recorded history, the premise of is there something after this existence has been a foundational question. So, and then
that's why I should delve as deep as you, because there's something after death.
Well, there might be. That's the question, right?
And there might be something in this life too.
But couldn't a God exist and there'd be no afterlife?
It could, but that's not the question. That's not the point.
My question to you was, why should I delve in?
I just answered with two different factors.
Okay, so one is an afterlife. So why should I care about an afterlife?
Do you not find the premise of immortality interesting? Because if not, you'd be one of the first humans ever to not think that immortality at least interesting.
I'm on record on my channel saying I do not want to live forever.
Why?
To me, it sounds like a horrendous thing.
Why?
Just imagine just your existence going on and on and on and on with no hope. Like there's even movies about this.
As a sinner.
Okay, so if time
doesn't that scare you?
If you're no longer bound by time, then your that ongoing perpetual drag is not actually a relevant point.
Right.
But don't you have consciousness in that?
You can have consciousness, but if you're not subject to time, then the drag is irrelevant.
But isn't but if I define time as consciousness as meaning one thought and then another thought and then another thought,
okay, so you have
like time is weird in dreams. You can't imagine a situation where it would collapse and you would feel a sort of moment singular but eternal sense of peace and well-being. I mean, like the fact that you can't comprehend it doesn't mean it's not like possible.
True. Well, I never said it was impossible.
Okay, so what forces the linear experience right now?
I would say sequential things happening, but we were talking about the afterlife and why I should delve deep.
Exactly. So what is the cause in the mortal coil? What is the cause of the forced linear experience?
What is the cause of the forced linear experience? I would say existence in itself.
Well, right, but it's the time factor that is derived from being bound by matter.
Yeah, I get you're saying there's no time in the afterlife. Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay, so if you are...
Or is there?
Okay, so right now, the premise of going to the Andromeda Galaxy, for example, right, is not actually a plausible one, correct?
Yeah, I thought he didn't care about afterlife.
Is right now in the fact that we're bound, because now we're getting to the real nuts and bolts of all this, not just dancing.
No, the real nuts and bolts of it was what we were just talking about. I asked you, why should we delve deep, and why should I care to delve deep as you?
Why wouldn't you accept the normal Christian response that typically people want? If there's a question of whether you could possibly go to hell and possibly go to heaven, that answer might be in Christianity, and presumably someone like you might care about that, right?
Yeah. John, do you believe in heaven and hell?
I think there's different aspects of our existence. Yeah, absolutely.
But do you believe there's a really bad place called hell where there's pain?
I'm gonna toss up on whether or not it's a end of existence or punishment. I go back and forth.
Okay, so if your worldview is true, and let's say there's just annihilation, are you saying that's a possibility for you?
It's a possibility, yeah.
Well, that's great. If annihilation is true, then I get my wish.
Are you suicidal?
No. I'm not.
You don't get your wish, though. Okay, because that doesn't terminate your existence.
Hang on, guys. So PineCreek. So let's say that
I'd rather be annihilated after, like, let's say a few hundred years than live forever.
Okay, so let's say that you can be annihilated. And that is actually a valid option. Does that in any way, shape, form, or fashion defend your atheist position?
There's no good reasons for atheism. None.
Okay, so then why are you?
I made a video on that, Danny and John. You should check it out. I made a video saying there's no reasons for atheism.
Okay,
I just don't know.
No. I'm saying okay. Wouldn't if you want to be annihilated, and you think that's a reasonable conclusion, then why would that in any way, shape, form, or fashion negate the existence of God?
I never said it did.
Okay, then why do you not go and search to find out whether or not that is the correct position?
Why should I? What impact does it have?
So what if you're wrong?
Well, I'm annihilated. Who cares?
No. What if annihilation is wrong?
Okay, then I should care. So if hell is real, then I should care. I admit that.
Okay, so if that's a possibility, right? Then why would you not go and search to find out to the best explanation if you are correct or incorrect?
Great question. So there's many hells that people have conceived of on planet Earth. From my understanding, the Islam hell is worse than the Christian hell. Should I start there?
How about the one that Jesus described?
No. We're going back to the whole premise of your agnosticism, which is you don't even know if a God exists.
Correct.
So if you won't even go and go down the proverbial rabbit holes to find out whether or not God exists.
Oh, I have, just not to the degree that you want me to, is what I'm hearing.
Well, it sounds to me like you stopped at a very surface level per your own admission.
Yeah, and so then I asked you, why should I go deeper like you have? And then we got onto the topic of afterlife, and then we talked on the topic of hell and annihilation. So I'm hearing you say the reason why I should go deep, really deep, is because hell could be real. Am I wrong?
That's not even remotely the only answer. It seems to me that you have a very superficial.
Okay, help me. What's another good reason why I should go deep?
Okay, I'm about to answer, and you're literally asking me what to do, and I'm trying to tell you. So you at least just appear to operate from the perspective of wanting to have understanding of like life, right? However, you're claiming that you don't see any reason to go and actually do fundamental investigation at what could be a gigantic portion of your existence here and now. It seems like you're dismissing it.
Dismissing the here and now?
No, the potential ramifications for the here and now.
What is the potential ramifications?
Well, one, what you would do with the rest of your life. And two, if you dramatically altered your entire sense of existence.
Do you think if I believe in God, I would have a better life here and now?
You'd be telling people the truth.
I do.
You do? In what sense specifically?
Well, after my brain surgery, I had the opportunity to interact with a large number of people, and a lot of them were going through different tragedies in life. And it was very ironic because a huge portion of them had not gone through, I even tell you half of what I went through.
By the way, I have to go in 5 minutes.
Okay. They were going through different hard times in life, right? And I noticed a very fascinating trend that whether or not they were Christian or otherwise, those who believed in or were contemplating some other aspect of their existence beyond just the mortal coil had a dramatically different perspective. Not all, but the vast majority of them had a different perspective on how overwhelming things were. And it was very intriguing how the microcosm of a negative that was happening in life, if this is the only stage of existence, then something that could be pretty small becomes magnified dramatically, which makes perfect sense. If you view your existence from a very finite perspective, then any negative is going to seem bigger by default because there is no other potential beyond this current plane of existence. Versus, I'm going through something that sucks right now. However, I have the potential for a eternal existence in which, just like things that happen in life, you look back and, oh, wait, that sucked. But you look back on it 10 years later and it's like, that wasn't that bad. Or I learned from this, or, hey, this is actually beneficial. And I look at that, what happened to me from that exact perspective. I look back on it and I'm like, wow, I wouldn't go back and change. As much as it sucked at the time, as what I gave up from a materialistic perspective. When I look back on it, I wouldn't change any of the things that I went through. And people from the people I've had this conversation with, they look at me and they're like, you wouldn't go back to having all the stuff that you had and all the crap that you've gone through since? You wouldn't go back and change that? I'm like, hell no. Because now I have a dramatically deeper understanding of my very existence, and I have greater understanding of the things that surround me. And I find when I walk outside, the world is more vivid now than it was back when it took substances that it theoretically enhanced my perception of the world. I now have a more vivid day-to-day existence. And
John, I really appreciate that your answer. And to me, these are powerful reasons to believe in a deity. I sincerely mean that, because what you're talking about now is what really counts. It's like where the rubber hits the road. It's like you look outside, you see the beauty, and you also see the pain, and you can make sense of the pain through the lens of a belief system. I get it, I understand it, and I appreciate it. But here's my problem. There are people with this tremendous sense of awe and wonder and hope through pain and suffering who believe in false gods. But they believe it's true, but they're wrong. You would say they're wrong.
That's consistent with the Bible, though. That's explained in the Bible.
I understand redefined.
And that would even prove our point, right?
We believe the truth, yeah.
I understand.
Right?
But
they're being deceived.
But redefine my point in saying this is that just like a Hindu, who I think all of us agree believe in something false, they have this hope, meaning, and purpose where the rubber hits the road, even though that they're wrong. By believing in a false God, they get something. How is that different than believing in no God? And so you guys could be right. Christianity could be true. And you could be right that I could be a better person and more fulfilled and have more hope, meaning, and purpose. That could all be true. But in my life right now, I have no need of Christ. I have no need of Christianity. I'm being honest.
Yes, you do.
You don't want to tell people the truth?
Okay, you can say I'm deceived. You can say all these things, that I'm suppressing the truth and all these things. That's fine. I get it. But in order for me to believe, and I think a lot of Christians are going to agree with what I'm about to say, that if Christianity is true, that God has to change my heart from the inside first.
By his true word.
And so that's where I see, when I study the scriptures, I see that taught. So if that is true, then, and if God wants me to become a Christian, he will do that work in me first.
No.
Well, you have to listen to what he's saying to you.
You think he's going to do that by lighting napkins on fire?
Yes.
Wait,
that's a straw man.
Is he going to do that by lighting napkins on fire?
You have to listen to what God is saying to you, to speak it to you.
I understand.
Is he going to change your heart by lighting napkins on fire?
He speaks to everybody.
I understand.
Yeah, the
hey guys, it's been great. I hope I didn't offend anyone. I'm sorry if I was being too sarcastic, but I sincerely had fun. John, thank you for inviting me.
Kudos to you, PineCreek,
no problem.
for participating.
And PineCreek, if you haven't picked up on this, I'm fine with having conversations. I give people as good as they give, though. And normal conversation, actual intellectual discourse, I'm all about it. If people want to be sarcastic and snarky, I'm going to give them every bit back. So it's
I understand.
I'd be happy to have future conversations. Hopefully we can have a more
I want you to know sincerely, no hard feelings.
Continue the intellectual dialogue versus the sarcasm.
I personally resent your attacks on Christianity and your hit and run remarks, and then not coming in talking to us and talking it out. But so I appreciate you.
Like on my videos, you mean?
Yeah, all your videos attacking Christianity.
Well, on many live streams I do, I put up my link and I invite people to come in and disagree with me. Like, you're welcome to come in sometime and be specific, and we can talk about it.
Yeah, if I'm allowed to talk, that's fine. Yeah, but I appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Yeah, no, I'll let you talk. It's just people like Darth Dawkins. I don't like. I've talked to him at length a few times, and so it was just that one time I just gave him a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, PineCreek, ask yourself why you behave as though solipsism isn't true, even though you have no sufficient reason to reject it. That's my last sentiment.
Okay, I'll give you guys the last word, or I'll say bye.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
I'm going to take off too, John. Thanks for having me on. Congrats on your 1300. And,
yeah, congrats.
Hope all you guys have a great Resurrection Sunday.
Appreciate it.
He is risen.
I agree. Have a good night, man.
All right, amen. See you.
And congrats on calling out PineCreek.
It was definitely interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so Danny, you're of the people that are left, at least from our perspective, you're probably less biased. So what is your overall assessment of the interesting dumpster fire that has been this party?
Well, to be honest, I think my opinion of PineCreek went up. I think he was pretty respectful. I think he didn't try to like obstruct or overtalk anyone. I think that some of his questions were sincere, and now there are things, of course, that I think he was wrong about, and I think that he focuses on he likes talking about how people come to belief. He's less interested in whether a belief is justified, and that to me, the latter is much more interesting, obviously, and I think that's what most people are interested in. But when he does the kind of like the psychology thing, like, oh, what explains your belief? Like that's just a psychological question, and but overall, I would say that my view of PineCreek went up, but overall,
Okay. Okay, we got an echo here. All right. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I still feel frustrated by the fact that I didn't really get a chance to sort of follow up on the idea that, PineCreek, and not only PineCreek, but a lot of people, a lot of atheists, it seems like and what I was trying to get at is, if he feels that I have not found, like, quote, I don't have sufficient reason to believe in a God, therefore I'm an atheist, or something, end quote. And then I would ask the question, like, okay, and I'm assuming that your behavior mimics that. Like you don't behave as though if you say you're an atheist, I assume that you don't behave as though God exists. But then the question would be for solipsism, nobody has any sufficient reason to reject solipsism, but everybody that's not a sociopath behaves as though solipsism isn't true.
I know what you're saying, but there is a technical thing there. Solipsism is the view that there's only the self. I think what you're talking about is the problem of other minds.
Sure. I mean, even still, fine, maybe solipsism isn't the exact technical term, but why would anyone inconvenience themselves because of the consideration of other minds if they have absolutely zero evidence that other minds exist?
Exactly. Yeah, that was Plantinga's reasons, Plantinga's argument, essentially, that he took belief in God to be like the belief in other minds, and I'm quite sympathetic to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's extremely compelling to me, because if you think about, like, would you ever inconvenience yourself for like the feelings of like Siri? I mean, people like to do experiments where they're like, oh, I feel bad. I shouldn't have asked, like I made Siri feel bad, but no one would genuinely inconvenience themselves, like to the point where like, they would make severe personal sacrifices to avoid, causing pain or something.
I don't feel bad.
Well, okay, sure. Yeah. Some people don't even, right. Fair enough. But I'm saying like nobody has any actual concrete evidence that there are waking conscious minds in other humans. Yet all sane people, I would say that if the spirit hasn't left them, this is the only way I describe it. If the spirit hasn't left you entirely, then people have an innate sort of empathetic understanding that even though we don't have any evidence of it, other minds exist, and we have consideration for other people to the point where we severely inconvenience ourselves. Now, sociopaths don't do this. And we use the word sociopath. I don't know what happened to people. There could be many different reasons that lead people to the point where they have zero empathy and just don't consider other people. But for the most part, even atheists behave as though other minds exist with zero evidence. This is extremely important. Nobody has any evidence at all that there's actually another waking mind in another human. And yet we have this sort of, hard to explain. We have this innate empathetic understanding and consideration for other people. I think that's really a pretty profound, it's like actions speak louder than words. Ask an atheist, PineCreek or Matt Dillahunty or whoever else, why do you really ultimately inconvenience yourself when you could for the considerations of other people if you don't have any evidence that they even have an experience?
Yeah,
right. That's a good question.
Okay, guys, we so more debate and Jeremy have entered. More debate. You were first. What's going on, man? How you doing?
More debate, ¿qué pasa ahí?
Okay, I'm not sure where he's at. Jeremy, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Hanging in there. What are your thoughts on the
Hello,
craziness of this stream?
am I? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, more debate.
No, the problem was I was muted. Sorry about that. And Jago, tudo bem com você?
Tudo bem, sim, sim.
Okay, we're from Brazil. My English will betray me as always. I'm gonna just say 2 points. First, it's congratulations LPP now for the 1,300 subscriptions, and the second one is you don't have to deal with PineCreek in my opinion, with that dimension of evidence and logic. Sorry, I know I'm being polemic, but he won't respond to that. You, John, witnessed that. He was sarcastic, cynic. He doesn't listen to evidence. You have to, I was asking in the chat and I was being mocked, but the thing is, and I know that I'm probably being banned from a channel to saying that, but you have to ask him about his sister. You know why? Because as soon as you present evidence, what he asks you back about how you became a Christian? Oh, you were weak on your college, so what you were doing led you to ask him about her sister. He has a six sister, and I don't know if she's alive yet. That's not the point. The point is he's not open to that kind of conversation. He has admitted on his videos that his agnosticism that no one buys, his atheism is because God has not healed his sister. You can present DNA and everything else to him. I've watched a lot of this. I've watched what you guys have done tonight. I've watched a lot of it. Solipsism, DNA. PineCreek is not about that. And that's why I'm kind of emotional here, but you wasted everybody's time with that. And I know I don't want to be mean. I don't want to say that his sick sister has to have any. That's not the point. The point is, since he's getting us to respond in that level, we have to get to him to respond in that level. I don't know if everybody agrees. I know that probably 90% don't agree. I'm probably more of Smoky Saints school of thought.
He has bitterness. Then that's
yes, that's what I'm saying, Django. You understand me, and I know that's my final point. I'm gonna leave. I don't want to spoil the party, but the thing is, John, Danny, and Sunflower was the three that could get a handle with PineCreek today, but get him to get you guys with the rhetoric, with questions. Don't answer his questions. Try to lead him. Every time you guys try to answer him, he asks a question, and everybody's giving him his testimony and saying, I'm a Christian because of that. Oh no, here's the evidence. He's obviously not interested in that. Sorry if I'm too emotional, but the thing is, I just had enough with that guy. I don't join. I love the show of John's show, and and a lot of others. I've been very much a fan of Saul's for the last month. Sorry, Sunflower I follow on Discord. My English can't make a proper conversation with him, but I would like very much one day to talk with him, and that's my whole point. Don't, in my opinion, my humble opinion, don't try to deal with PineCreek in that level of evidence and solipsism and logic. He won't respond. He will make look like a fool. I'm not saying that today you look like a fool, because there was a decent panel who could debate him and bring him to the light maybe a little, but the thing is, he won't respond. The thing is, you have to drag him he's giving you guys the tips. He asking you everything except for the evidence. How did you come to Christianity? What were you doing in college? Oh, that's so powerful. That's what you have to do with him. Django, I know that Django understand me. That's what.
Understood. Got to know the enemy. No, I hear you, man. I appreciate the advice.
That's all I have to say. Sorry about my English. I'm not that emotional all the time, but I was on the chat saying all the stuff. I know it's tough. I know it's our Lord will be risen in a few hours, or maybe in my country in a few hours. But the thing is, we can't let that happen, guys. DNA is wonderful. It's proof of God. It's a code. I love the LPP material. I love Sunflowers. Everything that Sunflowers, maybe Sunflowers is me with English powers. I don't know. He's the intuition guy like me, and that's why I wanted to join the stream. And I know that Django is from a country, and I understand that Danny is well versed in philosophy, but that won't deal with that type of guy. Okay, guys, sorry about my rant. Thanks for receiving me. I'm gonna drop out, and sorry if I said too much. Thank you, John.
No, you're good, man. You're always welcome.
Flower, and I'm gonna be. Feliz Páscoa para você também, John Jaguar. Sorry, and Sunflower. Thank you. I'm a fan. I'm gonna be listening from the outside. I'm gonna leave. Thank you.
Have a good one. All right. Okay, Jeremy. What are your thoughts, man?
Well, recently I've been getting into Keith Thompson's series on biblical interpretation. It's a 9-part series, and he goes into the contrasting of induction and deduction, and also the 4 ways of knowing. And I'm starting to notice from his lectures, I can sort of categorize the difference between how atheists debate and how a lot of Christians are debating. Christians seem to come from a propositional knowing, simply because we have the dictates of the Word of God, which is our evidence for the most part for our faith. Our faith has to be based on the Word of God. But atheists primarily are about procedural knowing, where they want to know the process by which you come to your proposition. And they primarily say that, but in both cases, on both sides, everyone gets into propositional, everyone gets into procedural, but you have to understand the subtle shift back and forth between those two positions. And once an atheist starts getting propositional, you just have to start questioning them. And how do you know that? I mean, what's your procedure? How did you derive that information? And the same goes for people of faith. They have to proclaim things, they have to propose things, but they also have to show how they derive that information. So I just see if you don't recognize that you're debating a proposition or debating a procedure, then I see that there's confusion being created because of that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the atheists that are in the comment section right now, they just simply refuse to actually pay attention to their logical fallacies. I mean, I've been going back and forth with about 4 of them for over an hour and a half now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if you've been looking at the chat, but I mean, we have 2 of them that are saying that the God of the Bible is just this abhorrent character, filled with flaws, filled with evil morality, and they say that of course they don't need morals to come from the God of the Bible, because if they did, they would not have bodily autonomy, stupid things like this. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Will that be a mixture of maybe weak procedural and definitely propositional knowing? And I'd have to say that if you're going to take a propositional stance, you better have a very good reason for taking that stance. Now, I have a very good reason to trust God propositionally, because it's logical to believe that someone who knows everything about everything is a source of truth.
Exactly.
That's a logical proposition. It's sound. It's valid.
I mean, that's the same issue that Darwin had regarding his own thesis, is that if we are the product of evolution, in the sense that matter eventually came together and began to evolve, right? Then how can we trust the process that's created such a flawed from a flawed system in the first place to provide our own intuitions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, clearly, if you can't even trust your thoughts, then what in the world? How can you ever come to the truth, right?
Yeah. Well, from a thought perspective, we're finite, so we can't really define truth from a finite stance, because our finiteness compared to the vastness of reality is too great. So we can't assume that we can derive truth from our finite ability. But most of what Darwin said and Darwinists say is propositional, because procedurally they can't prove anything they're saying about the past.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think has to be denoted, because you get all this, like Antangelo was recently beaten down by Speed of Sound, and he beat him because of Antangelo noted something from a paper, and he singled out that one thing, and it seemed like it's a proposition. And then they say the paper didn't support his proposition, but the thing is, what didn't support his proposition was another proposition, because procedurally they couldn't prove what they were saying either in the conclusion of their paper. So they were all up in arms against Antangelo because they found the reason why he was wrong. But the reason why they found he was wrong was simply another proposition. So there's no progress, in that situation. Dueling propositions isn't going to get you too far unless you have sound reasons for why those propositions are categorically true.
Yeah,
that happens a lot. I've noticed of like you. Well, I think case in point tonight with PineCreek, right? There was a pretty much I would say no less than 90% of his responses were alternative propositions.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, obviously, that's why I kept calling him out. Like, you're answering questions with questions. Like, this is not a. Well, like I said, that's why I kept calling him out for saying he was dodging and whatnot, just refusing to address anything. It's like, man, it's not just a outlier. It's every single question is question. Like it's a known tactic. Like it's a known methodology to avoid having to be pinned with, and more debate was kind of pointing this out too. But it's like kind of one of my objectives for this was to showcase the dodging. That was my objective, and I think my objective was accomplished. I mean,
I agree.
Pretty well. That was my objective going into this tonight.
My objective
if he joined.
Try to talk some sense into him. That's my objective.
Well, I operate from the perspective that the majority of, and I'm talking about the ones that are running around, like, we lost Danny, but like Danny, usually, I'd say 99% of the time, is he disagrees, but he is using arguments and logic, and sometimes I think his logic goes into the extreme, but he's at least like thinking about it, right, and looking at different perspectives. The vast majority of like these other individuals we interact with, it's extreme sarcasm, derision, outright rejection, insults, etc., etc. And for those individuals, it's okay. How about let's go full bore? Let's do it. Let's go.
I think the difference with Danny is that since he's a philosopher and he's got a lot of understanding in the requirements to have a foundation for your beliefs and things like that, it kind of gives credence to the fact that we, as Christians, or really anyone that wants to have a belief, that it's not unreasonable for us to have these beliefs, right? That's where I think Danny is coming from. Even if he doesn't agree with us, he still knows that we are reasonable in our understanding of reality, even if it's possible it could be false, right? But yeah, he's very charitable, I'd say, compared to pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, well, and that's my point. Like a lot of times people question why I personally am often very aggressive, right? And give no quarter, and you're mean. You're so mean. I mean, I had like probably 5 comments today where hardcore atheists were like accusing me of being super mean for calling them out on their insults. Like, you just have been insulting me and other Christians. I called you out on it and pointed out why you're an idiot, and based on from your own position. And then another atheist comes in and says, like, you're just being so mean. That's just that's beyond the pale, basically. And I'm like, really? Because I'm not just bending over and being like, please be super duper mean. It's like, I don't know what world these people live in. It's very interesting.
Yeah, you know what? That's so true, and I'm really glad you actually did point out this sarcastic sort of arrogance, because although Danny was kind of like, yeah, he's been so nice, it's like, no, we all see the smirk, and I think we all know, or at least I think everyone in this chat now, when you detect that sort of the atheist smirk, the sort of chuckling, the laughing, the sort of darting of the eyes, and the sort of just unconditional skepticism, I see that as the clearest evidence of like prideful skepticism. As in, I think a lot of these atheists, and I think PineCreek put this on display tonight, they actually are doing this because they feel insecure, and they think, well, if I can poke holes in some of these theist arguments, I can get a chuckle, I can kind of feel like I'm the smarter, more mature person. But in reality, really, I mean, it is arrogance, it is pride, and I think it is insecurity, and I think it's important to point that out. And I think that weirdly, Danny doesn't really exhibit that. So that is something interesting. Like, he's an atheist, but he doesn't have that sort of smirky, like chuckling, kind of like taking joy in trying to poke holes thing. Yeah. So I think that's important to point out, and I don't know, it said something to me.
So
I agree with your point there. I think the other thing about tonight too is, and insinuating on your point, I kept trying to go down the rabbit hole of the ignorance and ego, right? And the ego being protected by ignorance. And like, if I don't actually have to contemplate and use my brain, which in the context of it, and someone who views himself as intelligent, which I would wager that PineCreek is above average intelligence, right? It's like, dude, full well that if you actually go and analyze the information, you will have to use your IQ points to reach conclusion. If the data is put in front of you, you're going to do an analysis. So because of that, he's not going and analyzing the data. He's not putting the data in front of himself, so he can avoid it. And I see that with a lot of atheists, a lot of them, at least here on YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
I agree.
What's
that's what
the excuse?
Omarosa Moon is doing
But
right
they're
now.
clever. They're clever about it. They make it sound like, oh, look, dude, what we don't have all night, man. I mean, what do you? It's like they're very tactical in how they will.
Well, and this is where the supreme reliance. Some of it's just because they're idiots and ignorant, but the smarter ones, it's where the supreme reliance on consensus comes from. Is I don't need to go and research for myself because
all these other people did it.
Because all these other people claim that the problem's already solved. So it doesn't matter when. And then they use the you're not an expert. You're claiming the experts are wrong defense. It's like, well, did you go and read it? Did you go read where they claim, they stated they actually haven't found this, solution XYZ? Like case in point, the Dr. Tour, abiogenesis videos, right? Like, hey, I went down the proverbial rabbit hole into the methods portions of these papers, and then found out that, well, look at all this relay synthesis they're doing here, and look at all these different things where they actually didn't do what they claimed they did, right? And then it's like, well, looking at the people that, folks like us are dealing with on a regular basis, who are quoting the same papers that Dr. Tour went and analyzed. I'm using this as an example, right? There's plenty of examples like this. And then when we call them out on it, they categorically refuse to go and do the investigation for themselves. They refuse to do it. And then right. Anyway, we won't run our mouths. I think I know Pigs Can Fly had something to say. I think Sal had something he wanted to say as well.
Yeah, I was going to answer.
Pigs, go first.
There's that question that Omaros Moon had posted there. I don't think it's a legitimate question. I think they're just trying to get at us. But it says, what do Christians do with those who invoke God for their own purposes, like what Hitler did, or even a lesser degree, like the prosperity preachers? How are Christians going to fix that? My answer to this would be, it's not our job to fix that, right? Like, you might think that this is something that we are required to take care of, but it's actually something that it really is more of like a non sequitur in the argument. It doesn't make any difference. That's not our job as Christians. Our job is to promote the gospel, to get it out there to people so that they understand why we're here. If people understand the gospel and they try to live according to the gospel and the word of God, then you won't see things like that. That's the reason why these things happen, is because these people are not living according to it, right?
Right. Doesn't it say something about false proclaimers, or at least
false teachers?
You should know a tree by its fruit. So basically, we have a very simple system of judging people who are claiming to be believers.
Right, and I mean, I think at least the Bible does teach, in my opinion, that if you have a personal relationship with God, you don't have a duty to respect or take brotherhood in Christ just because someone else says they're a Christian, right? I mean, think about Christ himself. Like, if the whole world is cornering you and saying, we're all prosperity preachers and we're Nazis and we're all claiming Christ, so if you believe in God, you do that too. Well, Christianity teaches that you can say, no, I reject what you might be 1,000,000 to 1. Whatever you're all doing and proclaiming as being Christian is not what Christ taught. And then a person can always act in alignment with Christ as they know Christ. And that is taught in the Bible. It doesn't say follow anyone who claims who speaks Christ's name. It never says that. Right. So
he actually says many will come in my name, and I'm trying to remember the exact verbiage that's used there.
Exactly.
Not only does he say that, he also says that in the end there will be many who say, Lord, Lord, we cast out demons in your name, and he shall say, depart from me, for I never knew you.
That's right.
So I mean, it's obvious that there's going to be people that will do that. And here's the thing that really fascinates me about and this is where either projection, ignorance, or propaganda come into play. It is a known fact, beyond doubt. It is documented at the wazoo that there have been very strategic initiatives by anti-theists to infiltrate seminaries and to ultimately go all the way to the extent of working in the seminaries as well as to gain pastoral positions, minister positions, etc., with the expressed purpose of diminishing the influence of the church, and to simultaneously give gigantic black marks and to degrade people's confidence in.
Right.
So
Exactly.
if we
It's
know
intentional.
you're right. So if we know there's been an intentional objective and initiative to pull this off, and then we have all that quote unquote dirt thrown in our faces, and how could you believe in all this kind of stuff? It's like, am I claiming that all humans are, and quote unquote Christians are going to not, fall into sin and all that kind of stuff? Of course not. We're all human. Like, everybody is susceptible to that. But when I know for a fact that people like you, person issuing the accusation, are trying to degrade my confidence and to keep other people from joining the faith, like, you're the enemy, and the enemy is now accusing me of, or like accusing us of something that one of their allies did.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry if I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, and I may completely dismiss your argument. Like, it's, I don't know. So we've all been talking Sal's been being patient. Sal, I know you had something you wanted to add.
Go ahead.
Yes, I I didn't really have patience for PineCreek, Doug. I mean, I appreciated that you talked to him, but that there's Brandolini's law that it takes 10 times more effort to refute BS. I mean, I feel like I just didn't feel like being a janitor today to clean up, and there were lots of rhetorical traps. I specifically used the word accessible, and he was saying better, and I totally saw where he was going to try to go with this. And I said, this is not, it didn't feel like it was an honest interchange. And so I got pretty frustrated. And one thing he was trying to say, you ought to do it this way. You ought to do it this way, Christians. And I'm like, that's not what the Bible teaches.
Yep.
Are you going to, because the Bible teaches there are several different ways that people argue. When Peter talked to the crowd in Acts chapter 2, verse 22, he cited the miracles that Jesus did. He didn't, in contrast, Paul in Acts 17, he didn't have that opportunity because his audience didn't see the miracles. So, this whole thing of like, you don't have confidence or this or that. I said, we had, some people had historically more access as evidence to the resurrection. And he was totally distorting everything we were trying to say. I said, that's just so plainly evident, and you're just twisting it.
Yeah. Well, and that's why it's part of the reason I was going to do the call out, is I'm like, that video, it was plain as day to anybody with a modicum of brain power.
Yes.
Of what his intent was.
Yeah.
And
100%.
especially when you watch the original video, where he is admitting that the reason they're making those bringing up those arguments is because they're looking at it from the philosophical perspective. Well, he states this in the original video, removes it, and then applied this like, oh, I can't believe. And then to further justify my interpretation of it, for the first hour and a half of this, it was, well, that should be why didn't they say that if they truly believe? And like, was now questioning whether or not they actually had faith in their Christian God in the first place.
Yeah.
If they did make that their foundational argument, which was my entire point, right? Like, this is the entire point that I'm making on this whole deal. You're actually proving that my interpretation of the intent was correct. And anyway, but all that aside,
Agreed. 100%
I don't understand. Well, I do understand from a intellectual perspective, but the premise, like, why wouldn't just be a foundationally logical approach to, like, and we kind of all talked about this, but like, if the kalam, if the cosmological argument, if the moral argument, the contingency argument, insert argument, there's hundreds of them. Like, if they were all disproven, right? And like, if the cosmological argument is no longer valid and is disproven, then it's going to extenuate that Christianity is false, right? Like, we're dependent on God existing, right? Like, if that is no longer the case, then I mean, I guess there's probably maybe some way you're working out, maybe, but it'd be difficult, right? If you completely prove that there is no God, like, of course, I'm not going to believe in Christianity if God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And it's like proving that God doesn't exist. Are you kidding me? I mean, that'd be like,
and that's formally impossible, because to formally prove God doesn't exist, you'd have to be omnipotent and omniscient, which by definition you're God at that point. So there's no point. And
but hey,
one of the best apologists.
Hey, is Randolph still here? Because I know he wants to be omniscient and omnipresent, or omnipotent. Go ahead, Sal.
I actually thought that was pretty spot on, because I actually don't think the philosophical arguments for God are that good. You know, the best apologetic in the Bible that I saw was that blind man. I love that story. And the Pharisees were giving him a hard time. He said, well, one thing I know, I was blind, but now I see. I mean, what are you going to say?
The woman at the well.
That argument isn't, you know, because a lot of people don't experience direct miracles. I get that. You know, I get that. I can sympathize. I mean, there are lots of people that would love to see miracles. They have loved ones that they're praying for, and sometimes the loved one doesn't get healed. And, you know, I can understand. I sympathize with that. But then this whole twisting of, it was more or less mocking God, saying, "Oh, why doesn't God become more apparent?" And I wanted to say, you know, you may not like to hear this, but God might actually be entertained to see all these fools go to hell. And they've said they wanted to go there. He's going to arrange for you not to see things.
Well, and the point that I was making,
I mean, that may sound really mean, but if you look in the passages of the Bible where God hardens Pharaoh's heart, and then 2 Thessalonians, so he's trying to say, you know, a really wise God wouldn't make fools of people. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, part of the, in line with what you were saying there about the miracles, here's the point that I was trying to make to him was, and I've made this to many other folks, but like, I demand to have, you know, this piece of tissue paper or whatever we had in his hand, like, to catch on fire, right? And the Dilettante, like, why is there no miracles? Why am I not being shown this and that? And the point that I was making about the going down the rabbit holes of research into biology, cosmology, et cetera, is that if you do go down that path with an open mind, you will be witnessing miracles. They will, and then the point I was making about, like, after I've gone down those paths, and now when I walk outside, the world is exponentially more vivid than it ever was in the days when I occasionally ingested substances that would supposedly enhanced my perception of reality. The walking through a group of trees and recognizing that I am surrounded by solar panels and things that are materializing carbon out of thin air, right? Like, I mean, all these different things that are happening, and there's quantum coherence occurring all around me in order for photosynthesis to be expressed. And I mean, when you contemplate those things, the intricacies of your very existence become exponentially more real. And then you think about that in terms of the little bugs that are running around and like all these different things. And you think about like what's actually happening that we take for granted. But until you have the knowledge, until you've even looked below the surface level, it's very easy to gloss over all these different things that, to my case in point, that are the evidence of the miracles from the divine that substantiate belief. But if you categorically refuse to ever look for them, then you're going to forever be wishing that a stupid Kleenex would catch on fire. And that is a joke compared to what is all around you. But,
you know, I wanted to say a couple more comments. First, your Morse code argument was really good. I was really impressed. That's one time where I saw the code argument really get someone. That and James Downard, Morse code. And then the other thing is, I'm giving a series on faith, maybe on my channel, and I'll say we will take faith, or we will risk for something we love. You know, and I saw that on display today. Tanya said, you know, if I go to hell, I go to hell. So that's not valuable to him. and it's not valuable to PineCreek, the idea of being with God forever. So they're not going to take the risk because they don't want it. And so that's mostly what I wanted to say. And I just saw this, people's hearts on display. They don't want God, and they're not going to try to find evidence for him.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Yeah, Jamie, I know you've been posting a bunch of stuff in private chat. Is there anything you want to discuss? You've been being patient.
Did you say me?
Yeah, you.
Okay, went choppy for a second. I just want to say that I like the tact you took too, because I think with certain people you should definitely be more aggressive with, especially someone like PineCreek, because he's a seasoned, quote unquote, previous Christian, when you have the kind of following and channel he does. Doesn't look good for any future change of mind, at this point, in my opinion. These people that gain pride and stuff with their channels and growing it, and, they're like almost hopeless. Like they could never recant now and go back, on their position. So with those people, it's good to make a display and show that they really haven't taken it seriously, like Sal was just saying too. And the displays what they're all about. And he's like so his heart has been seared or whatever, or his nerves or whatever. So definitely go after him that way. And the other thing I was going to say was just that I see this with a lot of younger creationists sometimes too. I've noticed in some chats before, and the same thing kind of Doug's video is showing, is that the people don't connect the whole thing you've been talking about with God's existence and Christianity, and how the argument goes and why they're separate and different. Like I've heard people say, they're not really into William Lane Craig, for instance, because if you don't like his argument, you don't like the arguments, or if you don't like philosophy, you don't. But still, it's not the same thing. Just because someone argues for God doesn't mean they're not really doing what they should for Christianity. It's both, and I think so.
No, I would definitely agree with that. I mean, it's on multiple fronts. So first off, we believe in a Trinity, or at least I do, right? 3 in 1. Okay, so does that mean that there's multiple facets to God? I would say the answer to that question is obviously yes. So why wouldn't there also be multiple facets in the arguments in either for or against existence? I mean, there's multiple layers to that, and everything. What I find it very interesting about all of the attempts at merging everything is atheists. And people see a lot of in my comments, I joke about that. It's kind of a joke, but it's also actually kind of a real assessment of the what I call the atheist hyper literalist disorder. It's like, I'm only going to take the most extreme hyper literal interpretation of whatever is stated, and I'm going to suspend all pragmatic contextual meaning of whatever's being stated or whatever's being argued or implied or inferred, right? And I'm just gonna go in the extreme and then dismiss everything else. And I don't know if y'all been noticing that Justin character who comments a lot on my community posts. He's got that in the extreme.
That's called using the Bible for your purposes, not submitting to it, or even being open to what it's trying to teach. And I love to point out how the slavers in the South, the Dixiecrats, that's how they use the Bible. That's how today's atheists used it. So the ones who use the Bible in an improper way to try to support their errant ideas is the same way the atheists use it today. It's kind of ironic.
I did want to say in that video that PineCreek showed about this apologetics empire, I was a little bit appalled not one of them mentioned the abiogenesis, the origin of life, which includes the origin of codes. They're all philosophy. Almost all of them universally were philosophy. And none of them were, I think maybe one might have mentioned fine tuning.
Yeah.
So, that personally kind of offended me.
Well, one did. Here's what I've noticed is I agree. I mean, you're making a valid point. I mean, they were almost all philosophy. I think there was only one actually that stated. It was IP talked about what do you say? Digital mechanics.
Digital. Like the digital universe type of thing.
Yeah. And then the guy after him talked about the fine tuning of the universe.
Yeah. So
but I agree with you that, and I think that's just part of where the theistic evolution / old Earth influence is on full display. Not necessarily from whether or not they're all in that position or not. That's neither here nor there. It's that if you espouse theistic evolution or old Earth creation, then evolution, then abiogenesis doesn't have much bearing on your position. Especially, I mean, obviously for the theistic evolution, it has zero bearing, right? They think it's just happened, and I'm like, okay, that's anyway. But in my opinion, when you look at the fine-tuned universe, the Kalam, and abiogenesis, you have, and obviously there's other pieces that kind of fit all that stuff, but just those three components, in my opinion, you have a very powerful comprehensive case. I mean, it's like, and this is where you're getting, like the universal wave function, for example. Like for me, that one, it's like, even the quantum cosmology guys admit, the majority of them anyway, admit that they ultimately they would have to account for like that problem still, of the observer problem still faces them even when you get into the multiverse. Like you still ultimately run into that problem with the universal wave function. Like it's there. And
yeah, I thought that's a little esoteric, even though I agree with it. I feel the abiogenesis argument is just really close to home and very clear, and it includes the code argument. And anyway, that's good news for you, me, and the other creationist YouTubers, that we're the ones that are going to be pushing forward the apologetic that actually appeals to physical evidence rather than philosophy. And I actually feel that, for a long time, that's really all they had. They didn't have what we have in the 21st century in terms of what we actually know. But a lot of these seminaries and schools are still stuck in the old school and the old mode of thinking. It's like, oh, we're going to appeal to philosophy. We don't have physical evidence. And they don't want to touch it. Neither do a lot of the churches. So it's kind of us in the wild cyber sphere and blog sphere that can advocate this.
Hey, I'd like to mention one thing. Good point, Sal. The one component that we have that can go beyond the debate is the fact that we're spiritual, and that all these people, like I posted in the verse in the bottom, they're being blinded, on a daily basis by Satan, and there's structures of satanic structures in their mind, body, soul, and spirit that are preventing them from hearing or seeing the truth. And so we can use debate, but that can only go so far when we're coming up against Satan himself. So we actually need to pray for these people to get beyond some of these barriers that we're having with them.
I agree with that.
It's a spiritual battle as well as a battle of reason, because Paul, he reasoned with the Jews, he reasoned with the Greeks, but he also prayed for them.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, is that it's why it says that we're supposed to pray for our enemies, is so that God can soften their hearts and they may be willing to listen to the truth.
Yes, agreed from me too, 100%.
I agree with you guys completely on the on prayer. Completely. I think the what I find frustrating is a lot of people go the flip side, right? Like we if you're we need to pray for them. Therefore, you need to treat in your like one-on-one or like real-time interactions, right? You just need to treat everybody with total kid gloves because we're praying for them. And I'm like,
Yeah, I disagree with
just
that.
because like I can still
No.
pray for somebody and like challenge their position. And here's the other part that I find extremely annoying, and I think is a fundamental component of why so many people have fallen away, is that so many in the quote unquote church have surrendered and are refusing to accept the reality that we are in a spiritual war. And I, for one, do not surrender in like just, I know this guy is absolutely right now 100% is the enemy, and no ifs, ands, buts about it. From his stated objective is to convince other people that God does not exist, there is no need for salvation, and that there is no eternal existence.
But
Like
it's just entertainment, John.
if
It's just
if
entertainment.
that's your stated objective, then you have presented yourself as the direct and unequivocal enemy. Now, do I hope that you will, defect? Absolutely. Will I accept if you do so? Will I accept you? Absolutely. But until that day, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from taking anybody, either a neutral party, an innocent, or somebody from my side, and take them down. Like I will do everything in my power to prevent that from occurring. And like I don't understand why so many. No, I'm using this as a generality, obviously. So many people just like, oh, you're the threat. Like, hang on, what?
No, I agree.
You're doing nothing. So you're doing nothing. You're surrendering. You're acquiescing to the enemy assault, and then you're going to say that people like us that are out here actually having the proverbial C.O. Jones to take personal quasi risk at facing down with those against, and we're somehow like a quasi enemy. I find it's extraordinary.
I just like to mention I was at a meeting of University Christian Fellowship, and the head for Canada was at the meeting, and he gave his personal testimony, and he said that as a chemical engineering student when he was in university, he only attended university to basically ridicule the Christians. But he finally got saved, and he said that at the point that he got saved, 75 people were praying for him.
Wow.
So, it's like with all the people we have following these groups, if we were to pick one person, one contender that we're up against in this debate, and all start praying for that one person, I wonder if we'd see a change.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
absolutely. I mean, what I think is there's going to be people that want to take the path personally of sort of unconditional like kindness, but it's wrong for people to sort of police how other Christians, as long as they're not being heretical or whatever. But I think there's a role for the people who have natural acuity, like LPP or like maybe someone else. There's people that have sort of if someone can argue against something in a fashion that isn't like just totally flaming the person, I think that's totally fine. And other people might find that that for them they would rather just be sort of unconditionally compassionate. I think it's fine to have different approaches because different people have different aptitudes for different approaches.
I agree 100%.
As long as the person's doing it in good faith, and I can only read that on an intuitive level, but as long as the person's doing it in good faith, I think there's really I don't see any reason to like police people's approach to spreading the word of God and God. So that's how I feel.
Right.
I agree with you 100%. And one of the examples I use on that is like why there was a reason that Solomon, not David, built the temple. Right. Obviously, one of the reasons was the whole Bathsheba extravaganza, but that wasn't the only reason, right? Part of it was the blood on his sword.
Yeah.
And nobody, I mean, there's this whole like, and using David as an example, like there's this whole like perception, like, oh, David was this just soft, oh, he was a little shepherd boy. Like the dude killed a lion with his bare hands. And it's like you're not in a sling, right? Like you're not exactly a little wispy run, right? And then like, okay, he goes off and fights Goliath, and then he's like a warrior, right? And he's in the kingdom, like in the courtyard of Saul and everything. And he's like, he's fighting wars, right? He's going off being a warrior. And then there's the whole, like jealousy thing. Like, why was Saul jealous? Because David was a badass, right? Like the people were like, dude, this guy's the alpha, right? And then he's off being chased around, and he's like, he's a leader of men out in the wilderness and everything, right? And then he comes, okay. My point being that David wasn't the soft, like the super nice guy, right? Like he was the rough. Well, I'm not saying he didn't have like charisma and all. Like, I'm talking about like just from a conceptual perspective. Like he was an alpha. Like he was the man out there being willing to put blood on his hands. I mean, and that's different in different kinds of point you were making about context, right? Like, is there a time for the wise, like Solomon in this context, the diplomats and all, like, and the statesman, all that kind of stuff? Absolutely. Is there the time for the warrior? Absolutely. And it's the different.
I guess it's what what you're trying to be warrior over. If you're trying to win a battle of wills, and out yell the guy or out persuade the guy. I think we need to be warriors when it comes to truth, when it comes to soundness of mind, soundness of reason, and be a stickler in those senses. And but not to show that we're out of control. Like David was out of control. He was but he didn't have his stop button didn't really engage enough times when he was trying to serve the Lord or trying to be a good king. There's points where he had to stop what he was doing, but it didn't happen, and he suffered for it. You see, he rose to a certain point, then it was just decline from that point on till his death.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that people get like certain people get a blank check to just go all out, but there's still just different. People have different aptitudes and acuities. Like I'm not. There's no better or worse. There's some people's nature or there's just like they'd be better served being unconditionally compassionate, and some people would be better served at being kind of more, no, I'm going to hold you to this. What do you really mean by this? No, I'm going to really, nope, you're not going to get away from it. Like, yeah. So I agree. No one gets a blank check to just absolutely say, I have some kind of like divine license to just like go crazy, but no one's done that. Yeah. So I agree with you, but I don't think there's really, I can't think of.
The only thing I can think of that's like a similar example would be like the Westboro Baptist Church.
Exactly. That is a good example. Yeah. And I mean,
obviously, like, not that I don't agree. Okay, so obviously I agree with them on some things, but I don't think they should be implemented in like the modern society, right?
Right. So,
and I certainly don't think that it's like wrong for people to have their proclivities. I just think that they should not adhere to them, right? They should, of course, have the will or at least the capacity to understand that it's wrong to have those proclivities, at least in the sense that you actually act upon them, right? So that's the whole problem that they should have, but they're taking it to a whole other extreme. They're taking it to like you should be burned at the stake, basically. I'm like,
they're not showing any sort of love. Love would allow you to understand the proclivities more, what context that they're happening in, why this person what sort of journey have they had in their life, and why are they the way they are today?
Yeah,
I mean, you guys know of Matt Powell, right?
Oh yeah.
So you know that he I forgot the guy's that he listens to. There's a one particular preacher that he listens to quite a bit, I guess, that is like one of his mentors, and because Matt Powell actually believes that they should put the death penalty on people that are homosexual, and I'm actually against that. I'm not saying
I'm against
I don't
that.
agree with the lifestyle, but I don't think there should be a death penalty for it, right? I mean, that to me
Yes,
is a bit outside of the,
I don't think
in
it's
fact,
within. I don't think it's within humans' jurisdiction to kill
make
other
that
humans
decision.
outside of
Exactly.
outside of a sort of either a self-defense or a preventing immediate harm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that they're not even reading the Bible in context, because whenever they go back to those Levitical laws, what does it say in the New Testament about the Levitical laws? It says that the Israelites had hardened their hearts, and that's the reason why those laws were put into place. In other words, they chose these laws because they could not handle just simply loving your neighbor. It was, they went to this grand extreme and they couldn't even keep their own laws. That's the irony there. And
Well, I think another part of it is that they weren't anointed by the Holy Spirit too. They were just a nation chosen by God, and they were surrounded by danger on a daily basis.
True.
And so they had to hear those laws because they really needed the Spirit to work on their behalf against their enemies.
Yeah.
And they were also in the process of nation building. So you can't allow certain things that are going to affect the progress.
They're going to destroy the nation from the inside. Yeah, I know. I do understand that as well.
Well, I mean, if you just look at the case of Israel, they of course had the law against homosexuality, but then when you look at the tribe of Benjamin, they were all homosexual.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Benjamin, he had a massive chip on his shoulder because of what happened to his brother Joseph.
It was almost all. I mean, but not obviously not Paul or Saul, but
yes.
But that was after the big fiasco,
Yeah. So I think there's definitely a time and a place for everything, but we have to examine our reasons because we can be motivated for the wrong thing. Frustration, I don't think, is a proper motivation to go off the handle.
No, I agree with that, and like I don't like it can be you can get easy to get carried away and sort of think like, oh, now I've made a name for myself as like the tough guy, the tough love Christian. So I'm just gonna and it could be very easy to slip into that and then start all of a sudden becoming really a sort of nasty person. And I'm not advocating for that either, by the way. But I think
it's like a tag team,
Yeah.
It's me in the ring, and I can only do so much. And when I start to see my limits, I tag the Holy Spirit and I get out and I let Him come in.
Come on,
and
guys.
I know that from that point on.
Did you never watch like WCW and like the tag team Royal Rumbles? Come on now.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the tag team is like you have two. When you look at tag teams, you don't necessarily see perfect parity between the two teams. You see that there may be two lesser ones and two greater ones, and so the two lesser guys will pair off, and then when when one guy taps out and brings in the bigger guy, then the other guy has to tap out and bring in the bigger guy. So when we should recognize that we're not only up against a human mind, we're up against the powers of darkness, and when we get frustrated, that should be a signal. I think more times than not that we're no longer up against mere reason. We're up against the power of Satan, and we really have to invoke the Spirit at that point.
Personally, I just don't deal with these guys. I debated them for 21 years, and maybe someone else can debate some of the guys on the other side and convert them. In my experience, again, this is anecdotal, not a single one has gotten converted. In fact, the proverb It says, correct a fool and he'll hate you. I've experienced that. The more that I correct them, the more that they've hated me. And the more that I spend time, because some of these guys, they've known me for like 20 years, and they just seem to resent it for every class that I took. And I would just start talking to them and be sharper. They just hated me more. And now they really, really hate me. So that proverb, correct a fool and he'll hate you, I've decided that I am investing my time in Christians. So if people see me on my channel, you rarely see me debate atheists. I'll have cordial discussions with the evolutionists, but for the most part, I'm about investing time in believers that are on the fences, that are, I mean, I have to be acquainted with the arguments of like PineCreek Doug and all, but I don't debate them directly. I will try to address their arguments so that for the sake of people on my channel, because I know myself well enough. There is a point when I would probably lose it and get really angry. I was losing my temper with PineCreek Doug today. I said, you know, what you're doing is just, I felt it was so dastardly. I said I had enough. You know, I couldn't get one sentence out. I used the word accessible and he started changing it to better. And I'm like, dude, I know what you're doing. I don't like it. You know, there's a reason I chose that word. And I could tell he was setting me up for traps, and this was just sophistry. I said, I'm just going to lose it with this guy. So, LPP, I commend you for just tearing into him, honestly, because you know, I don't have patience for that, and I don't believe these guys are arguing in good faith. Meaning, I don't think that they're seekers. If they're seekers, I'll definitely treat them differently. But if they're here to just mock the Christian God and the way he does business,
well, Scripture says that even God scorns the scorners.
You have to, I mean, you have to literally cut them down to size, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if I hope there was no misinterpretation that, at least in my approach, with him, like it's a, well.
I mean,
someone behaving dishonestly, it's like, that's it. That's the nice guy gets. That's when it stops. When I start to see stuff like that,
you're absolutely
he's deliberately twisting my words, and I'm right there in my face. He's going to change what I said.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You know, it's different to disagree, but then to try to entrap me like that and to misrepresent me right after I say something,
But I got a soft heart for these guys, these PineCreek people, and these you know, Cosmic Skeptic, Aaron Ra, all these people, Dillahunty, because, you know, I can see that they're confused, and I can see they don't understand, and I will do my best to enlighten them or to show them what they're not seeing. And you know, I live for these kind of discussions, but if they don't see, then that's, you know, that's not my problem, you know. At least I tried.
So speaking of, go ahead, Jeremy.
I can give one example of what I think might have been a result of prayer. I decided to start praying for speed of sound in the past week. And I just prayed for him over 2 or 3 days. And then I decided to go and listen to his broadcast. And he's in the middle of this big argument with immutable destiny, and they're arguing back and forth to the point where he boots immutable destiny. And I thought, well, that doesn't normally happen. So the debate, you can turn it around. You know, if we don't put all faith in our debating and we put it in God, we put it in God first, and we partner with God in our debating rather than trying to win the debate solely by reason.
Yep.
We can see these other factors start to come into play, and the things that we're trying to achieve, like what I saw happening between immutable destiny and speed of sound, was sort of like something I wanted to see, but I couldn't debate him on that basis. So I saw them debate it within themselves. So I think that's some of the things that we can expect, since we're going beyond a textbook belief in God. We believe he's real. We believe he's here and now. He's with us. We're gathered in his name. and he could take part in the debate as well.
100%. And I tell you what, the every debate I have, I ask God to give me the words to speak, and like I create structure of what I think. I try to do analysis and figure out the logic flow and anticipate what my arguments with my opponent and stuff. But then after that, it's a hey, let's get real. Like I lose my temper sometimes. I get angry, I get forceful, I get excited, and I go raw on people sometimes. But at the same time, there's been many moments where I've been looking at like rewatch something. I'm like, man, that was pretty good. Something that I said, and I'm like, that was interesting. I guess that was God give me some words on that one.
Yeah, you see that synergy take place.
Yep. Like sometimes just like, wow, that was. And then the other thing, other place I've noticed it too is in sometimes when I take time to like write opening statements and such, and obviously I'm doing investigation and thought and such, but like sometimes it's kind of like the logic flow just kind of falls into my lap. It's been rather interesting about the like case in point, my debate with Randolph Richardson. I think you may be listening right now. So I'm doing some basic Googling of like some of the different talking points that I'd heard from his other debates, right? And the whole, as we all know, he's like Mr. Staunch Latheist. And I do a couple search queries, and the first paper that comes up, right, is from the Royal Society. It's on what some atheists are doing to reinterpret. Like it's literally a paper on Latheism from the Royal Society of Philosophy. And then as I'm
just hand it to you.
Yeah. And then as I'm reading through it, okay, I'm reading through the paper, and I come to a section that is literally, not figuratively, literally calling out defineatheism.com, which is his website, is literally in the paper. They're literally calling out a atheist who references defineatheism.com to defend the Latheist position. So it causes that whoever that philosopher of the Royal Society to go and analyze the arguments made by Randolph and then extenuate out why it's wrong. And I'm sitting there, I kid you, I'm sitting there reading this paper, and I'm like, this is hilarious. I cannot believe, because I'd looked at Randolph's websites and stuff, and so I recognized like the defineatheism.com as being one of his, right? And then I see it in the paper. I did like a multiple double takes. I'm just like, okay, I am reading this right. I am seeing this. This is defineatheism.com. Like, how is this is actually being referenced in this paper? I don't know if this may be the humor of I got out of this, maybe lost on people, but I was just cracking up. Like this is this is too good.
I think about this. Go ahead, Jamie.
Okay. Saying they should have listened to Steve McCrae.
I think that part of what we're doing is a simile to what's happened in the Old Testament between Israel and the surrounding tribes. There is a sense where God wants the nation to go on the offensive. He says, "I'll be with you in that battle." And today, when we are seeing, like in the Old Testament, God, dealt with nations. They were either being crushed by the Jews or they were fighting and defeating themselves. And we can see the same thing happen today because the atheist community is a range. It's not a monolithic structure. There's people that are in a range of their position in terms of atheism and the indices between godless to godly. And we could probably see a lot of takedowns within the atheist community, like you did, John, when they start to become unleashed from Satan's deception within the community, and they start questioning themselves. And a lot of those people will probably come out of atheism because of it. So,
well, I mean, we have one in our stream right now. I mean, Pigs Come Fly freely admits that he was well, you were more like an agnostic, right, Matt? But
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, I lived my life like I was an atheist. But yeah, I was an agnostic. I didn't actually like know whether or not there was a God, and I did take more or less the lack theist position, although I didn't state it blatantly. And I never tried to defend atheism itself. I was always just focused on trying to come against people that were on the Christian side. So that was what I did for a little while. Actually, I didn't even focus on any of that stuff for about 10 years. So
That's the honest position. It's the people who claim atheism and then espouse lacktheism. Those people need to be shook or like snapped out of it because they're either apathetic or they're just obnoxious. And it's
no, I agree.
they're actually
I mean,
stupid.
well, that's what kind of turned me off to the whole thing in the first place, is that I noticed that basically just to be an atheist today, especially in this day and age, like it just, all bars are off. Like there's no like set limit to the number of lies and things that you can do to just scapegoat your position. I mean, I saw it all. I saw it on both sides for a little bit, but at the same time, I definitely saw it way more on the atheist side during those discussions. And I realized, I was like, well, why is it that they have to go to such great lengths to, try to protect their beliefs, And I mean, I was having to ask myself the same question: why am I having to do that after what happened with my wife, And like I said, once I put my faith in Jesus and saving us from that situation, I just realized that it was all true, and that just solidified everything for me, and it made it 100%. It was like people would say that I made like a huge leap of faith, but I mean, like, to me, it just all came together as like one cohesive understanding,
So you were humbled by a situation with your wife? Would you say that you felt a humility within yourself finally at that point?
Basically, I mean, have you heard my testimony?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched it.
Yeah. Okay. So awesome. Yes. I mean, essentially, it shook my worldview altogether, because it required for me to think outside the box, and to really consider other things, because my wife had never had any prior psychosis, never had any kind of inkling of, being that sort of hostile, individual. And there were some things that I didn't even mention in that video because I didn't want it to come out that it was like that kind of a violent experience. But I kind of alluded to that a little bit, talking about how she grabbed my arm whenever I went to go pray for her. But that's like, that's, bare minimum details here regarding that situation. And anyways, like I said, the entire event just shook both of us because, like I said, when she woke up, obviously she was completely fine, but she also had broken down crying, saying that she felt like she was in prison within her own body. So just completely different perspective on reality after that happened. And I mean, none of it made any sense if you think about it, because like I said, she has a Native American background. She had never read the Bible. She doesn't know anything about demons. Closest thing to was the fact that she knows about what they call sorry, I'm trying to think. They're basically shapeshifters. I can't think of what they're called right now, but it's supposed to be people that would like make pacts with evil spirits, basically, and they go around at night and try to collect children and things like that. Essentially Satanists. But anyways, yeah, that's like the closest thing too, but it's an entirely different thing than demon possession in that sense.
The crisis you were having was that probably one of your most vulnerable points in your life, and that was your relationship with your wife, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was hitting so close to home that I had no other options. I had to make my decision, right? Or lose everything, basically, is what was happening there. Because she was even talking, I mean, she was literally talking about like destroying our life, if I could put it any more bluntly. And I mean, we'd already had 2 children together. I mean, we had already been pretty dedicated the entire time with no problems up to that point. So, I mean, it really had yeah, it really did shake my worldview altogether at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I imagine with other atheists, even the atheists we talk to now, there's vulnerability points in our life that, if those things were committed to God in prayer, God could break them down in those areas and bring them into the family.
yeah, I mean, I wish, like, to an extent, I kind of wish that people could see what happened there so they can get a better idea of why I feel the way I do. But, I mean, when I saw these things happening and the things that she was saying and how, things went down, especially her reaction to just the fact that I was trying to pray for her,
Mm-hmm.
it didn't make any sense. I'm telling you, like, she immediately reacted as if that was like the worst possible thing that could happen to her.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. Like, no matter which side of the aisle you're on, why would she have any reason to hate prayer? Think about that. But she shrieked in agony and like backed away from me when I mentioned it.
Yeah.
Like, what? Are you kidding me? And I mean, like, the only thing I'd ever heard of that was even remotely close to that was the stories in the Bible about Jesus casting out demons. That was it. And that's why I thought about praying for her in the first place. And
so God revealed, the stronghold of Satan in your life. As an atheist, he revealed it to you, in his grace.
Right. And I mean, once I realized that demons exist and that this is a real life situation, I was like, okay, I need to take action here. What am I supposed to do? And I just like, you know what? I'm just gonna have to pray for her. And when I told her about that, like I said, she shrieked. She backed away. She was in the back corner of the room on our bed, and that's when I put my left hand on her shoulder, and she grabbed me with her right hand, scratched me pretty good. I have a scar from that, and I mean, like I said, I will never forget this event. Like, it's literally seared into my memory. How it all more or less went down. She's filled in a couple of gaps for me, but it was just for the things that I couldn't see her doing, basically. But the things that I remember were just the things that she said. That was like really like ingrained in me. Especially whenever she was talking about the Bible, I'm like, she's never even read the Bible, not once. She's over here like quoting partial scriptures. She's, talking about how it's the right book. Like, what the heck? The closest thing she's ever read was the Book of Mormon, and it wasn't even that much of it. Like, none of that has anything to do with the biblical scripture.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people need to think about this stuff. Like, it's not rocket science. How in the world could she know this stuff?
It's not normal.
That's to me, that's just hard evidence that she had supernatural learning happening, or something like that, that otherwise she would not have. And I'm like, she never again.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe at that time that anyone was praying for you?
That anyone was praying for me?
Yeah, and your wife.
Well, my mother, she's a Christian, and so is my dad, and I'm assuming that they might have been praying for me. Although I don't know what they would have been praying exactly, and I don't really know that they knew that I was more towards the agnostic side of things.
Were you in debates at that point?
Well, that's the whole point. Actually, the entire reason why I had the Bible there at the time is that I was arguing with a Christian online on one of the YouTube forums and the comment sections there.
Okay. And they could have been praying for you at that point.
It could have been, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how it happened. All I know is that, at the end of it, we both came out of it Christians. Like, she was so shook by it. She had no other option. She's like, yeah, I mean, I was, locked in my body essentially, and now I'm good. Jesus must be real, basically, is what the way she was, making it out in that night. And we actually stayed up an extra 2.5 hours praying that night after what happened.
Wow,
that's really great. I mean, the testimony of both of you accepting the Lord is really awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, and like I said, I just couldn't imagine any other scenario where she would have supernatural knowledge like that. She would have, just some of the things that she said and did. Again, not even anything close to something she's ever done before. And again, she's never had any prior psychosis. There's never been any hints that she would had multiple personality disorder or bipolar or anything like that. So again, all these people that are skeptics that are trying to say, she's crazy. Well, maybe she was that night, but I'm going to tell you right now, it wasn't her. Okay, it was an entirely different being.
Well, listen, Matt. It's more likely that she was abducted by aliens and they downloaded a false memory set into her, and then it was triggered through remote microwave radiation.
Mm-hmm.
That triggered a Bluetooth beacon, which then projected the activation of those memories and made her go nuts. That's what happened.
No, even better, it was, she was hypnotized, and the hypnotist made the code word Jesus so that whenever she heard the name Jesus, she would just snap out of it.
That's right. There you go. Oh, and for the atheists in the chat, this is how we view your hypotheticals for abiogenesis. Just FYI.
So I'm probably gonna head out, but just one last, if I may, just one last thing. The napkin on fire thing is really still getting to me. That when PineCreek said, if God exists, he could light this napkin on fire. I would just really quickly try to imagine any relationship. If you have a spouse or a significant other, or even just a parent or a sibling or a best friend, imagine if one day they went up to you and were like, hey, if you love me, if you care about me, do a cartwheel right now.
Right.
Not only is that absurd and stupid, that's probably evidence that person doesn't care about you and doubts you. And anything you would do to demonstrate to them that you care about them is not only futile, but they'll probably just start taking advantage of you, right? Oh, they did the cartwheel. Well, now if you love me, you'd buy me the diamond earrings. Now it's like the idea that God would be so desperate to demonstrate his love as light this napkin on fire. It's insane. And on top of that, what does that facilitate to the person? If someone just did that, that's like instilling the concept that when someone loves you, they'll just perform circus tricks at your beck and call. That's not what love actually is at all. So the whole concept that if anyone ever tries to do that, if God exists right now, light this napkin on fire. That is so bad faith. That is like textbook bad faith. I can't. That's been sticking in my mind. That is just so stupid to me, especially when there's, as people have detailed, I think LPP, there's an omnipresent evidence of God's fingerprints. It's not think about your own nature and all the beauty around you. It's not no one has to be that desperate. So
your brain can store no less than 2.5 petabytes of data.
Right.
Just contemplate that for a moment. And it does it on less power than it takes to run a freaking light bulb on high intensity.
Imagine.
Let's just think about this for a second, right? You need gigantic, this much server farm space would take up exponentially greater amounts of energy. Come on, man.
Yeah, imagine in 1812, someone gifts you the equivalent of all of Google's servers and PCUs, and then you go, okay, that's cool, but can you make it light up though? If you really love me, it's so dumb that it troubles me.
It requires willful, as the statement I make all the time. It requires willful suspension of rational thought. I mean, you have to turn off your critical thinking skills to come to the conclusion that. Oh, the human brain isn't that special. There's no evidence. That could totally happen. Really?
The craziest thing I heard tonight was when he goes, when I was asking the solipsism thing, and he goes, "Am I a robot?" Was he asking himself or was he asking me? Because at that point, like if that's peak absurdity in my opinion. When you're talking to an atheist and like the guy goes, I don't know, am I even human? Am I even a person? It's like, is that even sarcasm? Or have they like deranged their own mind so much that they are not even sure anymore? I don't even know, because like he said that he at one point he's like, I don't know, maybe I'm a robot. Hey, I don't know if I'm a robot or not. I'm like, okay, that's troubling. Actually, that's not really rhetorically effective. That's just troubling. But yeah, I mean,
you know, for the folks that were watching one of the streams the other night when I was playing that video from Boston Dynamics and their robots and the evolution or the development of their robots, like different stages. What really struck me about that is they'd gotten the robots this, you know, where they can do like the synchronized dancing and everything and do flips and cartwheels and all that. I'm like, we are now observing literal attempts by humans to create the equivalent of the technology that enables us to exist, right? To walk around and things that we take for granted, right? No, you would have to be a moron to argue that those robots can create themselves, and the algorithms which are required in order for them to like recognize, calculate, to do jumps and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you have to have the algorithms, you have to have the sensors, you have to have the computation ability to be able to do this stuff on the fly, to be able to jump over the stupid thing that's coming at you, right? For the robot, we do all of that exponentially, like infinitely better than the best robots we've ever created. But then tonight with PineCreek, well, I don't know if Morse code could create itself. Well, it's like, so do you think the robot could create itself? Like, could the algorithm for the robot create itself? Yes or no? I mean, that kind of thing. It's like, well, you're going to say no. I mean, I hope you're going to say no, because if you say yes, then you're just weird. And
well, see, this is the whole point that I was making before about it.
Real quick, I asked Erica this question once. I was like, how do you know the cave paintings are evidence of intelligence, but the spawning of life isn't? And she goes, well, we witness other humans do cave painting style stuff. I'm like, we witness other humans attempt to create life. How to like put that in your pipe and smoke it, honestly, because at this point, every science lab on Earth is probably attempting to recreate life to get the Nobel, and yet, you know, well, we see other people doing cave paintings. Yeah, I'm sorry to break it to you guys. We now see other people attempting to create synthetic life so much that it almost as if it's a testament to the fact that there was an intelligent source behind our design too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, just a thought.
Well, I mean, what I was going to say is just that, I mean, this is the same point I was making before regarding, so they always try to straw man the position that, you know, we always attribute everything to God and say that it's just an argument from our incredulity. But this is exactly what they're doing here. They're just assuming that naturalism is you know, everything that has occurred is based on natural processes, which is the exact same proposition in the opposite direction. I mean, like, that's as incredulous as it can get. Are you serious? What's more likely, that something created all things, or that nothing created everything that we have? Because we know that there was a beginning to the universe. If you just take those arguments and put them side by side, there's only one other option.
I mean, we're faced with polar opposites. I mean, the antithesis of the other. I mean, naturalism is the antithesis of creation, theism, right? Like, it's the antithesis. I mean, there's no other way around it. I mean, can the robot create itself? Yes or no? I mean, if you say yes or I don't know, I mean, you're suspending all known evidence to the contrary, and both from the hardware and the software perspective. And it's reaching, to me, levels of, I remember I was going with this in the context of like what humans can do. It's like, I was watching this video popped up earlier of like some girl doing like Irish dance, you know, like the little whatever that's called. And I was sitting there watching, the river dance. There we go. And I was watching this girl do the river dance across the stage and stuff. And I was thinking about it. What was going through my mind was those robots from the Boston Dynamic video, and just watching the ease and the fluidity and the motion and everything that she was being able to do. I can't even imagine the amount of computation that's being done by her subconscious to send all of the appropriate signals to be able to execute that dance in the synchronicity with the music.
Yeah.
Like that's a whole nother variable that we don't even contemplate that in our conscious level. Like, I mean, we can contemplate it consciously in terms of the concept, but we cannot consciously comprehend the actual amount of signaling and computation that's having to be executed in order to accomplish that.
Yeah.
Right.
A
And
lot
I
of
was
muscle memory.
well, not only the muscle memory, but like our body is computing, it's calculating all of these things on the fly, and then automatically sending the appropriate signals. Like I was thinking about this earlier today when I was doing a 3-point turn in my car, right? And my brain was being able to calculate the angles, the distance, like how much speed I had, how much I could push on the gas in order to like make the turn and before going to, I mean, all that kind of stuff, right? That we kind of take for granted. But my brain did a whole boatload of stuff. And what did I do? Oh, I think that's about right. Like that's what I'm sitting there thinking of, like, I'm pretty close. Okay, I'm gonna stop and push the brake now because I think I'm gonna stop at the edge of I'm looking at my backup camera and stuff, like, okay, I'm gonna stop there. That kind of thing. Like that's what I'm thinking about. But my subconscious was processing all the other factors, the physics, the speed, force, momentum, everything, right? And the angles, in order for me to make this something as simple from our perspective, our conscious perspective, something as simple as a 3-point turn.
So with confidence, you can say procedurally, you have a very good argument for complexity versus blind chance, for all that. That this everything that happened in that moment was a result of massive amounts of complexity.
You didn't say
so
complexity.
Why are they denying
complexity? That's a confusing word, complexity.
Mm-hmm. So when they deny what you were saying originally, as far as the debate, to me, I'm starting to look, like I said earlier, I'm looking at the dichotomy between propositions and procedural knowledge, and what side in any point in the debate, what side are you on? Are you on the procedural side or are you on the propositional side?
Right.
And I think you can squarely say that, for what you were referring to, you're on the procedural side of things. And the atheists, when they deny the complexity of the brain and whatnot, that's just propositional.
Well, what I was trying to say is that it's not just complexity; it's a lot of intent and purpose and direction and
Exactly.
order.
Because
I mean, everything seems to show like forethought. Like you have, like it shows, just as he was mentioning, intentionality. So like these things have to be known ahead of time to coordinate and work together, just for certain things to, to exist in the first place. Like everything seems to be symbiotic in relationship.
Okay, so real quick, I want to make a point here, something you guys have heard me go on diatribes about in relation to, and this for our atheists in the audience. I'm pointing this at you, but this logic will make sense, hopefully, to the creationists as well. Okay, so a lot of y'all heard me go on diatribes about like WordPress themes, like variations, like the minor modifications in the source code versus the operation component, and the content management system and things of that nature. Like, you're an idiot if you argue that is in favor of evolution, right? Or not being designed. So I built, what I'm about to show you is a WordPress theme I've used in the past, that I have built no less than 30 websites off of this theme called Jupyter, right? And they have literally built it on the same platform, same content management system, WordPress, and on the same root foundation of their design. They've built out, let's see where they're at now, over 160 different WordPress themes, right? But then inside of those, they've built out a bunch of different variations of the existing theme that come preset. Like you come with the template default file, right? Which you can install. And then when you set up on your server, you just say load, hey, this is the name of the one I want to load, and boom, it shows up. However, if you decide you want to have something else, you can go into the template settings and like choose a new option, and presto, you now have all these new functions, right? And so I'll just pick one. And it's like, okay, so I've now got, I can do all this kind of stuff. Oh, that's cool. Yay, whoop-de-doo-dah. Anyway, my point is that this is what we're talking about in relation to, I went to a new theme, never mind. Anyway, the point I'm making is this is the same platform on the same content management system. It's got very similar, they've modified the CSS files, and there's different functional capacities, and some of them have different plugins you can do with it. But if you went and did like a code audit, 99.999% of the code seems the exact same. But if you were looking at the, thousands and thousands of websites that have been built on it, they would all look unique. They have custom content and variations to them. And no person with an IQ above 2, if they looked at it, would be like, so it's built on WordPress. That means there definitely wasn't a designer. And I mean, it's got PHP and CSS and JavaScript and HTML5. Therefore, it was definitely universal common ancestry. Like, what?
Exactly.
You're an idiot. Like, I mean, the font, look at that. They both have the same font, but the color's different. Therefore, it evolved. Like, whatever was in the CSS class that denoted this font size and this, like, look at the change in the hex code. Oh my Lord God, that was totally random.
Look how they have different pictures. What's going on there?
That's and on the flip side of it, like in terms of like the kind, like, well, where did all the species come from? Like, did you listen to what I said about you can have a template that has all these preset options in the install file? It doesn't mean that they're all activated, right? Like I can say, I'm in this copy, in this version, I'm going to initiate this preset template option for this website, right? Which I did. I'm speaking for myself. Like I personally did this at least 30 times. I was like, oh wait, this is a better fit for the project. Let's go with that one. Click. And then I customized it from there, like made modifications and all that kind of stuff, right? But it had to have the pre-existing functional capacity to do this, right? And then in like, if I was building an e-commerce website, like, oh, I might use WooCommerce. Holy crap, I'm going to activate WooCommerce. Yay, sweet. I now have e-commerce functionality, right? Oh, I'm going to connect to the PayPal or the Stripe payment gateway for their API access. And now oh wait, sweet. I clicked a couple buttons and now I have like, merchant processing capabilities. Like that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about in terms of like different functional capacities of gene sequences and stuff, except they're way more badass and more complicated and more like intrinsic and whatever than anything you're doing on a freaking WordPress website, right?
Look at the comment she just left there.
What, from Omarosa?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't understand the point being made, apparently.
I'm pretty sure she has no idea what you're talking about, so she just throws out that this is the dumbest argument. She's ever heard about because she can't understand it.
But yeah, and it's like,
oh my goodness.
To me, I'm just like, right now, I'm talking about like 17 layers down. Like this is why I joke about and I argue about like fruit of a poison tree with evolution, right? It's like with abiogenesis, we're talking about the origination of the languages,
information in general,
and the computer and the server that can house it and process it, right? Like that's what we're talking about for abiogenesis. You guys are way up arguing over whether or not you could have a script that would automatically modify the WordPress theme that's been installed on the working server and has been completely configured, and that somehow through a backup script that's creating copies, an entirely new website's going to form itself. Like, that's where the Evos are, that's where they're at arguing over, of like whether or not somehow the new template version could somehow create itself. And we're back at like, dumbass. We're back at the how did WordPress create itself? Like, this is what we're talking about. But we're like we're actually before that, right? We're back at like, where did binary come from? And where did the CPU and the ALU and the circuitry, like, where did that come from? That's where we're at, right? On chemical evolution side. And you're up here. It's amazing. The inability for these folks to comprehend it. It's stunning.
No, Omaros, that's actually supposed to be our president, okay? He's the actual idiot because the P is silent.
Okay, Standing, you wanted to come into the stream. You demanded a link. And then I don't think you've said a word, man. Like, what is the deal? I know you just want to make your presence known, show off your Superman character, but at some point you're gonna have to like start weighing in on the conversation, man.
Hey, I didn't want to just interrupt the lovely conversation from a group of brothers. Congratulations on the 1,300 subscribers, LPP.
No, thank you.
I hope you will continue triggering atheists for a long time. One day you'll have 130,000 subscribers, so congrats, brother.
Well, at that point, I will demand that Matt Dillahunty debate me, since I will have arrived and be worthy.
Yeah. No, I think he will forever be scared. One thing you guys were talking about reminded me. I like the way Kent Hovind kind of breaks it down, the whole design perspective. He breaks it down in very simple terms, and he points out that if you're digging through the ground and you come across, let's say, a rock, and that rock is shaped like an arrowhead, right? You can conclude, obviously, that this was man-made, right? Man shaped this rock for a purpose. It wasn't formed this way by chance from, say, abrasion or erosion. But these atheists, they want to look at even just a single cell, right? One cell literally being more complicated than the space shuttle, and then conclude that this came about by chance for no reason at all. It's mind-boggling. And what also kind of brought that to mind was Sunflower was talking about a specific evolutionist. And this specific evolutionist put out a video about stone tools, trying to imply that there's far too many stone tools, for example, being found in Africa, for young Earth creation to be true. And this evolutionist was going on about how we can tell from the rock whether or not this was formed and shaped through intelligence, right? So it's so funny how these atheists will look at that and conclude design, but then they'll look at a cell, one single cell, or, you know, the DNA code and not conclude purpose, not conclude forward thinking. It's just mind-boggling. It's this double standard. So those are just the thoughts on my mind.
You know, Standing, it's funny. It's as if the prebiotic Earth had to perform relay synthesis after relay synthesis after relay synthesis just to make one cell. It's pretty amazing.
Right. Exactly. Well, it's amazing. They could just look at a rock that's shaped like a tool. Oh, see, this is evidence for some type of pre-human that was on its way to becoming human. Because look, you know, there was some intelligence there in forming that rock. But then they'll look at a cell, DNA information system, and not conclude design. I mean, do they even? I don't get it. It's just mind-boggling. Yeah, it's
in order to make that outlandish proposition, they have to be procedurally blind in so many ways. They have to deny.
That's right. They have to be. And here's the thing. Like tonight, Ron, Matt, and myself, we were talking a lot about the gold standard of science. The evolutionists were the ones that set the standard, right? How it comes down to testable predictions. And genetics has really... genetics has come about and has really overturned universal common ancestry in so many ways, and overturned previous thinking from the evolutionist side. And it's the young earth creationists that are now looking at genetics, which is the direct way to determine ancestry, and making future testable predictions. We are doing the gold standard of science, and the evolutionists are not. They're avoiding it. You know, junk DNA is a specific example. So they set the standard, and now today, 2021, they are not meeting the standard. So it's a great time to be a young earth creationist. It's amazing.
I agree.
Hey, so quick sidebar. Sal, are you still with us, or did you have to step away?
I'm still with you.
Did you probably missed this in my debate with in the Q&A section of my debate with Randolph Richardson? I don't know if you saw that, but somebody asked the question about, like, would I issue predictions and all this other kind of stuff, right? And I made the prediction that the electron transfer caused by or influenced by chiral induced spin selectivity will be discovered that is in some way has a information transfer component to it that is influencing the end of protein synthesis, or a component of protein synthesis. What do you think? I think that's...
I'll go for it. I'll tell you the prediction I like the best. James Tour said, don't become an abiogenesis researcher. The professor who hires you will be dead before he figures it out. You'll be dead before you figure it out, and your students will be dead before they figure it out. I thought that was the best prediction.
Well, no, I completely agree with you on that. I think it would be interesting to find out if there
is already information. I would presume there is some form of information transfer. It's very energy efficient, and you can kind of see it in the photosynthesis. I didn't know that. I did know it from another angle. They use quantum virtual particles. In the plants use quantum virtual. I recognize it because I studied solid state physics. My jaw dropped. I was looking in my biochemistry book, and it said an exciton, and I'm like, where did you get that word? That's from solid state physics, and only quantum physicists would understand this.
Well,
but the biophysicists are weighing in, so there'll be. I'm sure that there's probably some communication channel that uses it. Wouldn't surprise me if the brain especially uses it.
Yeah,
not so much. Yeah.
Well, and that's where my brain goes to, is the communication pathways, for sure.
Oh, well, actually, Tour alluded to it. He said if we didn't have that, your brain would require like several megawatts of power. You'd basically incinerate your brain. That's the only way your brain is able to operate and do information processing, is because you have quantum spin, chiral induced spin selectivity. Your brain wouldn't work without it. It would overheat in its information processing.
Well, and the thing, and you've heard me talk about this even before Dr. Tour talked about it, because I had read this. My curiosity had been sparked when I read Life on the Edge, which is a book about quantum biology, and I think it was actually one of the first books that was written on quantum biology, but I read it 4 or 5 years ago, and one of the things they had talked about was this correlates with the brain thing that you were just referring to, but they had discovered there were specific enzymes that appeared to be initiating quantum tunneling as part of the respiration process.
I didn't know that.
That was how that was basically why we weren't spontaneously combusting.
Wow.
And as well as from an overheat perspective as well. And so that really sparked my curiosity. So I started Googling like quantum tunneling, quantum coherence enzymes, and I started finding all sorts of papers on it. I say all sorts, like I found papers on it, not tons. I found them on there. But the thing that I found most fascinating was a article that was written, I forget which journal it was in, but it was from a chemist who was really pissed off at the old guard of chemistry. And the point he was making was, you guys have been blocking research into quantum stuff in relation to chemistry on the biological level. because you've been operating from this perspective that it can't possibly be so, right? Because of the whole the wet and the warm, body temperature or room temperature, wet, all that kind of stuff. Like, there's no way there could be anything quantum happening, any kind of level of quantum coherence. It could not be happening because, as we all know, from our perspective, it must be absolute zero. Therefore, this is just a bunch of hyperbole and BS. Like, this isn't real, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like the room temperature superconductor discussion.
Right. And the point you were making about the excitons and everything in photosynthesis is, I remember when I was reading about that too, and the virtual particles and everything. It's like, this enables as close, if not at 100%, as close to 100% energy capture, transfer, and storage. Like, that's what's being executed in photosynthesis. Yeah. As close to 100% as is possible. So one of the points you've made on many occasions is like the optimize in the extreme. Well, if you're at 99.9% efficiency, you like okay, so I'm not really sure. Like, okay, we might get 1/10 of 1 point better, maybe. Like, if it's not actually 100%. And what really fascinates me about that is, like, the best human-made solar panels are like 60%, and that's the best. Most of them are like 30, right? Like, and
what is the form of the inefficiency in that case? I mean, what's the 1% inefficiency? How's that expressed? Is that endothermic or whatever?
Well, no, not.
That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that.
Well, I mean, the point I was making about the 99.9 is the like, the papers I've read on it is like they think it's 100%, but it's kind of just to cover the bases. It's like, oh, it's 99%. It's like, it appears to be 99%. In usual academic, cover their butts.
I wanted to say one thing. This whole stupid attitude of the evolutionary biologists, a lot of their arguments are like Jerry Coyne. It says biology is designed clumsy and stupid. It can't have been done by an intelligent designer. The biophysicists are just destroying that, because they're just astonished at how well it's designed. Yeah, and they say, it's kind of hard to see that because we're so frail and we get sick and there are diseases and there's death. But when a living organism is operating, it's operating at the limits of physics that we can't even come close to. And so I've tried to say that the paradox is we have this phenomenal intelligent design, but also the world looks broken. I'm just like, doesn't that sound like what the Christian doctrine teaches? We live in an intelligently designed world that's also cursed, and you've got tremendous evidence for both. We know that we're in cursed world, but this whole idea of intelligent design, it's rolling over the evolutionary biologist. I mean, Jerry Coyne was saying that eye is just so stupidly designed, and then some physicists some years later said that's a design feature, this so-called backward retina, and it has these waveguides. And I talked to a electrical engineer who does electromagnetic research for the Defense Department on waveguides. He said, man, you need really precise design to make a waveguide work. That's just amazing that it could happen in the eye at that optical length, at that electromagnetic wavelength. And I was like, yeah, I hear these evolutionary biologists said I could do it better. I'm just like, yeah, right.
Yeah, I heard those poor design arguments. I heard that like 45 years ago, and I'm thinking, where's the kids coming up with this stuff? Because he was saying, oh, I could design a human body, the bone structure a lot better and everything. And I'm thinking, where in the world is he coming up with this stuff?
One of the things that always cracks me up is the why did God make the like urinary tract end at the same place as the sex organs? And I'm like, you know what? Just for basic common sense here, like, do you want to have two things you have to protect or one? I mean, like, let's just think about this for a second. Like, you put it in some other spot, and now you have another component you have to account for, right? Like, versus having a two. Like, in what scenario is having a 2-for-1 not more efficient? Like, I don't understand how you come to the conclusion that that's a negative versus a positive outcome, and you're able to compact the replication, a major component of the replication process, you're able to do this in this manner, in this structure. Like it's
yeah. But the way to look at it is, what's the best way to design a Rube Goldberg machine? There are any number of degrees of freedom that you could design it just to say, I'm going to make something that just wows the observer. But the biophysicists are able to say, okay, this is whatever it does, it's operating at the limits that we can build. If it's going to be like, say, sensing a magnetic field to navigate, or using energy, or counting photons, or counting atoms, you can't get better than counting individual photons or individual atoms. And just some of the stuff that the clocking in the cell and the sensory organs. I mean, to implement a sonar in a bat, it's just to be able to build some of the sensory organs that are in creatures. It's just beyond our imagination. And one video that I really just adore is Metamorphosis. It talks about, you look at the butterfly and what it's able to do. It just blows away anything in terms of its navigation abilities, and then it's also its ability to just kind of, it melts itself into that cocoon. It changes its entire digestive system and its metabolism, and it grows new sets of eyes and antennas that the pupa stage doesn't have. The caterpillar stage. It's like two creatures in one. Why should that evolve? And people, they said, why should this? Okay, so you put in a program, you're going to melt yourself inside the cocoon. What if you don't have a program to reconstruct yourself? It's a dead end.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and that's kind of the on a dumbed down version, the point I was making about like a freaking WordPress template. Like, okay, cool. So I'm gonna deactivate the one, and not only that, I'm gonna delete it, the one that I've been using. Oh wait, I don't have anything else to activate. Oh, I better not click the refresh button on my browser, because that's gonna be error, and the whole premise of fitness, well, that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. There is no fitness because you got nothing. You've literally destroyed the foundational data requirement. Like, this is nuts. Okay, guys, I'm going to let everybody continue on. I have got to pass out because I got to get up in like 4.5 hours. So I want to say thanks to everybody. No, you guys can continue on. The anybody who wants to join, click the link real quick, and I will let you in because I'm going to go pass out. Once I'm gone, you will not get in. I want to say,
just figure out male and female. Sorry about this.
That's true. I want to say major thanks to Raman for the ridiculous amount of super stickers. I was joking with him earlier that the super sticker refrigerator and cupboard is going to be completely empty by the end of tonight. But thank you so much, brother, for all the support, and for everybody else who's been doing super chats, great comments, and putting insight. Hope you guys all enjoyed my shenanigans this evening. I know I've enjoyed myself, but thanks everybody. I appreciate the support for the channel overall, and helping me get to
congratulations.
Thank you. All right, guys, I'm gonna go pass out. Y'all have fun continuing on, and happy Easter, and may the power of the Lord always continue on in our lives. And I hope that we'll all be humble and recognize that without him we are nothing.
Amen.
Yep.
I was wondering if, since I'm probably gonna have to
great stream
bow
tonight,
out soon, I was wondering if we could humor the discussion of chromosome 2 fusion with Standing, just for a brief summary of what took place with his discussion with Gutsy Gibbons. If Standing is there.
Of course, brother. Yeah. Okay. I'm always here to discuss whatever anybody wants to discuss.
Okay.
You said the chromosome fusion?
Yeah, it seemed like it was pretty conclusive that they weren't accounting for that special fusion, and then Gutsy ended up providing some information from a biologist, and he was saying, why it was logical that fusion should be there.
Yeah, I think that was in her opening statement, and then in the discussion portion, I challenged her on it because there's been some problems associated with the so-called fusion event. One, I think, fatal blow to it, if you want to refute it real quick, is the fact that the reputed fusion site, where they say this fusion site is, turns out to be overlapped by a functional gene. Geneticist Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins discovered that. So the point is, you don't get a highly functional gene by, boom, slamming together two chromosomes, right? So he's written extensively on the fact that the fusion site may not be a fusion site after all. It's actually a functional part or a functional component of the associated gene. The gene's actually called the DDX11L2 gene. And I mean, you could read his papers on it where he goes into just how functional and essential it is. But that's, I think, the biggest problem associated with it. But there's other problems too, like the area itself is highly degenerate. There's lack of evidence for the second centromere, because there should be what's called a cryptic centromere if there really was a fusion. But honestly, even if there was a fusion, it's not evidence for common ancestry between humans and chimps anyways, because even they, Jeremy, will admit, you might be familiar with, even they will admit that this fusion supposedly took place in the human line at some point after the split of humans and chimps, right? They say humans and chimps, the human and chimp common ancestors split roughly 6 to 8 million years ago, depending on who you talk to. And at some point in the human line, there was a fusion event. So that's indirect evidence anyways. Plus, there's something called satellite DNA. There's ape-specific satellite DNA that's not actually found in human chromosomes. So the best bet that they have is a human-specific fusion that we can easily explain because we've got the flood bottleneck of 8, Noah and his family. So
if it happened,
passed on to everybody. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
So if it happened within the human line, it couldn't be associated with a transition from chimp to humans.
Yeah, it could be, because they would even. So, for example, humans, we as humans have 46 chromosomes. The great apes have 48. So they had to account for those differences, right? So they hypothesized a fusion event. But they would even admit, according to their model, the fusion took place in the human line after the so-called split. So even if there was a fusion event, which I don't really think there was, based on the functional nature of that site anyways, but even if you want to just give it to them and say, fine, let's just say there was a fusion, well, even you would admit it happened in the human line. The evolutionist has to explain how every single human being on the planet has 46 chromosomes, right?
Yeah.
And they'll just say through genetic drift, but they don't really know. There's a lot of storytelling. So if there was a fusion event, well, we've got the flood bottleneck with 8 people. Yeah. So if it went through the flood, well, that explains why everybody has it, right? This fusion could have taken place at some point in the pre-flood world. I'm not saying I believe there's a fusion event, but if you don't want to get into all the technical details, you can point that out as well. You know, I don't think overall, fusion or no fusion, it's not really evidence for their position anyways.
Correct. Yeah, I believe that.
That's good. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I would say too, and typically when I debate this topic, speed of sound, you know, I say no answers in atheism. I had an entire hour and a half debate on with him on this about a year ago. And I was backing up all these claims because they'll say, oh, Dr. Tompkins, he's a young earth creationist and he's got a bias or whatever. I can show this evidence, especially for the lack of ape-specific satellite DNA, for example, from secular sources, secular papers. So it's not coming from young earth creationists. Even the evolutionists are admitting these problems. Even in the original chromosome 2 fusion paper, they said in the paper, if I had it in front of me, I could pull it up for you, but you can read the paper for yourself. They asked the question, why is the area so degenerate? right? Because if two chromosomes come together to fuse, you should have a large number of telomeric repeats, it's called. But what they actually find there is a region that's highly degenerate. It's too small to be a fusion. So everything that they've predicted about it was opposite of what they found, because they'll say, well, we predicted this and it came true. It's like, okay, look at the telomeric region, look at the so-called centromeric region, everything about it, even the syntony of it is all not what was predicted on their side. So I find it funny. They think this is like their best line of evidence for human evolution, when in fact, at best, it's evidence for biblical creation, because we could explain it from the flood. So I don't know. What are your thoughts, brother?
And so this, did you express this in that debate with her?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You
Okay.
can, I think we debated it for about 35 minutes.
Okay.
And
I'll review that.
Yeah. If you watch it, her point about like why, I asked her, I said, why is this? There's a paper called the Ventura paper, and they point out this lack of ape-specific satellite DNA in human chromosomes, which should be there if there was a fusion event and humans and chimps were related. And she said, well, you know, it was probably lost over time. There's a number of different stories that they come up with to account for why it's missing this specific piece of DNA. But that's just a rescue device. That's just a story. It's not empirical. They don't really know when it happened exactly. They can't tell you really why it was lost, when it was lost. And even I'll point that this is the last thing I'll say, because their rebuttal, so Guts and Gibbons' rebuttal was, well, even though the area is degenerate, there still are some telomeric-like sequences, okay, that are there. So what are those there for? Well, it's funny. And there's secular papers pointing this out. These telomeric-like repeats are actually found all throughout the human genome, in all the chromosomes, and they are functional in terms of gene expression. So they're not even specific to fusions. They're just functional DNA elements. So
well, I was listening to a lecture from Rhonda Patrick on telomeres, and it has something to do with longevity. And as you age, the telomeres get shorter, and that contributes to the aging process.
That's right.
So there's something very functional about them.
Yeah. I'll send you, or you can listen to that debate, but I'll send you, I would look up, it's called the Ventura paper. Chimpanzee and gorilla chromosomes differ from human chromosomes by the presence of what's called large blocks of subterminal heterochromatin, and you can read all about that in the paper. That's a problem for the fusion event. And you can read Dr. Tompkins' papers, I should say, because he's got a follow-up paper recently called Debunking the Debunkers, where the critics, the evolutionary critics that tried to debunk him, he responded to all of their arguments. So, I mean, I personally like when they bring up the fusion event, because I think it's pretty easy to refute. But the point is, even if you don't want to go into all the technical details, just point out, hey, even if there was a fusion event, you'll admit it happened in the human line. So why even bringing it up? It's indirect evidence anyways. You know, creation model could explain it. Evolution model could explain it. I think we could explain it better because we have the flood bottleneck. So, you know, that's just my 2 cents on it.
Okay. Well, if you don't have it in one repository, you can just send it to me, I guess.
Yeah, you can watch the clip I put out too.
Okay.
Where she and I debated it, or you can watch my speed of sound debate with it. Even speed of sound, after that debate, he never wanted to come on my channel again. He admitted, he's like, well, I wasn't prepared for that. That's why I lost. It's like, you were the one talking such a big game, speed of sound, on the chromosome 2 fusion. He comes into the debate, I'm asking him all these questions, right? Oh, I don't know. I never heard of that. So, you know, these guys come in tough. Like, I debated a biologist named Todd. It's an ongoing joke. What did he say? I'm not going to fall for that trap, he said. He came in hard on the chromosome 2 fusion. I pointed out all these problems, and he had no response. You know, he said, I'm not falling for that trap, meaning he's not going to answer the questions. So, like I said, man, genetics has really just overturned their best lines of evidence. Pseudogenes, chromosome 2 fusion, ERVs, ALU sequences. You know, it's all been overturned as evidence for universal ancestry, and it's better evidence for intelligent design and independent origins.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
instead, we can identify some of the Y chromosome ancestors too. The originators of different Y chromosomes, like the R, the C, the E's, the
Right.
J's, the J2, of course, and the J1.
Well, the Y chromosome is amazing. The Y
Yeah.
chromosome, I love when you speak on that jungle jargon. Like Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, he just put out, it's not on YouTube. You have to sign up for it. But he just gave a 2-hour lecture on his findings in terms of the history of humanity, because he's been making testable predictions that Dodgeball Dan can't refute. Dodgeball Dan's pretty sad. And he just did a presentation a few days ago on all his findings. And it's amazing. The Y chromosome is amazing. The Y chromosome turns out to be some of the best evidence for young Earth creation. You know, it turns out the Y chromosome mutates really fast. And Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has looked at the Y chromosome, and he's finding signatures in terms of the history of civilization that only goes back 4,500 years to Noah. And yeah, I highly recommend his series on that. I think it's like a 27-part series, all successful predictions from the Y chromosome. And Jungle, you're kind of an expert on that topic, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, just a little bit of interest in it because I took a Y chromosome test, so I was interested in what I am, what my ancestor is, and everything. You know, so I was able to start then putting the pieces together and finding different people, like Nimrod, the first king of the world, was a CY chromosome, son of Cush.
Right.
So it's pretty amazing, and of course his CY chromosome goes all over the Pacific to the Americas, all over the world, east.
Well, like you're saying, you can use the Y chromosome, and you can track essentially the history of humanity through the Y chromosome. And here's why it's such a significant prediction, and why what you talk about, Jungle, is so important. Is Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's prediction was, okay, if the Y chromosome really does only go back 4,500 years, then I should. Okay, this was a future testable prediction, not a retrodiction. I should hypothetically be able to find genetic signatures and genetic stamps in regards to the history of civilization, okay?
Yeah.
And there should be more signature than noise if we only go back 4,500 years. But if evolution is true, deep time evolution, and the Y chromosome goes back a couple 100,000 years, then what we should find is a lack of signature. We should find mostly noise. So the fact that Jensen is now out and showing, listen, I have discovered signatures in the Y chromosome. That is huge. And that's why I constantly harp on even young Earth creationists, you know, stay up to date on the most recent young Earth creationist literature, because the model is stronger than it's ever been. We have successful testable predictions that even your best critics like Dodgeball Dan can't deal with, you know, and it's Herman May.
So how do I get that series, the Jensen's?
Oh, I'll put it in the private chat right here. His newest presentation, you can only get it over Zoom, but if you email me, I'll send it to you. You had to sign up for it, so it's not on YouTube yet.
Yeah, okay.
But I'll email you that.
All right.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, I have to bow out. I'm sorry, but I really thank you for that summary standing. That was great, and I really appreciate all the answers I've heard tonight from other people. It's just great to be here.
My pleasure, Jeremy. I appreciate you joining us, and join us anytime, man. Always a pleasure, brother.
Great. Well,
Yep.
God bless.
Good to see you.
See ya.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll send you the
It's Jungle Jargon at Gmail.
Oh, that's easy. Jungle Jargon at Gmail.
Yeah, all together, I think, is the way it is.
Well, and he's got a new book coming out, hopefully within the next 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
Going all overall. But I find it so fascinating because He put himself on the line because he could have, because he's got an active research program. It could have turned out that none of this was true. You know, sorry guys, I'm not detecting any signatures.
Right.
It's all noise. It's all junk. He put himself on the line, right?
But our history is a known human history. We know it for a fact to be true, and so it should just line up with our history.
Bam, and it does. It lines up 4,500 years worth of human history: the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the Persian Empire, the transatlantic slave trade. It's all there in a neat little package. But here's the thing: if deep time evolution's true, take a pen, or I got a pen in front of me. Then what we have in terms of Y chromosome data and the history of civilization, 4,500 years, according to the deep time evolutionary model, that's just the very end of the pen, or the very end of it. And you got all this other history, behind it. So therefore, you shouldn't be discovering these signatures. So, but yet we are. And I love
they wouldn't have known to look for that, because their worldview doesn't even consider it. But
you nailed it. You nailed it. The evolutionists aren't looking for those signatures because they don't expect them to be there. They're expecting noise, and Jensen's coming up, and he's saying no. Okay, for one, every single jungle, this, every single Y chromosome on the planet is nearly identical. The Y chromosome has extremely limited variation, and they can all be traced back to one Y chromosomal ancestor. And now we know that the Y chromosome mutates extremely fast. So we've got a Y chromosome with low variation that mutates fast. Well, that really limits the age of the Y chromosome, doesn't it? And it turns out it only goes back 4,500 years. It's amazing.
Because each line is going to have their own mutations, and it's going to make like a signature for that family tree. And it's each family tree is different. Each line is different, has a different code. It's going to have a different code from the random changes.
Every time there's a mutation, boom, there's a new branch in the family tree. Take those branches right back to a starting point. It looks like you could take the mitochondrial DNA right back to Eve. Our last Y chromosomal ancestor would be Noah. So we don't really know exactly what Adam's Y chromosome sequence is. Obviously there would have been some mutations in the pre-flood world. But what we have is a pretty close representation, even when you see it reflected on a phylogenetic tree, a Y chromosome phylogenetic tree on an unrooted tree, you see that starburst pattern where you've got all these branches shooting out from a center point, essentially Noah, with not a lot of mutations there. And the evolutionists really struggle with it,
But it lines up perfectly with the three sons of Noah and the three wives of the three sons of Noah. It lines up perfectly.
It seems like it lines up more perfectly with the mitochondrial DNA and the L, M, and N haplogroups. The Y chromosome, it's a little more difficult, especially when you consider patriarchal drive, which Dr. Rob Carter talks about, where if you've got these biblical patriarchs living hundreds of years old, they're accumulating more mutations, and therefore they're passing on more mutations, right? So consider how old Noah was, and then his kids, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, they would have started off with a whole bunch of new mutations. Because the older you get, the more mutations you're going to accumulate, especially in the Y chromosome. So it's a little bit more chaotic. So I think it's a little more difficult in the Y chromosome. But the mitochondrial DNA, you could see it right there.
But even so, it's a clear delineation between the A, B, C, D, and E, and the F, G, H, I, and J, and then the K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's all there, and it's exactly what we expected. It was the evolutionists that do invoke coalescence, and
because they're trying to push this idea out of Africa theory, and they're trying to connect. They're trying to say, well, some of them say that the Semitic tribes came from the CY chromosome, and then well, that doesn't work. So then you have to have the C produces the D, the E, the F, and then the the Japhethite tribes have to come from the Semitic tribes. But then when it goes to the mitochondrial, you have first the Hamitic tribes from Africa, then you have the Japhetic tribes, and then the Semitic. Well, basically they're both at the same time. Some of them depend which one you look at it, but it's all confused.
Well, and I'll say this: the evolutionists, they don't really understand why we focus on the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome so much. It's because, as you know, JJ, the Y chromosome, the mitochondrial DNA, they are the uniparentally inherited DNA, right? Mitochondrial DNA we get from the mother side.
It's so amazing. It identifies who your maternal line is, which maternal line you have, and which paternal line you have. It's so amazing.
Well, and the Y chromosome being non-recombining DNA, right? When they sequenced the chimpanzee Y chromosome and realized that when you consider overall gene content, size differences, and architecture, the chimpanzee Y chromosome is 35% dissimilar to the human Y chromosome. How is this possible?
Oh, you know what?
Non-recombining DNA. It should have been more stable. They were shocked. Once again, another. They didn't predict that.
You know what I was noticing is that in Europe you have the Japhethite Y chromosomes, which were like Javan and Tiraz, and then there's Meshach, Tubal, and then there's Gomer, and then there's Madai. And what I'm noticing, remember the Neanderthals died out in Europe. They became extinct, their Y chromosome, right? So one of those tribes, one of those sons of Japheth became extinct, and yet all the Asian descendants have Neanderthal DNA, a strong signature of Neanderthal DNA because they're from the same family tree. And the same thing with the Denisovans. They're from the same family tree. And so I might be able to identify which one it is. It might be Tiraz or Javan or both. But I think maybe Javan has a history of the Gentiles. But I'm looking at it and I'm studying it and I'm finding out a lot of things. I found out Gomer is the RY chromosome that's prevalent in Europe. It's the only Asian Y chromosome in Europe is the RY chromosome. The rest are gone.
Right. So like you said, you can go into this, you can assume biblical creation, make some predictions, and like you pointed out, investigate it. Let's see if these predictions, because here's the thing. Who's going to win the war, creation or evolution? Well, it's going to come down to who's making the best testable predictions. Not just who's making, anybody can make testable predictions and never test them, but who's making the most testable predictions that show themselves to be successful, right? Yeah. And what you're saying about the Neanderthals, I mean, that's there's a lot of investigation to be had there because it appears that people outside of Africa carry 3 to 4% Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating that these critics want to say that Neanderthals were a sister species, different species than us, Homo sapiens, when in fact we literally have their genetics. So if you consider the biological definition of species, we're the same species. We interbred with them.
It's
we
the
have
same
their genetics,
It's the same family tree as the Japhethites. Only it was one of the brothers of the other ones that were totally unrelated. I mean, other than being a brother to start out with, right?
Well, and they'll point out, like you've got Dan Cardinal likes to point out the fact that Neanderthals have a different set of biodiversity, right? And he says that contradicts the young Earth creation model. But Neanderthals, as we know, would signify an early branch of man.
Right.
So right off the bat,
if
Neanderthals are a branch of ancient man, they're going to start off different. Do you really expect them not to have a different set of biodiversity?
Yeah. Because they became extinct early on, probably. And then, and they're
right.
I mean,
and here's the thing. We were talking about patriarchal drive earlier. If Neanderthals were founded by an early biblical patriarch in his old age, guess what? They would have started off with a huge number of mutations. So right off the bat, they started off different. Then they have all these mutations. There you go. Different set of
Well,
biodiversity.
there's the diversity. The diversity happened early on, and then when they started, spreading out, they interbred with themselves, and they fixed their genomes as to what they would be. Just like the same thing with the cat species, the cat kinds. They diversified early on, then they interbreed. They breed with themselves, and they become a lion, a tiger, and a leopard.
If you start right,
yeah.
If you start with design diversity, and Ramat and I, you were in there. I appreciate your super chats tonight. All you have to do is start with designed organisms with internal genetic diversity, and from there, through recombination, gene conversion, natural selection acting upon this variation, you can explain, when it comes to the biblical kinds, you can explain all the different species today. When it comes to Adam and Eve, when it comes to humans, you can explain all the ethno-linguistic differences we see today. And once again, the evolutionists want to say, oh, that's just magic, post hoc, ad hoc, right? God front-loading Adam and Eve and the created kinds with design diversity. And it's like, wait a minute. We're making testable predictions on speciation rates that can only be true if the design diversity hypothesis is true. And guess what? Once again, Dr. Jensen came out with a paper showing new species of birds, new species of finches that came about through the same mechanisms that the created heterozygosity hypothesis would suggest. So that's the gold standard of science.
I just wanted to say good night. Take care.
Okay, so take care. Because the Egyptians are different than the Cushites, and they're brothers, but they're, significantly different. And the same thing is probably true with the Neanderthals too. If they were descended from Tiraz, they would be different than the descendants of Madai and Meshach. You
In other words,
them to be different. You can expect them to be different. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're looking at an early branch of man.
Right.
Of course, they're going to be different. Not to mention that we would have lost a lot of genes over time. And a lot of these side branches like Neanderthals, Denisovans, the Hobbits, Erectus, they went extinct thousands of years ago, while modern humans, right, Homo sapiens, we have continued on. So we've accumulated different diversity within those thousands of years than those side branches had. They went extinct. They're gone. Of course, they're going to be different. But yet we interbred with them. So we're the same species. We're all humans. It's as easy as that.
And they would, if you're looking at early man, they're going to have a different genome than us anyway.
Right. Well,
like if you find a Denisovan or a Neanderthal, they're not going to have the same genome as what we have today.
Nope. Boom. Like we pointed out earlier, they would have started off different. They were an early branch of man. And there's a paper in the CMI journal where they point out a lot of the different genes that have been lost in us over time. As in, a lot of the differences in genetics comes down to gene loss and devolution anyways over time. So and the evolutionists don't seem to want to, like, even with African diversity, they don't want to consider differences in population history, differences in mutation rates. Dr. Jensen said that some African tribes probably mutate faster than non-Africans. Now, he hasn't tested that prediction yet, but it's a prediction that's been made.
Well, if the more generations you have, the more mutations you're going to have too.
Right. So if they have shorter generations, let's say their generation times 15, because historically Africans married younger. So shorter generations, more generations, more mutations.
And that's probably what happened, because you can see when you look at the different family trees, you can see different generation times. Like the RY chromosome is the European, and the Q, it's a shorter generation time than the Q and the O and the N's. You know.
Bam, you nailed it. You nailed it, brother. I'm looking at, where is it? I can't screen share, but yeah, I'm looking at a Y chromosome tree right now. Same thing with the mitochondrial tree, that you've got some of these branches close to each other. They're different lengths. You know what I mean? Some people are picking up more mutations in the same amount of time than their cousins.
Right.
So, well, that breaks the evolutionary assumption behind the molecular clock. Now they can't assume the human chimp split because, you know, it's more chaotic than they would like it to be, which is why they don't make predictions. They can't. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
For
some of
us,
those
we
lines
can. It only goes back 500 years.
Some of those lines go all the way back to the beginning,
Yeah,
like the T's and the S and the L. They're like separate all the way to today. You know,
Right.
They're their own line. They go all the way back to the beginning.
Right. Good points, brother. You really know your stuff, man. Well, I better get some sleep. My wife's going to kill me if I don't get to bed soon, because tomorrow we got a family get together for Easter. So happy Easter, JJ. Happy Easter, Jamie. You know, Christ is risen, and God bless you, man. God bless you. And God bless everyone in the chat too.
Yep. Hey, God bless.
All right, brother. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Bye. So, Jamie, still there?
Yeah, just barely.
Oh, just barely. Okay. Yeah, well, I guess we'll call it off, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I enjoyed what you had to say. Found it very interesting and insightful.
Yeah, this is the evidence. The DNA evidence is the evidence to verify our known human history, which is biblical history, which is right in the middle of ancient history. Literally, figuratively, literally everything. It's right in the middle of human history. So, and they can't deny it. They're not going to be able to deny it anymore.
Yeah, I think that's right. Anyways, have a good night, buddy.
Yeah, likewise. All right. And good night, everybody. Happy Feast of First Fruits. And for the Latin-speaking community, Feliz Pascua.